So we've seen that print come into play a couple times. And those of you that write it all the time, it's like, wow, I didn't think it was going to hit that level. Well, yeah, I mean, that can happen, right? If NVIDIA starts to go for a little bit of a jog here early, I could see it bump up into 120.50, 121. And then we start to look at it thinking about this as a top. So when we write down levels, or when I write down a level, it doesn't necessarily mean that like we have to wait for that exact area. But this is an area for me looking to be short up into here. Right? So that's where VWAP was on Friday. It's where now obviously we make that move down. Let's see if we can recover some of that in case the market turns. I can't predict what this market wants to do in the next hour. So we'll see, right? I mean, I feel a little bearish. We wrote that down. But as we approach right now VWAP on the NASDAQ, I mean, we could take this level and then all of a sudden you're right back to that key 2020. So this is what I'm talking about. I want to be short underneath 20,200. The thing is, on Friday, we had to withstand this, and we did. We did a great job with this trade. We had that short, but you're going to have to watch out for that level. It held sort of in the afternoon. Let's wait to, or sorry, this morning. Let's wait to see if it holds again. So 20,200 on the NASDAQ. Then I go over and say, okay, what's another name I want to short? I'd like to not do something in the chip space, but unfortunately, Intel's just been such a good trade. Neil already mentioned like 24. Yeah, I love 24. I mean, if we can get anything short into here, it's the same trade as NVIDIA, right? That little top from the afternoon on Friday. So I think there's a chance we can get all of this. So I'm going to sit and be patient right now to see if we can get a bump in this market, which looks like it's trying to go right now. If we can get a bump, it just gives us a better opportunity to stay short.
All right, let's touch on crypto here. I had more comments from the Fed. It's worth noting Fed's Bowman was speaking. And the comment that I saw, or the title of the comment I saw, it literally said, Fed's Bowman delivers nearly the same remarks as were delivered on Friday. So they didn't talk about monetary policy. If you were with us on Friday, we mentioned they didn't talk about monetary policy. It looks like they're not talking about monetary policy again today. IBIT here, downside this morning in the pre-market, but trying to bounce back above 36.50. I mean, there's nothing significant if you go out to a daily chart on BTC, a bit of a pullback to say the least.
Yeah, according to this article I just read over here, and we can have a look at the chart, this trend line here that's been in place since September 9th got broken. The bullish trend line, the drop could be, you know, a typical bull market pullback with this overnight pullback, but sometimes the timing coincides with the historical trend sell-offs when it comes to the release of the ISM manufacturing index, Brendo. So we're going to see here if it prints above 48, we could get a nice move up. If it prints below 48, the ISM manufacturing index, it could be a bit of a sell-off.
We'll know more later on.
Soon.
Yeah.
What? When do they report?
So NEO is up more. Because, I'm going to get to, we'll talk China again, but like NEO just made another break of the high of the day.
China's next.
It's next, so I guess we'll get to it. Look, I was asked, is Coinbase short today? I actually think under 65,000, like the group looks pretty decent for a pullback. It was just that I liked Mara a little bit better for short because of the relative strength in Coin on Friday. Like Coin super strong when you were breaking out above 65,000. When you pop the daily chart up there, it does give you the 50 period. You're back. You got right to the 50 period on the daily, simple moving average. And so I think shorts in front of that level make obvious sense. Didn't really have any levels that I loved here on Coin, unless you were literally talking about 190 bucks. I think the difference between them and Mara is you failed the 50 period. Like you were trying to break the 50 period over on Mara and then failed it, gap back underneath, which is now at $17 at 50. You've got all kinds of resistance levels, whether it's 1680, which is prior support, 17. I think just pop and fade gives me multiple areas that I want to look for the curl. So I'm looking for like an initial up move in there. Give us that prior high 16.8 or the 17 area, and just look for that trend reversal trade. If it never breaks out the top, then we just look to trend short. And if we're underneath 65,000, which we are, we're still at 64, then this is the one that I'm gonna prefer to the short side, which is Mara.
Yeah, we talked about last week. We went over some names and how well they were doing. You know, not too bad over the last 24 hours. Ethereum down 0.7. Bitcoin's the big one heading to the south side, right? And so if you're trying to find relative strength right now, Ethereum only down 0.7 while Bitcoin down 2.6%. So I can move it over here if maybe that helps. a little bit. Maybe I can zoom in just a little bit. There it is. And then, Solana, Binance Coin down 3%. Binance right now. We can go find Dogecoin down 4% after such a huge move to the upside as well. Cardano back to life a little bit, down to 38. I think it got to 41, 42 last week. Still up 8% on the week. But yeah, anyway, just a couple names going through there. I was looking for Shiba Inu. There it is. So up 30% on the week, but down 6%. Right now, 24 hours ago. So, so not bad, trying to hold up right here. The overall crypto cap rate that we saw it on Friday was 2.7 or so, now 2.3, as it will move around with Bitcoin, the primary cap weighted index for that. So, all right, let's go back over. Now we'll talk about China and what NEO is on right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. Even the other ones too, XPeng and Li Auto, day highs once again. If you missed it this morning, I saw a couple people mentioning the economic calendar. There's not much today. As I mentioned, Bowman was speaking earlier. We don't get really anything until 2 p.m. We'll hear from Powell, but more likely than not, there won't be any comments on monetary policy. But stay tuned, again, 2 o'clock this afternoon for that. And then, as Sharif was mentioning, tomorrow, we get that manufacturing look, both the PMI, S&P manufacturing PMI and ISM versions coming out tomorrow, 9:45 and 10 o'clock. Yeah, there's XPeng, quickly made a day high and then pulled back a little bit. But stimulus measures, more hopes of improvement, I guess, as far as their economy is concerned.
Yeah, and we got that 2 trillion yuan last week. Today, we're getting announcements of measures to relax home purchase restrictions. The property market has been absolutely decimated there, whether new or resale homes. Guangzhou is the province of Guangzhou removing all restrictions on home purchases. Shanghai lowered the required tax paying period down and down payment ratios. Shenzhen relaxing purchasing restrictions. Beijing looking at similar measures as well. So they're really taking this to the next level.
As we were saying last week, zooming out a little bit on any of these. Long way down, so long way to go. Back to the upside here, guys.
Yeah, NEO is when it's up 19%. Obviously, a lot of things start to change.
Bad.
Yeah, when you sit down, there were some things that were kind of set up that are probably not as available, right? Like you look at the daily chart, it's like, oh yeah, look at go all the way back to the end of last year and the beginning of this year. You literally opened up with the $7 failing this year. So $7 obviously made a heck of a lot of sense to go different. When it was just going sideways, like different rip off of 7 because that was a pretty key level. Now all of a sudden, this thing is just screaming and you've already gone another few points to the upside. So there's pre-market low 730. There's now the 750 level is going to set up obviously for consolidation and a bit of a dip buy zone here on NIO. In terms of resistance, well, there isn't much until you can say $8.50. And then from there, probably 9.5. It is an 8.5% short flow, so there is a bit of a squeeze aspect to what's going on in NIO. But the 730, 750, those are the two levels that are going to now stand out because, filling in the gap and doing the 7 bounce, which technically looked pretty good when I sat down, is not available. I don't want to ignore Alibaba today. Baba's up 5%. I think I said 4. Apologies. Baba's up 5%. But it's having a great run as well. It's still got the pre-market 111 is going to sit out there. Pre-market highs 112, pre-market lows 111. So the even dollar dip and rip looking pretty solid there on Alibaba. And if you look at Baba, the last 2 sessions, it's been gap up. Even when it did the big gap, it pulled back into the breakout price, which was 102, and then rallied. And then you go to Friday, it pulled into the pre-market low and then rallied. So you've got both of those set up, 112 and 111 for dips on Alibaba. Super strong moves. They were the best game in town the last couple of days of the previous week, and starting to look exactly the same this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we can go over them all. So I wrote down on the sticky note, we have a couple ideas on there. I just wrote down, let's just try to test VWAP. So now that we're off, I told you I was gonna write down 750 break, but that came and went before I got the sticky note out. It was on there, and then I changed it. So now I just feel like, although VWAP is at 750, I'm treating this like it's an earnings report, basically. I mean, it's a huge move up. It looks like it wants to keep on going. We have that huge buy imbalance. Let me just double check, see if it's growing. Right now it was 1 million when I sat down, then 2 million when I showed you 30 minutes ago. Now 3.5 million right now, probably by the time we get going. So more upside move here on NIO, still trying to break higher. So yeah, man, I mean, I really like this play down into VWAP. What we always say is this: you don't use these lines to be gospel. You just look at to see, is there going to be support or resistance at these levels? So I'd love to have NEO drip into, or not even drip. I don't think it's going to drip. I think if you're going to get the long, it's going to be something that's going to flush down into here off the open, and then you're just going to have to like magically pick it up. So I want to bid NEO there, and that's that. And then what I wanted to go over again was, and I know Fabian was excited about this as well. We've been talking about FXI, yin and yang, K-Web, everything, and there it goes again. I mean, I still feel like this needs to come back to life. I mean, this is a large cap index. Like, imagine this was the NASDAQ. Like, it's a monster. Yeah, let's go is right. Just a monster move there up to the upside. $33. FXI, congratulations. Like, I just never thought a large cap ETF could do this kind of a move in the last week and a half. So for me, I think it's coming back in a little bit. Look at this extension from the 50-period moving average. You're never going to see a market like this. I mean, this is like COVID, but in reverse. I mean, this is absolutely insane. So again, great call. I know there's a couple traders in our chat that have been long China and talking about it for a minute. So there you go, man. Finally, I guess. Finally, right? There's still a lot more to go. We could get a lot higher on these Chinese names. So just wait to see, I guess. I think it's a little overextended, but...
Well, on that note, thank you, Donnie Zimbabwe there.
Zimbabwe.
Appreciate the super chat. Thanks for the 10. Can you guys look at BKE right now? Might go with some puts. You're thinking about taking some puts on them. By the way, CCL's report is that we're going to get to that in a quick second. Just want to make sure we got to this. You're gapping above that key resistance at the 20 level on that BEK. So to me, it's in the midst of a break, finding a high, and the next level on the weekly goes all the way out to, it's like 26 here. So 26, it's chilling at about 22.6. So you essentially broke a 20 resistance level and are flying up, with 26 being the next resistance on that daily. So, you know, there's on the chart, there's always room to run. The move has been ridiculous. I tend to think there's got to be a pullback coming somewhere, but obviously right now they're still in the midst of that break with resistance a good 10, 15% away. So CCL did tank $1 and bouncing back a little bit here after the report just hit the wires.
And kind of muted overall, the reaction anyways. It's the, I mean, they raised their annual profit forecast, but it looks like the bookings for next year might be a little bit light. That said, they also said 2025 booked and nearly half booked, and less inventory remains for sale than prior year. So again, 2025 nearly half booked and less inventory remains for sale than the prior year. But I was just checking as well. 10 a.m. Yeah, now we're going higher on that forecast. It looks like anyway. So 10 a.m. is the earnings call. Worth noting for CCL. So a little bit of time to wait before we actually hear from them. So let's talk Amazon here. Yeah, I mean, it was trying to get positive, didn't quite get there, but nice bounce anyways underway here pre-market.
Yeah, True is chiming in on this one. Brendo maintaining their buy rating and boosting the price target to 265. Basically, you know, liking the antitrust probe in India, liking the possible results of that. They also like the fact that the UK approved Amazon's investment in Anthropic, so good look there. And they're basically saying they're just well poised in the e-commerce business and best position, so giving them the nod today.
Yeah, nice. I mean, sell-off to end the week. I was just reading just more on Carnival, guys. Cumulative advanced book positions for full year 2025 above 2024, which was a record with prices in constant currency. So, yeah, it looks like the more details coming out on the forecast, trying to push this thing back upside, but selling off a little bit.
It's basically, Carnival's basically done nothing. I mean, it's done lots of things, but now it's right back at its normal spot there. I think Brennan's nailed it there with 10 o'clock.
Exactly.
With that one coming through. But you know what? Amazon was positive. I don't know if it is anymore. I just wanted to see here. Got a positive note. So there it is. Yeah. So forget about, oh man, we got to clean that one up. It's not at 194, unfortunately, but it was just at 194 a couple days ago. So Amazon's been getting hit here. as a lot of these names, I feel like we talked about this, got going, right? They had a huge move up, and then just as easy as it comes up over the last week, it comes right back down in. So I still like the story here with Amazon. I'm not sure exactly why we're getting hit over the last couple of days in this name. I just think it's rotation a little bit. It had a huge move up. Maybe we'll have to look to see. I'm not sure if there's the story of Bezos is still selling or not, but nice move up there. I think some wind is out of the sails as we look to see some Chinese names starting to go. I just wonder if it's rotating out of Amazon into maybe PDD or some of those names like Alibaba and stuff, and other cloud names that might not be related to US as big as Amazon is. So again, not quite sure exactly what this move's all about, but a positive note coming today. I think we can probably pick some up, but I'd rather wait for 180. I mean, we talk about buying the best names down at the 50-period moving average. I consider this best of breed, so I would, I might just switch over and just start buying NASDAQ all the time and the Dow, but at some point, like I just bought Berkshire, I feel like if you're not in Amazon, you might want to do that around 180. So I feel like it's probably getting down to that area. I don't know. Not super positive on this name today either, to be honest with you. I'm bearish on the over.
It doesn't look like today. It doesn't look very strong at all. Like, I mean, it looks just like every other like continuation from Friday type short trade. That said, I mean, I kind of like 183.5 here for a bit of a level. It only tagged there a couple of times recently, but you had like a big close up here. It was like the 11th, it looks like, and you essentially held that twice in the next 3 days, like right in there. So if it does gap fill, it's going to take a lot for it to get down to that price. But if we do trend down into it, yeah, 183.5 looks pretty good on Amazon. But I mean, if the market goes up, but I like a couple of chip names for pop and fades. I like a crypto name. We're talking Mara for a pop and fade, but I would probably add Amazon to that list instead. If I didn't like those better, I probably would add Amazon to the list. There we go. Into previous like Friday's resistance levels, like 188.70. But no, I think I'll probably just sit Amazon out. If we get a big dump day, 183.5 on Amazon. I'm going to like that level if we get there today, maybe even tomorrow.
Tesla under a little bit of pressure here coming up. We're just trying to find any kind of indication of when delivery numbers are going to come out, but Tesla being Tesla seems to just happen randomly. So just be prepared for that over the next couple of days here for not only monthly, but quarterly deliveries as well. Yeah, Cybertruck getting the brand new FSD software. There's that update. This was kind of interesting as well. The company has officially exported their 1 millionth vehicle from the Shanghai factory since they started doing that, which was only 4 years ago. So already at 1 million going over to Europe.
Yeah, they sold almost 87,000 China-made vehicles last month. So that's not a bad look at all, and we'll keep an eye on that. Separately, as Brendo mentioned, Q3 deliveries could come any day. Lots of speculation that we're running up in anticipation of stronger than anticipated Q3 deliveries. We'll have to see whether the stimulus measures pumped in by the Chinese government helps with some of the sales over there. Obviously, we have the October 10th event as well, Robotaxi. You've got to assume some of that pump up is built in.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here, heading towards the Robotaxi event, guys, for Tesla.
Yeah,
gotta wait.
Yeah, I mean, I just put a couple lines on here, pretty easy ones. I mean, I think this one's 258. Like, we hit there, we sort of held it here, although we did get up to 259. We come in, we break it again, we get to 260 basically. Come in, bounce off of it again, bounce off of it again, pretty much bounce off of it again. Bounce off of it here in the pre-market and trying to hold right now. So I think 258. Now, I don't want to get super excited right off the jump here. We have 5 minutes. The imbalances will come out and we'll be able to see. But if I'm bearish today, which I am, I mean, you could see here, we could draw these kind of lines as well on Tesla and just show us that, it's just for a trend, we are going to the downside. So there's that break, right? If we can break lower right now, this could be something. So I'm just looking at Tesla. I feel that this wedge, we're looking lower here, in my opinion. Let's just see if it holds. Market down 0.7. But again, I'm just overall bearish on the market right now. Just if we're under 20,200, as long as we can stay under there, then I think this is a name that has a chance to go. But if it does go $3 lower, I don't think there's any negative news really about Tesla specifically as we head into Robotaxi in a week and a half. I like this area, 255, 255.50. So if we could buy some of these dips into there, I think Tesla's a go down in that area. But we'll leave it alone until that happens right now. I know Neil's going to, let me just see if anything came on Tesla. No. So I just wanted to see if there was anything on the
at Neo,
imbalances. And Neo actually paired off quite nicely now, back to 1.2 million. Okay, what's up, Neil?
Yeah, nothing too different to say. I mean, obviously, if it gets the mid six, like the 261, 262, like mid 260 area there, 260 and a half where we close, like those look like pretty clean pop and phase into resistance. Now that you're up here on the daily, I feel like we're running into a bit of a spot. But we did miss super chat. Apologies there, Nick Dubs. I think, this is why we try to get to as many as we can, but we're going over these names. You want MGM, so thank you for the $5 super chat. Had a great weekend, was finally able to go to the game, chilled out with Adam to lose a little bit there, watching the Blue Jays play. Unfortunately, my Bills lost, so that wasn't the best thing in the world, but yeah, you can't win every. They weren't gonna go 17-0, so it is what it is. Look, MGM. So here's MGM on the daily chart. Maybe I should have popped that one out for you. Let's do that with my trade ideas, just so you can see this. It just made a break, and we were talking about these on Friday, I do believe, but it was with regards to Win. Sean was mentioning Win. Was making some power moves. You broke the 50 period, but look at the resistance on MGM at $40. Like, that is a clean resistance area with some wicks up to like 40, 30 or so. So this is obviously going to need to break out that 40. I wouldn't be short it because to me it's starting a breakout, probably headed back into at least a 200 period moving average. But yeah, this one looks interesting for a trade. I think it's just more of a breakout once it can get past 40 or a pullback into the 50 period on that daily there. So MGM looking pretty solid for breakout. We did talk about these last week. But let's get up to the desk and talk to Sharif about what's in store for today.
How to trade this week is all going to be about level 2, Neil. So if you're into that kind of thing, catch that. Starting at 11, we go right into 2, guys, level 2.
The level 2, your gateway to the market.
That's right.
So a lot of people look at the charts. Well, a lot of people.
Everybody markets.
Everybody looks at the charts. Everybody looks at charts, but at the level 2, that shows you that order flow that's actually coming live into the market. It's like who's willing to buy and who's willing to sell at all these key price levels. As Sean mentioned on that. On the balance locator, like there was a pairing event on Neo, a bunch paired off, and now there's a bit more that just came back on. So it's like 1.6 million to the buy side. It's NIO that is stealing a lot of the thunder here, up 18%, even with that last little pullback at the open when there was a bit of a pairing event. Oh, I wanted to add one last thing in here because we didn't really talk. We talked a lot about big cap tech being down. The one name that's pretty strong, up 1%, is Apple. So Apple up 1% into this somewhat down market. It was a chop fest last week on Apple with one bottom and then like a triple top in there, like 229 and a half. I think if this can hold on to 229, it's about the only one that looks relatively bullish to me that I've been able to see. So that 229 looking pretty darn key here for Apple. Even the previous close, like that's the one I like for the long side. Why? Because it's up when the market is down. It's catching a decent little bid. But I think all eyes are going to be on NIO and the chips at the open. So Neo holding on to 18% gain.
Wow.
It's basically they're giving the Derrick Henry stiff arm to the shorts right now. And I'll look, man.
It's giving the Rico Dowdle stiff arm to the
Rico Dowdle. Oh, for the love
That's for Sharif over there, man. I got to give this guy some love for the Dallas Cowboys.
87 yards on the first play of the game. I don't even want to.
Yeah, I just hope Josh Allen doesn't. I mean, that won't affect him because they're going to play the Ravens in an important game.
They are
this year. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah.
That was just the beginning for that. Okay, so I agree with you on Apple. We'll try to get some longs if that one's going to come in. Neo play back into VWAP. We talked about that. We could get a dip buy into NIO here.
AMD's going up.
AMD. Yeah, I mean, Nvidia here is not really moving around 118.50 right now. Only a couple seconds to go. So I'm trying to short Nvidia, short Intel, short the Qs, long Neo, long Apple. If we do get it, the opening bell, of course, sponsored by Firefly Neuroscience. We want to thank them for revolutionizing brain health, unleash the power of objective AI-driven brain health. Okay, 3, 2, and 1, and now we are open. Thank you, Adara. Let's watch this market down. So I have Neo dip buying into 750. If that happens, we'll be all over that. There it is. We just got long something. All right, we just got short Intel, long Neo, short Intel right now. Neo trying to make a dip down in. We're not getting too worried about this, but there's Intel right now, short off 24. Let's just wait for all this to work out, right? Neo right here trying to get back upside. Let's take something out at 57 if we can. We'll do that. We'll put some more orders a little bit higher. Let's not be too foolish here, though. NEO could dip down a little bit. We're on it right now. 2 fills off the sticky note right now. NEO long, Intel short. Let's see.
Yeah, and NVIDIA is heading to the upside. It's at 119, climbing and climbing as we speak. I only got the one position because Intel didn't quite get to the 24 level. 750 coming in to the downside on NIO. If it loses that pre-market bottom, I want to be out of you-know-what, which is out of Dodge. There was a move right before the open on some of the chip names that is carrying on through. So there was weakness early, but you're finding some bids in the chips. So there's NIO. I realize it wasn't on the chart for you guys there. But NVIDIA is now 119 and pressing higher. So
wowee,
looking pop and fade here, but let's let this one settle down into the upside as it is breaking rather higher. AMD was the other one that was already powering up. Hit enter a couple times. This one already looking pretty strong. 165 was a key resistance if you're looking at AMD instead. Where am I on Intel? Because that's, all right, why do I have 3 instead of 2? Okay, there we go. Yeah, it didn't get filled on Intel up in front of that 24, but looks like it got pretty darn close to that top. NVIDIA's now 119.24, so it's getting close to 120. I feel like it's going to get there in just a matter of time. The other one I was looking at for pop and fade is Mara, but market goes up. Mara has not moved a cent. It's exactly where it was at the open. Okay, so no pop and fade yet on that name. That's weird.
All right, yeah, Neil talking about a little bit of Intel love, NVIDIA there. We're in Intel, but it's at those levels now. So we're going to wait to see. Its high was 95, so I'm going to take a little bit more. Are we going to get there? I don't want it to get to 94 and then it doesn't hit me. Oh, shoot. All right. We'll get some 93s. Okay, it looks like we'll get some 95s anyways. I want to give this to the levels that we wrote down, man. We wrote down 24, so we're not quite into that level yet for Intel, but it's really up here, right? I mean, that's $24 even, and then this level is $24.15. I feel like if we can get above there, that's above that VWAP. Let's just be wrong on it and move off of Intel if and when that happens. But we're going to try to get some more short. It looks like we did miss. That's too bad. We did miss that 895 there. It's too bad. We should have got that. We got some 93s in there as well, though, but that's okay. And then the other one here is NIO. There we go. We got some more.
Tesla's flying.
Yeah, Tesla's flying. Okay, yeah, the market right now is off. So we were feeling bearish early. I still feel fine about that call. Let's just wait to see where we go. We're now zeros on the day. We're short Intel. We've got the right name. I feel like NIO might come out. If it does, man, it's 730. If we break sort of below this area right there, we're going to get out. So let's hold out that this might work out for us. There's Intel pulling back just a bit.
Yeah, market's starting to come back a little bit here, but just a couple of things to go over. Apple, look, we liked Apple for strength as opposed to some of the others. We're going pop and fade. Apple broke it out. It's now up 1.7%. I'm going to look for the dip buy. If we're obviously not going to get it, look, we're not going to get a lot of levels here with the screaming to the upside. You've got a pre-market breakout at 230.5. I'm going to look dips back into that level on Apple. I want to be joining any potential move into the upside there. NVIDIA did not get to 120. It got 119.5. Just going to be a little bit patient. Do still want to pick this up. I only got one leg out of NEO in front of 60s, but I'm going to get another one out here as you've just bounced a second time off of that 750 level. Intel's looking okay, but I did want that pop and fade on NVIDIA at 120. It looks like we're going to get there. It's very, very close. Adara? Don't hear her.
We're
not hearing her.
To take the company private there at $6.85 per share. This morning trading as low as around $4 per share, so a bit of a premium there. They also do have a short float of about 7.9% for TTEC, guys.
All right, thank you, Adara. Welcome back to Adara. So just real quickly here as we go. All right, just trying to find out a play that we want to do. What's up, everybody? There it is. Hey, what's up, Fabian? Fabian by himself today, so good work on that one, Fabian. All right, nice move here on Intel, obviously, as we talk about that name. We've had this name for a minute, so let's just wait to see where we want to go now on INTC. Hopefully lower, man. This is going to be a big trade for us, man. A big trade alert. There it is, yeah. I mean, when I say big trade alert, that's what we necessarily mean because we were there at that level, and this is the trade that we wanted. So, you know, like I said, we're here to trade. We're here to make some money, and that's what we're doing right now with INTC. What a good... Again, we wrote down 24 short. It got to 93s there. That was our last fill. We're short now 88. now on Intel as it's dripping and driving to the downside right now. So we'll take some more outs, man. Nice trade for that. NEO's not really doing what we thought it would want to do, but it is moving lower here. So 33 fill and we're gone on NIO. So let's remember that trade just in case it does come through again for us. So 33 would be where we're getting out. We will buy some more dips. We're long now at 45 on NIO.
Yeah, and NEO's coming to the downside. Obviously, Intel is working, but 120 just tagged on, well, maybe not exactly 120 on NVIDIA. It just got up to 119.90 something. I mean, I got it at 83 on the way back. It looks like 95 was probably the best price that filled, but you're screaming up here on NVIDIA. I'm thinking VWAP the way this is going to the upside. When Intel pulls back and NVIDIA doesn't, that tells me that you got some strength and you've got a lot of names coming up here. We're about to get to overnight highs on the NASDAQ. I feel like a test of that level, and if we end up failing it, that's when it'll make a heck of a lot more sense to maybe be in some more short here. So a bit of a bounce play on NVIDIA off the 119.5, but these overnight highs are screaming in on the NASDAQ, and we're going to come under some pressure. I like the fact that Intel was holding, but until we fail those, we're just able to get halves, it's immediately breaking out that 120. So off on the rocket ship is NVIDIA. Apple, that'll be a fail. We did want that one long, but we thought there'd be dips to be able to grab at the open. This is just off to the races on Apple. Got to look at maybe VWAP now at 231 for a place to join. Apple is clearly strong here. And sometimes it's a rotation. And it was all chips last week with a bit of dips in NASDAQ names. Now you're testing that 730 level. So we got 750, got some out, did not get the second fill. We're going to look to reload only at the 730 level. If we lose that pre-market bottom on NEO, then I am out of Dodge.
Yeah, exact same play for me. I mean, we're at that level. So we lose 730, we're gone. We're long at 45. It's easy for us to sort of withstand this kind of a play, but we'll wait for it. NEO, I'm going to get some out if it does come back up. So here we go. I wanted to play 20,200. We've broken way through that. Wow. The level for me on the TQQs, just looking at the 50-period moving average here, we're right into this level. So we wrote down before 72.50 was the short that we wanted here for for the TQQs. So that's what we're on right now. It's funny that the market is ripping up here and we can't get any love for NIO, but we do get a nice downside push again here. Let's just keep taking some out on Intel. We're low on it right now. Let's just see if we can get even lower into the pre-market 50s. Let's put some bidding in around that 50 area just to get some more out here. Good trade so far happening for us on INTC. All right, NVIDIA rips up, man. Now we're short on NVIDIA right here at 121. We talked about wanting this level again, 121.50. That's going to be our stop out. So let's put that in right now, 121.50. If it breaks up to there, we'll get out. But let's just try to build this. Good trading so far, man. We're short NVIDIA, 30 cents now in the money on NVDA. Boom, there it is. Take that credit right there and put it in our pocket. Good trading so far, man. 30 cents in the money on Intel. 40 cents in the money on NVIDIA. Neil, 7 cents in the money now on the TQQs. Man, we running things right here. Good trading so far today. Feeling the short.
Well, the market's at that high, so this has got to be the spot here. I just grabbed my first short in Mara. We wanted pop and fade on that as well. Bitcoin still under 65. It's at 64,000. So you got 16.8 as the previous low from Friday. That's where I want to be short into. It's NEO that's going to be under pressure. It's about to lose the 730 level, so we'll slap the L on that one because that'll be the first one. But we're in Mara for the first time. Market just got to those highs. Want to try to respect it. I did want a long. I still believe the long in Apple. We don't have it. It's about to test the high of the day. I feel like a bounce in here into VWAP is going to make some sense. It just keeps on getting like the target higher and higher and higher in terms of where we want to buy that dip. All right, Mara just came back into VWAP, so we'll get some out there. Was able to get 1660, just took some out at 48. We'll look to the low of the day, which is the mid-30s on MARA. So the pop and fade did come into that. But we'll slap the fail on NIO. So the gap up, and then it's a New York stock, not a NASDAQ, but Mara was NASDAQ. We just lost that 730 pre-market low. So NEO is going the other direction, obviously, as you can see here. So headed to the downside. $7 was the other level worth looking at, but when this is trend down into a market that's up, I want us to settle down, maybe show you the other side of the trade. Like I want a rounded bottom or something like that to try to get into. All right, Apple's trying to pull back here. This could be The chance is the market's strong. I mean, Apple was strong before the market opened up, so it's the one that I kind of like the best. But if we don't get a dip into VWAP, it held support at 21 1/3 before. So, if it doesn't get 231, I feel like that's got to be the level to be able to catch it. Neo, want to get away from that one. Mara looking okay. Intel's actually still relatively weak, so it's coming right back up to the highs. It's probably a reload at that 24 level. But Apple just can't even dip in here. It's not going very far to get us into the trade. I haven't looked at CCL. I know they had earnings, but the call for CCL is at 10 o'clock. Personally, I'm not trading it until after the call, so good luck if you're into CCL. I just don't like trading those things going into the call.
All right, guys, we're pretty good so far here. We did get stopped out at Neo as well. We talked about that. Neo just sort of focused on that one. There it is right there. Nice couple outs on Intel. Let's now wait to see if we can hold more into this. So we still have about a third left of INTC bidding into the 55s. Good trade for us on NVIDIA here, as we talked a little bit about that. We got something out at 50s. Now let's wait to see if we can even get more out now. And then again, I like this trade, man. We talked about this one. I think it's worth having another look at it. Let's see if this market can fade off of now this level. We sort of mentioned the 72.50 area. It was one that we wrote down here on our sticky note. So we have it, 72.25, a nice little downside push, hoping for now on this market. We're bidding 72 flat, where we've sort of bounced off of before. Maybe we can get a fill here. That'd be a nice take for us. We talked about trading the futures. Here we go. It's a 20 handle winner if we get filled on the bid right there. And am I not on this bid? What bid am I on? Oh, I'm at 72 flat right now. Okay, so whatever. Hopefully we'll get that. It just printed 01s. That would suck to miss it. But so far, so good here. As we're really starting to get down. Intel's starting to get down a little bit. NVIDIA's trying to join the party as well to the downside. So all is well here. NVIDIA, go. Now 30 cents. Bring it back down in, man. I think this market could retrace in. Let's try to hold some of these shorts and really make some good trades here today. So NVIDIA, no bids I have out yet. So what about right here, 119.50? Why don't we bid something at 120 in case we get a flush? But for right now, I don't mind our opportunities here on NVIDIA.
Yeah, looking pretty solid already. Look, by the way, Mara did catch a bit of a bid off that pre-market low. I'm out, looking to reload that trade back off of those highs. So you're catching support, higher low, higher low. If it gets and holds above VWAP, then I don't necessarily, I'm still on the offer, but I'm probably going to wait for some of it on the back end of the trade. Like the short in there. We said Intel was going to be a reload, but it hasn't really gotten back up to those highs. If it puts in lower highs, we're going to like that as well. Oh yeah, Tesla.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Tesla broke 263. It is now through pretty much everything. That looks like there hasn't even been a red candle on Tesla. So I thought this one possibly was going to be a 258 breakdown. Tesla is on an absolute charge to the upside. Apple's still allergic to VWAP. We like that long, but I'm not sitting here trying to overtrade it. We thought we'd get something in the 229 range. It's at 232. Let's wait for some kind of a consolidation here to get long.
All right, here we go. NVIDIA, good calls there, Neil. I think I might be right about that Tesla strength there. We sort of noted that earlier. All right, NVIDIA, nice call, man. We just got some out at 28s right there on that bump down. So that was a good one. And yes, we were patient and we do get our 72 fill right there on the TQQ. So that one right now goes into the pocket right here. So that was a good trade. And then Intel as well, as our three shorts remain true, man. We're right here on the stick. We wrote it down. We're feeling bearish today. So we'll be up on the day. It's funny that we were feeling bearish, and the only stock we lost on was a stock that we're long. So maybe we need to trust thyself with our initial read and just kind of stick with that and then play the names that follow where we think, right, what align with our core beliefs of the market for today. Okay, that's that play. Let's look for some more. What else did we have written down on here? Neo, NVIDIA, Intel, the TQs, and Apple. So let's have a quick look at that name. We wanted to go long on Apple. If there was any opportunities, and yes, sir, 231.50, huge move up there for Apple. I don't want to sell anything in my own personal account, but Apple continues to give you those feels, man, up to 233. We've already been up here before. Love to see it hold again. I think that's very, very possible. But right now, Apple looking to stay in this 233 area. I'd like to short it if we can get up there, so maybe we'll do that. But for right now, that's a nice long look for Apple. All right, we've got numbers coming up now as the market tries to get right back up to highs. What's up, Adara?
Our only number today here, the Chicago PMI, just coming through, seeing 46.6, slightly above the estimate here of 46.2 and the previous print of 46.1. So slightly higher than expected. Chicago PMI, only real economic print of the day here. S&P 500 getting a bit of a bullish engulfing candle here on the 3-minute chart in response to that print, guys.
So now we're into these futures. We do have our stop at 72.50. If it does break those levels here on the NASDAQ, that was a great print. 46.6 versus 46.1 on the PMI read. So that's going to be a good read there. So we'll have to wait to see. 72.75 is kind of the high, but that's really right into here right now. So let's wait to see if the market takes that out. We've already bounced off the 200 period, which has been pretty sweet. So we'll wait to see. It looks like it got a nice little bounce there. We took the advantage to short that. So let's get some out now at 10s if we can. And there it goes, Neil. Wow. This day is just getting, honestly, so much better. We just said trust in thyself, man. And that's exactly what we wind up doing there. Hit the futures again, man. We've got Bitcoin. We've got options. We've got everything. Now we've got futures. I mean, you guys wanted more like different styles of trading. That's what we're here to do. This is another one right now. It's crypto. It's going to be a good little look here. It's the futures as we have a huge pullback in right now for me. So good on that if you have it. And then Intel also back near lows. Let's take another bid here.
Yeah, Intel right back, but it's holding the bid as we speak. Apple on the number, I was like, oh, that's bad timing because Apple came right into the dip as the number came out. I had to stop underneath local support. It holds on to VWAP, but I didn't want it rinsing through that support when we are preferring shorts. NVIDIA double tapped the top there as we got into that, I guess, pre-market high or the opening range high on the number. So we're into that one again. MARA, we're staying with the short. We allowed it to pop and make another lower high in here. So we're still going to look for that low of the day. If we get the 30s, great. We're going to be on the bid out in front of that. But I like the fact... I mean, here's the thing. Like, NVIDIA is trying to break higher. Intel's holding underneath VWAP. Like, this is NVIDIA, which just tagged 121, was able to get some short, got some out for a bit, and now all of a sudden you're about to break out the high. So clearly, I think Intel's a much better shorting opportunity than NVIDIA. Mara's holding on for a little bit, but I think NVIDIA is just way too strong here. It's looking a lot like Tesla. Although Tesla is probably the strongest stock that I've looked at this morning, but NVIDIA is about to take out that resistance one more time. So we might be slapping the L on this. We should be in Tesla. But in hindsight, that took out that big resistance level from from Thursday pretty quickly when the market was looking weak. Tesla looking awfully strong here, actually stronger than Apple, though Apple now holding VWAP. I think I should take another second shot at Apple. Don't like getting in the front of a number like that, but I was in position. I'm like, oh yeah, the number's coming out. So I'm like, let's just throw a stop underneath there and see if we can't find another entry point. So Apple, we did get out, but I'm looking to get back into this. Still think this is a long stock for today, at least until proven otherwise.
Yeah, for sure. Tough start there with NEO and Apple. I have the NEO trade, and then we're looking at NVIDIA as well, as that's starting to break our neck a little bit here, back up to the upside. We wanted 121.50, so we're short now. We should have been shorter a little bit more on the upside, so we're going to wait to see if we can get something up there right now. Short at one. Let's put a bid at 121. Maybe we get a nice little pullback right here. We're short at 121.11. So there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Right now, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. We only have one error on our board right here, and that would, of course, have been NIO, which got us right there. Okay, we are back into the short. Oh, we did not get any more short here on the NASDAQ. That's all good. We have NVIDIA short, and boy, oh boy, did we reload that one. And this is what it's about, right? It's have that confidence. Put that chicken dinner winner together right now. 30 more cents on the board here for NVIDIA. But let's just keep taking some profit. Maybe we get that drip down. Wow, this is a big day right here happening for me. Let's just see if the TQs can continue to the downside. We're short now at 25s right now. We're getting some more bids out right here. Man, a good one happening right here. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here in this Montrose Environmental Group, MEG. This is a small cap, under $1 billion market cap, just under $1 billion. Do have a short float here of around 7.9%. Getting this short report here from Jehoshaphat Research, basically saying that they believe Montrose has inflated its EBITDA and some of its other financial reporting metrics. So MEG pushing lower on a bit of a volume uptick here, guys.
Jehoshaphat Research, is that what that was?
I just kept hearing Montrose, and I keep thinking about Eric Montrose.
Yeah, the great Eric Montrose. Dodgers, wasn't it?
No, North Carolina.
I was thinking
he was that 7 foot worth,
who's that,
reasonable NBA player.
Yeah, yeah. Well, when you're 7 feet tall.
No, he wasn't very good at all. But he was 7 feet tall, and I'm trying to remember why he was famous. So he had some battles with Shaq.
Raul Mondesi, maybe?
Raul Mondesi is who you're thinking.
Yeah, well, Blue Jays fame, too.
Yes. So Intel, just a couple of things here. Intel has now bounced twice off of pre-market breakout prices. So I feel like there's a little something happening here at that 23 and a half. And the market trying to take out some highs. But when I see that wick, it's like usually I would have had a trail underneath here for when it, let me just cancel the offer there. I would usually have a trail when it's breaking that low or maybe the pre-market bottom, but it just did this like bottoming tail candle. If we get a pushback up to 24, it's like reload 24s or look for the lower high at 23.75 or so. Tesla is still absolutely on one at this point. It just got to 265. Like, are you kidding me? Before a little bit of a curl. Oh, and the other thing I've noticed, AMD holding 165 almost to the penny. This resistance looks a lot cleaner than NVIDIA's at the 121. You're up, down, and back again, but 165 is very, very clean here on AMD, just worth noting. NVIDIA is starting to come back in, though. I think VWAP's going to be the test at 120.
Let's go.
I want to see us get to VWAP and break VWAP. So I'm out of Intel after it had that double bottom. We're still in Mara and NVIDIA to the south side. Eyeballs are still going to be on NIO despite taking the hit, because guess what? It just made a bid off that 730 level. So ends up holding the pre-market low in too early could have been it. If it puts in some higher lows, the trend could be right back on NIO, but it is at VWAP and finding some resistance here. But yeah, lost that to 730. Probably should have waited to the other side of the trade. Dip. If it rips now, I don't want to miss it completely. So I got to have the eyeballs back on NEO.
Guys, if NVIDIA goes, we're going to be huge. 120.50, let's just wait to see. That's where I'm next bidding. I mean, if we can grab that one and put 75 cents in our pocket, of course, on the number one trade idea of the day was 21.50 short for NVIDIA. The high of the day we have written right here is 121.53. That was in the pre-market. That didn't just happen right now, did it? I don't think so. But we're short right now in the 20s, so a good trade right there for NVIDIA. But again, it still has to go, right? I'm not overly convinced this name really wants to go here. So let's just continue to wait for it. It's NVIDIA right now at this level. I'm not in love with what we're doing here, but maybe we get a dip buy and able to take that out. All right, that's NVIDIA. Intel was good. We're now out of, we only have about like maybe 20% left of this name. It's the futures right now. We've been looking at the futures lately. We really like trading them. We've sort of talked about that a little bit, but it's in danger right now. Let's put it that way, of getting slipped up right now. So watch out. 72.60, that high. We sort of talked about it on the 50 period moving average here on the 20-minute chart. Let's give it a little bit of room and see if it wants to hold. But for right now, yeah, it's looking a little bit dangerous here on that side of things. So let's wait to see if the NASDAQ is a little slippery slope. We're trying to get some more 35s. It's bounced off of us twice up there, but we'll have to be patient and wait for that level. But yeah, I just told you we'd be huge if NVIDIA came in. So let's just wait to see if that happens, man. It's 9:53. I don't think we have, I'm going to check our research note today. We did have Chicago PMI. I'm just looking at it right now. No, that's it, 9:45. So
nothing till Powell.
Yeah, nothing till Powell. So yeah, man, good day so far. Let's see if it can continue. Intel, triple Qs is back in the money. We just take a nice fill there at 12s or 15s again. So keep dripping down a little bit here, market, and we'll be taking those fills.
Yeah, and just going to go back over to Intel. Intel is making that lower high. So I wicked out, not really wicked out, just took it out when it made that little bit of a bottoming tail candle, ultimately holding that breakout price, but now you got resistance at 23.77. So it's still kind of relatively weak. You got VWAP in here for a reshort there. We'll see if we can't get into that one. Looking over at Apple not really doing a ton. It's NEO that I want to get back into. Obviously NEO shakes a lot of people out. 730 bottom, now it's back over 750.
Is it?
It's back on the trend to the upside, up 15.5%. So we've already seen what this can do the last couple of days. It ends up, because it held the pre-market lows, it's going to be relatively annoying. Where's my, all right, 50's just filled on NVIDIA, but I want to see if I can join this above VWAP on NIO. next available consolidation as it's starting to get back into the upside again on NEO. Super strong stock today.
Oh boy, guys, this is, we're doing it every single day. I just want to thank everybody for continuously watching the show. This is for you, Ozan. This is for everybody that's with your boy today. We are absolutely huge again. This is now a Dollar Club member right now. Let's see what NVIDIA can do. We're absolutely huge now on the futures as they come right back into this level. Oh man, this has been just another day. We're really starting to like top off the month right now. I mean, this is going to be the last day of the month, so we're pretty proud of this month. It's been a good one, and we're just kicking it right now. There it is. It is $1 right now on NVIDIA. I said if this trade goes down, this will be the one, right? And so that's the kind of stuff that, you know, I hope it means something, because that's just letting you know we have shares on this name. I'm put the day on this right there, and that's what happened. So it's a nice move down. So yeah, we're gonna congratulate it a little bit. Okay, there comes a nice move down as well for the TQs. I'm just gonna start taking more and more out here as we're dripping back in, man. This is the trade that we want. This is a big day again today. So whatever. Congratulations to everybody that believed in this trade, stuck short with me, and now it's pay dirt right now. So good day there. And sometimes you got to get that read. So again, man, big moves. Trading has been absolutely fantastic as of late. And just a big shout out to everybody. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe and just keep rocking with us, man. I mean, we're doing this literally every day. I hope that I'm proving the worth as we go.
Yeah, nice to see NVIDIA come back down in there. I'm watching a couple of things. Obviously, NEO is trying to go again. There is a battle at 750. Feel like 750 was a trap price earlier, so I'm being a little bit cautious with this. If you're trending back to the upside, you could still take out the top. If there's a revisit of this low, I know 730, which was the original level that we liked, obviously held up very, very nicely, and we should be waiting for that one if we can. The other name out in don't ignore what's going on in China land is Alibaba, right back as well. So it pulls into, look at that, pulls into last week's high and off to the races one more time. So there's another one, maybe a VWAP retrace, that 111 holding up nicely. BABA, strong, NEO, strong. When the market pulls back in, it seems like the Chinese ADRs are going up. So there could be a bit of an inverse relationship going on with these Chinese ADRs and the overall NASDAQ. NVIDIA still trying to grab VWAP at 120. Not on the bid down there, because I feel like if we just take it out, that would be a heck of a reversal, like the pop and fade. I'd mentioned AMD to everybody. Still holding that 165 and looking pretty good. It's Mara all of a sudden. Mara double taps. So because it's putting in higher lows, I don't reload it at the high because it's still trending into the upside. So you understand, if it's trending higher, you don't have to reload the trade. If it just takes out this 1665, you just jump out of the trade here on Mara. Not doing what I want. It's not against, but it should be falling a heck of a lot more than it is, at least the way I look at it. So there's Intel. Looks like we're going to tag that 23.3 after all. I'm not going to take an automatic breakthrough trade there. That was for the open, but now we're going to short back into any retracement into VWAP. Only thing I'm looking long arm right now is that NEO. I want to get back into it. Felt that we could have had that to the long side. It's just disappointment. I'd like to see it. If it's going to hold 750 now, I might take a little pot shot at it, but I'm not holding 750 to 730 like the first time. We'll go tighter stop on the first long and then wait for that bigger level downside.
Oh, guys. I don't even know what to talk about anymore, because there's the, okay, so let's just have a quick look at what this free resource is right here, the sticky note. Okay, so here's Intel 24 short, right? Huge trade. NVIDIA 121 short, Intel short, huge short, NEO, we're off of that, Apple. So right now, man, this is going to be a trophy day. We're really proud of it. There is Intel. Take another bow, Intel, as you are all the way to the downside right there. You are now back into $1 in the money right now on NVIDIA. And the futures, come on, all the way from top to bottom. We hit the futures here, Sharif. What a great move there for this one. It's another huge one today at Trader TV. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm going to take another bid right now at 46 if we can get there. It is on NVIDIA. Another out right there. Man, these are some good vibes that we're having around here right now. So, yeah, let's just keep it going so far. Nice move down on the Qs. We get VWAP. We get the 50-period moving average. Thank you for believing. Thank you for checking the sticky note. Thank you for trading alongside there. We're going to go 3 for 4. Only losing trade here is NIO today, and that one would have been fine. We actually got out at the bottom, so hey, well, welcome to my world. But that sometimes will happen. It's okay when you have the top of the TQs. Look at this thing go, Neil. Here we go, man. It's NVIDIA right now. It's another one as we keep on going, man. This has been a monster day here so far. Glad to have the end of the month end in this fashion. Monster trading here. I hope you guys are doing it too. The TQQs, you know how many handles in the money right now? 60 handle winner right now as we ride the bears. You guys wanted futures, you want crypto, you want options. We've got a very, very special announcement as well. Adara will be staying on the desk for pretty much all day. She reports the news. She's absolutely fantastic at it, and she's going to be breaking that to us every single day. Now we have on the show, though, coming back today, it's my main guy. Joseph. Joseph is back in the building again here today. So we have an hour until that goes. We've got options over there. We've got futures here. We've got some little small caps. Sharif and Neil like to look at those ones. We've got big caps. We've got Neil's lesson of the day. We have Adara on the desk. We have Fabian. We don't have Ramin today. She's coming. We've got Andre over there. We've got Big Patty Ice, Sataya as well with crypto. So, man, the show be changing, and get ready for another big midday show today with Joe and Sharif. So not just options, they're going to be talking about everything. So it should be a good one there. Thank you so much for continuously supporting the show. And honestly, another one. The futures right now continue its move lower. And oh boy, are we doing it here again today. It's just been such good vibes trading this month. Last month has been a great little run here. Thank you for the continued support. Let's just keep the show going.
Absolutely, and I just took a VWAP on NVIDIA, so it is what it is. It's down to 120. I said if it bounced off 120, I was going to get out, so it bounced off 120, and we're going to get out of it. I do want reloads in a few places. I'm on the offer of Intel at VWAP. I do like it. It is trending to the downside, as we can see. 2330 is going to be a big support level for it. That was from last week. If we get there, I'm still thinking flat bottom break, but I want another crack at it to the south side before it does get there. It is 10 o'clock already. Adara, what's happening now?
Bit of chop and churn for the S&P 500 to start off this week, which is actually the last day of the month of September. Looks like we're actually going to end it positively for the first time in quite a while. Bit of a bottom here on that 570 level. Not a lot of economic data to be aware of. We did have a slightly stronger than expected Chicago PMI print at 9:45, but it's worth noting we have Fed Chair Powell making comments this afternoon. The event itself that he's speaking at starts at 12 p.m. I'm seeing a couple different things as to when he'll start speaking, either 1 p.m. or 1:55, but I will let you guys know and keep you posted as to what those comments are as they come through. In terms of stocks, keep an eye on, we have Carnival chopping and turning after its earnings report. They beat estimates across the board, and they also raised their year guidance for the third time this year. Last but not least, next up, we have Alibaba. This one making a nice recovery off the bottom, up 4% in continued strength for Chinese stocks, with the CSI index actually having its best day in about since 2008, actually. So good look there. And we also have CVS trading higher with some activist investment talks here with regards to Glenview Capital Management. And we are brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
Wow, I was just going to say, I mean, we can just do this again. Let's go. I don't think the market's going into the gates of hell, but I can't just sit here and say, I told you so. But we were feeling bearish there today. And so all the shorts, all the money right now today, it is going to be a trophy day here. So just going short, man. The only L we have on our mark today is the long in NIO, and it's right back at the 200 period. The problem was I wanted to support the VWAP. We wrote that down, so we tried it until eventually it broke, and we gave it a little bit of room there. But you know what, man? It doesn't even it's stink face right now. The amount of money that we lose on NEO is basically just been dwarfed by these other positions. So there, look at this, man. It's $1, Neil. $1.52 now in the money on NVIDIA as that's coming back in right there. So that's a big one. Thank you, Bat. Right there, it's 30 cents on Intel, $1.50 on NVIDIA, and now 60 handles on the futures. So we're just going to remain short, man. Sit in here, have another big day, and have no problem telling you guys about it. Because, again, this is what the show's about. Learning trades, talking about the different names that we have on, and trying to give some opportunities, and just trying to show, again, and try to disprove that stat. And it's not disproving it, it's a fact, but show you that there is an opportunities to sit down on a prop floor, make a little bit of money, use bigger shares, take your trades and go for it. So we want to thank Real Trading again, the system that I'm on, and I've been here now for 22 plus years. So it doesn't come easy, but it's definitely coming right now. Nice trading there today so far, holding on to the short. I'm gonna take another bid on the TQs right here. I missed that 50 fill, so we'll wait to see if we can get something else.
Yeah, I just reloaded on Intel here. Doesn't get to VWAP, but it goes right into that pre-market breakout. We can come here, and then remember we wicked out of the short in front of 24, right about 23.60. That's where it did a little bit of a reversal. So support turning into resistance. It's now got it at 20.60, 23.60. Mars trying to take VWAP in here as well, but in the other direction. So Intel's underneath VWAP and kind of consolidating underneath. Mars trying to get right back on. We're going to take some 16.4s and then 16.3. I don't want to, we shouldn't be looking gift horses in the mouth. And I want to show you what's going on in Bitcoin, everybody, as well. So let me just slide on over. You did a bit of that bounce in Mara was when Bitcoin was trying to hold that 64,000. We're back underneath it, so trending back into the downside. So the reload came in Intel. We were already in Mara as that starts to head lower and lower. Thank you. Thank you, Rob.
Yes,
that was close.
Literally not feel my fingers.
Well, it almost that almost spilled. That was that could have been a disaster. Second. Back to the downside. Oh, it's all good, man. It did not spill there. It just kind of slid off the old coaster and reflexes like a cat every now and then.
That would have been fun. To see that. Okay, not fun to see it, but fun. That would have been interesting.
Maybe not.
To have that happen. Maybe not, yeah. Okay, all right. I'm just kind of in these same plays. I mean, this is what we've been doing here today is playing the short, feeling bearish, and just waiting for this play to come through. So, again, it was off the sticky note. We had NVIDIA short. We had the TQQ short, and that just touched out. Too bad, guys. I'm at 71.45s. Looks like we wicked down to 48s right there. We are at the 50 period, the 200 period moving average. We have to stay true. So I'll put it, oh man. We have to stay true to those kind of levels, right? And so top of the bottom, top to VWAP, perfect. Top to VWAP. All right. I'm going to tell Brian Shannon not to steal that one because I've stolen many of his. When there's a gap, fill to VWAP. So that's what we try to do on NVIDIA.
Don't tell me you're stealing stuff now, right meow, too.
No, I'm not stealing that stuff. That meow stuff can be you.
For the record.
Yeah, that was great.
Actually,
let's
while we're here,
straight,
for a second, just for everyone that wasn't here, I meant to do this at the top of the show, and then we got busy talking stocks, which is kind of what we do here. But I wanted to give a big shout out to Spark Shop on Friday. And if you weren't watching the Friday show, in the afternoon we had some fun, and Spark Shop thought it would be interesting if I would just say meow instead of now, kind of like Super Troopers, and he would give a $5 super chat for every single one. So shout out to, because man of his word, I'm talking about, I think I dropped like 30 of them just to have some fun with it. So I want to shout that out. We try to have as much fun as we can, especially in the afternoon show when things slow down. But the market is headed to the downside again. All right, what's the next available bid? I'm sitting at the 30s here. But you know what? You're catching a bid at 40 again on Amara. So I'm going to get a bid there. Intel, which was the reload. And now it wasn't a reload at VWAP because it didn't get to VWAP. Like the next available pop was in here to the 60s. The local bottom is now in the 40s. I'm going to throw a bid into the mid 40s and see if we can't get picked up again there. And the thing with Intel, 23.30 is that big level from not just on Thursday support. It was support again on Wednesday. It was a breakout as well. So I feel like you get to 23.30. That's going to be an out for me on Intel.
Nice.
Look for another bounce to fade, maybe even a flat bottom break. So reloaded Intel. That's headed back into the low of the day. And yeah, Mara falling as well. Just looking back over. Oh yeah, Tesla was so strong. It's still up 1%. So even this is coming back, but it just bounced off of Thursday's highs. So Tesla's still holding up a lot of strength here. That one, I think, catching a little bit off guard. I really did feel like this would join the selling party, but you know what? It never actually set up the breakdown, so thankfully didn't have to short it.
So Patrick knows what this means, but like for me to turn around and Patrick goes, thanks a lot for that short. Like that to me is like, that means a lot because hopefully, you know, he shares ideas with us, we share ideas with him, so on and so forth. So I just want to know, I mean, that's what we do it for, right? And I keep saying, this is proof right here that, you know, we can trade together, we can, you know, make the calls and figure out what we like and what we don't like. And sometimes I'll call out Patrick and be like, are you short today? Or are you on this play? And today he turned and said he was and thanked me for that. So I want to thank you, Patrick, as well for looking at the same stocks, right? I mean, we'll have different ideas. Sometimes we'll go different ways. And, you know, both cannot be successful, right? So here's NVIDIA, man. This is $1.50 in the money right now, NVDA. We are short up here, 121.50. Again, completely free resource posted right here on the sticky note, 121.50. It's the high of the day. It's where we're short. It's huge. All the big stocks today, NVIDIA, NASDAQ, Intel, right? And I know you're working on Mara right now and Intel as well. So, I mean, just look at this Intel trade. We wrote down $24 was the short that we really liked right there. So where did we get it? 23.95 is the high of the day. I mean, if that's not another one, then okay. And then here's NVIDIA as well. It looks like it's trying to bounce off. I'm going to put a bid right now. Let's just get a piece out here at 01s. I mean, we don't have too much more to prove to ourselves for sure. The market has made the move. We're back into VWAP. So it's kind of shown its colors to us. We took the top. We waited very, very patiently for this play. We got it. And yeah, we deserve today, I feel like, to be where we are. It's all about patience for me. Look at this, Phil. Are you kidding me right there? Like, we get that. That's $1 right there on the NASDAQ. So we just got there from 20,060, 20,260. We get 20,000. That's a 90 handle winner right there. So again, hope some of you were at least on some of those plays. It's just the futures. You can also go long as well off the 200 period moving average. That would have been something that we could have reversed into. But we are very, very light now as we continue on our journey. We got some more out of NVIDIA when it just broke there. We have 10% of that left. We have less than 10% of the Qs left. And we have less than 10% of Intel left. So they're all just cruising right now. It's 10-12. We'll look to get a little bit more. NASDAQ flat on the day. Let's just take a breath. We've got the goal we need to be at here, and it's been a successful day. So let's just enjoy the coffee, and we are here to win it. Hey, Davis, I mean, that's what we're here for. You can ask us in the chat any questions you want about the stocks we're trading, what stocks we're up the most on, what stocks we're down the most on, anything like that, and we'll tell you, because that's what we have to do is be honest here. And yeah, Alibaba, a name that we haven't looked at, maybe something that we'll get involved with.
The weed name's strong too as well. So I'm just asking, I've heard nothing on these. I was just asking the chat to look at CGC, but I don't know a specific story here at all. I was just checking Benzinga. I still don't see anything, up 5%. That's all well and good. The call is on for Carnival as we speak. And whatever they open with, it's starting to lose the bid again. So Carnival was down $1, then it was back into green, and then it fell at the open. But now that the conference call has started, it is back underneath the $18 level, down 3.5%. I feel like it can be a little bit safer to join it after the call is concluded. Probably going to break the lows before that even happens. So I'm going to wait patiently until we have a little bit of a clarity on when that call is going to be done. But it looks like trend down here for Carnival. I think just fortunate to get some more out there of Intel and Mara as you're starting to catch some bids on both of these names. At least a little bit. I mean, you're still trending down for the most part, but that 23.3 target that we're looking for on Intel, you're getting bids at 25.5. So I got another leg out there, just going to wait for 23.3 at the low. Mara is holding a very similar pattern though. Like you didn't break out the top, but you haven't broken out the low. We're like 45 minutes into the session, and essentially all you have is like a 2 or 3% range, 2.5% range on Mara inside when it's 5%. If it loses the bid, I think you're going to see underneath $16 today, But until that happens, playing inside the range is going to be the name of the game. The CCL looks absolutely crazy in terms of volume. But Atef in the chat is asking Eli Lilly any news. Eli Lilly's just been under pressure.
Yeah.
But today, it catches a bit of a bid.
Oh,
So,
it does?
yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah.
like it caught a bid at the open. It's a bull flag. I'll grant it that. But see what's happening here. Well, I'm not overly bullish on this stock in the short term. I think you can see back into the high 700s. We talked about that in the beginning of the show. But you're still underneath previous support level. So you're bouncing, but you're finding a curl at the obvious technical spot, which is just Friday lows on Eli Lilly. I don't think it's much of a day trading stock, so I'm not going to touch it. Maybe they will split like these guys. And here is where I think things could get nasty. Because SMCI was breaking higher, and now it's got that old Christmas tree setup. All green early and all red a little bit later. If this loses the bid, I think it's going to be look for reloads. I haven't checked out ARM, but we're only short a couple of names, and SMCI just turned red. Not going to be good going into that split.
No, nothing good to say except for she gone right now, and there goes the short man. We talked about this market. We talked about getting short. We are short right now. Neil, it's not a $1, it's a $2 winner right now for NVIDIA on the short. It's a $1 winner on the TQQs. You guys were like, nah, man, that guy didn't make 100 handles on that trade. No, you'd be wrong right now. It's 105. Here we go back into the downside. Before we go over to Adara, I just don't want to forget this. Here in Canada, it is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So all the kids wearing orange today. My family was. I didn't have anything orange, unfortunately, in the closet. So maybe tomorrow. I don't know. My wife's going to get some shirts. But there it is, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So a big shout out for the Etobicoke Dolphins as well there with my wife. So anyways, that's something that's being celebrated now here in Canada today. So shout out to the Indigenous today here in Canada. So, all right, Adara, over to the desk.
We have Eli Lilly news, actually, and it's interesting. None of it is directly related to Lilly, but there are some potential sympathy or antipathy plays here to look at involving two different companies. Innovis Bio actually is having some positive news or some announcements with regards to its Alzheimer's drug. We know LLY works in the Alzheimer's space. They also work in the obesity drug space, and Roche having some of its obesity drug targets being mentioned today, including saying that they're looking to do $3 billion in obesity drug sales this year. So LLY feeling some competition with regards to two of its larger spears right now, Alzheimer's and obesity drugs, guys.
There you go. So a couple of related names causing that move. And obviously, Eli Lilly has been a great stock. I'm not going to hate on it. But yeah, this segment, this morning move to the downside, well, up then down. Oh, not yet? Okay, we'll give it a couple of minutes. Oh, just very quickly, I'm going to put it, I have a trailing stop in on Mara before we get to some business. Trailing stop in on Mara. It just lost the bid. I think if it bounces from here and gets back above that low 30s, it's going to be a VWAP retracement. So just going to cancel my previous stop, which was at the pre-market highs, and be able to trail it a little bit tighter. So Mara still looking like it wants to lose that bid to the bottom, but you've got to be able to take the profits where you can. Intel is still holding the lows. I'm on the bid. I'm getting out in front of 23.3. The next push down, that is the monster support level on INTC. And we want to make sure we're able to grab that. This all brought to you, and thank you to Trade the Pool. And guess what? I just saw it. We ready for it? Trade the Pool. We've got great news and a great update from Trade the Pool. It's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool built a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourself and provide you with the company's funds to trade with. It's real shares, and you no longer need to worry about that PDT rule. But that's not all. Some exciting news for you today. Trade the Pool's introduced a new tier with 20,000 in buying power, making it easier to pass the evaluation and speeding up the process of getting funded much faster. That's right, it is simple and it works. You don't want to miss the opportunity. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information. So shout out to Trade the Pool for that. And shout out to all of the buyers of the weed names, which are continuing to be the only thing that aren't like an absolute, well, it's not a dumpster fire today, but the only things that are strong. So CGC, I'm going to keep an eyeball on this, if only because this has been if this can take out like 525, it's one of those really long consolidations. Again, only up 5 points today, but there ain't much that is looking strong at this point. So trail in on Mara, bid in to get out on Intel at that 23, in front of that 23.3. Still can be a flat bottom break on Intel, but we're just going to hold Mara for the even dollar at this point.
All right. Oh boy. As we hear say that, because that's his saying. Some TQs right there. In our pocket, we are now getting. We've already taken on the TQs. Look, another piece out there coming through for us. Wanted to look at a couple. Dollar tongue twister distance. So Kings, gave us. We knew. We knew. Link in description. Make sure you grab the sticky note. Make sure you check out all of us every single day, and make sure you check out Adara with her small cap recap beginning immediately.
IW up in a nice little uptrend here throughout the day. Currently in this new 15-minute candle, which started about 5 or 6 minutes ago, pushing lower. Let's see if we can continue to hold on to that support at 219 that we've now seen as a bit of a rounded bottom for the last 2 days in that Russell 2000. Tuts of right now, we have TTEC to talk about. This company here having its CEO proposing taking it private around $6.85 per share. Lowest price today was around $4, so a bit of a premium with that deal. There is also a 7.9% short float on TTEC. A lot of other small caps today are going to be Chinese ADRs. We know Chinese ADRs as a whole are stronger after that stimulus talk last week coming out of China on Tuesday. We also had yesterday the CSI having its best one-day gains since 2008. So lots of strength there in the Chinese ADR world. IQ is one of those stocks, up about 15%. The other is XHG. This company's percent. So lots of small.
Some of the small. It's China. They're doing in physics. He is also going to the upside. It's not just like 16 is distance here. Last, but there was DJ rally. I like 20. Pay for low, oddly enough. I feel like you can here start long JT. It will look take out the
This morning. now. Clear it lunch, and I think it will be well liked around these here parts. So burgers for lunch today. I hope you guys have what's for lunch today as well, and enjoy whatever it is. We're going to be having salad that comes every single day for Neil and myself, Brendan as well. I think pretty much all of us right around here have that, and it's been a tasty treat. I prefer to get more tuna, so we'll see if we can get some tuna on there today as a topper, protein topper.
Yeah, you got to get that protein in there, but I'm not complaining about the salad, but I feel like we've been losing the battle the last little bit.
Yeah,
because,
that beef.
No, they did that. When they had that steak, it was pretty legit. I stole a little bit. The onions on there was absolutely delicious. So the Nasdaq's going to make a bounce off the lows. I don't know if we're going to get 2330 on Intel just yet, but there's the bottom on the NQ 20. I don't know, call it like 1-2. There on the bottom if you're watching it. So if we're going to get into like a consolidation kind of phase or like a sideways kind of phase, I want to make sure I'm grabbing the last bit of profit, and then we can reload the short. I think there was a missed opportunity on Intel for the trend continuation here at VWAP, and then kind of step down again at 2360. If we get a bounce, I want to make sure we're reloading that short. Mara, I feel pretty much the same way about. So we're shorting off the highs. You've got now a consolidation off the bottom. If it breaks this consolidation up, I get out and wait for VWAP to come in. That GameStop didn't take very much time on that. Like as I was paying for locates on DJT, GameStop decided that it wanted to make the run through 23, through Friday's highs, although it's still battling here. Up 2.5%. I don't see any news on it. If there's news as to why GameStop is running, I have not heard it. Tesla is almost all of it back. So that 258, which was the pre-market low and afternoon pivot area on Friday, is about to get smacked on the bid. I'd say any time now. I feel like you don't do this unless you're testing that level eventually. So 58 needs to hold, otherwise you could have the floodgates open up on TSLA. I did pay for locates on DJT. This would be a very different story from shorting all the weak things that are out there. I'm just looking for some kind of a parabolic move up, set a new trend, and then a trend reversal play here on DJT. But it's not going to set up unless it breaks the high and does something a little bit more parabolic. Second I mention it, it goes from stronger than GME to doing nothing, and GME decided to break higher. But at the time, it looked like it was going to go.
Guys, this trade, just so you know, on NVIDIA had a 25-cent stop, right? We're short at 124, 121.24 to now be in the money at $1.40. So pretty decent right now. And I'm just reviewing the trade, so we got to get out in case this market rips back up. We have 5% left of our 10% left. No, less, about 5% left of our NVIDIA trade right now. So we'll use that level here as a spot to get out. And that's going to be 120, just this little high area right there where we arched. 120.25, we like that for sure. So 120, 26, and we will get out of our full position. Oops, script failed. That's right, because I didn't cancel my 121.50 order right there. So again, just a big time position here coming through for us on NVIDIA as I scramble here to get the order out. So now it's out right now. So that's going to be a good one. The TQs is starting to make a move back. This is the one we only have 5% left on. So let it go up. I mean, honestly, we'll probably get out if we take through VWAP again, but maybe even a little bit higher. We're just letting this one cruise. We're on pretty much cloud 9 right now with today's trade. And then we're almost out again of Intel. I love to put something else on for you, but I think I might just be in a Q&A mode. But let's go back over to Adara as we get ready for crypto. So let's go find out about Bitcoin, which we really haven't looked at.
Pretty interesting level actually for crypto on that daily chart. We went from rejecting 64,000 to now trying to have a little bit of support at this level. We drifted as low as 63,250 early this morning. Right now, we're on 63.8. So let's see if this level ends up holding up. We did have, of course, this is our second day to the downside, but it's worth noting, actually, Bitcoin apparently on pace for its best ever September. The second best September was actually September 2009, which was the year BTC was initiated. So interesting look here for Bitcoin with potentially its best ever September performance. We know BTC and the market generally underperformed this month, but both of them having a bit of stronger Septembers for the year 2024. Right now, BTC down about 3% in the day. Ethereum down about 1.5%, but holding on to that 2,600 level as of right now. The rest of this pretty much all week across the board. Some weaker than others. Dogecoin, BNB down about 5.5% and 4% respectively. We have Cardano down about 4%. Shiba Inu down about 7%. So lots of weakness in the crypto space to kick off this month of September, guys.
All right, we just kind of did it again right here. Let's just wait to see. We just shorted again. The trade didn't come through. We are bidding 40s to get out a little bit of this if it does come in. So there's the TQQs. So we're going to go short here against that high. It just came back into VWAP again. So we'll take a little bit of a short there. We were uncertain, to say the least, of what we wanted to do here with this play. So for now, for me, we have to wait a little bit. There it is. There's the fill right there. Let's go. Let's continue to ride that bear to the downside right now. But again, a little bit of a ride here. Let's see if we can get lower. Wow, our net is really starting to elevate right now, Neil. This is going to be a good one there. More money to come in. We take another 10 handles, 15 handles now on the TQs. Let's see if that continues to march a little bit lower as we just short off VWAP there. 20,199 or so. Down, yeah, about 15 handles back in the money now on a reloaded spot there. So yeah, feeling it here today. Hopefully you guys are as well. Let's just continue with the short calls. Neil short, yeah, Mara, that was the name we talked about crypto there. I said we hadn't traded it, but Neil on Mara today.
Yeah, and look, obviously, it wouldn't have mattered what you shorted. My reason for picking Mara over Coinbase was simply that Mara was actually weaker than Coinbase relatively, but distinction without a difference. Fail of the high on coin, lower high, but there is a bounce happening. And when I see the market roll over, I shouldn't say rollover is not the right word. When I see the market turn like this, I think there's opportunities to get reload trades. So coin, if I was in it, I'd be looking at the 180 level. So that's for anyone that happens to be looking at that. But a very similar story here on Mara. You're holding the bottom end of the range. Now, if I'm trailing out here anyways, which I am, then I want to see if I can get a fail at this 1630. Then I just look to reload it here. Now, I've been thinking VWAP was going to come in. Obviously, it's not nearly strong enough at this moment. All right, so there's the break. I'm out. I'm willing to get right back in if it fails that level, and then we just short it back in the 30s, or we wait for it to get to VWAP at 16.5. And I feel the same way about Intel. We like VWAP at this time of day. It's doing a bit of a consolidation. We re-entered at 23.6. This would be the same price. If we actually got back into VWAP, we'd just be shorting it at the same re-entry point that we had before. I'm willing to bet Tesla. Not quite. Tesla got pretty darn close to that low of 258, but no cigar just yet. I feel like it's a matter of time here with Tesla that it's going to get that 258 level for a test. That's what I like, but you got to wait for it. It's not the price yet. If the market's going to be weak, it's going to be, usually you don't want to compromise on price if you're looking for the key. So 58 either breaks or we wait for like VWAP or something. Bora Hout just said, I think a firm is doing a retracement here. Maybe gonna break 42.
Ooh, 42.
Oh, upside. Okay. That caught me off guard because I for some reason I just assumed a firm would be down today.
Same.
Not really sure why it's relatively strong. I guess it doesn't really matter. I had 42.40 as a big level on Friday. So I think even if it breaks 42, like there's that high, the previous day high, and then a previous support level on a firm. Okay, so I'm a little bit surprised why it's strong. But yeah, if this takes out, I just like it if it breaks 42.5 better than 42. But a little surprised to see strength in a firm on a day like today. But it doesn't really matter. If it wants to break that level, it's relatively strong. It's trending up into it. That looks like a breakout, just not 42 even for me, more 42.5. So check for news on that.
Yeah, that's. With the market's pretty flat.
Up 1.5
right now. So yeah, we'll have to we'll wait and see where this market goes. But we'll get stopped out there. We'll slap a fail. It's not a fail. Obviously we can see how much we lost, and I can tell you exactly. Let me just go over there and tell you how much we lost on that nothing. So we actually wound up losing. How much have we made? Okay, it's less than 5% of what we had made there, we gave back on that break on the TQs. So short, because we took profit. Actually, less than that, because I just counted how much we got hit there. So we actually took some profit, then gave back 5% on that move. So made probably a little bit, probably lost 2 or 3% right there, just of our total that we've made. Like if we made 100, then we lost $3 there. Like that's the kind of, I know those numbers don't really make sense, but that's what we're doing. So TQs, nice trade there, out. And then we talked about where our out is on NVIDIA. Whether or not that goes up or down from here is what it is. We're out now on NVDA. And I'm not super excited to really reload anything in here into the short or anything like that. The market's had its move today. We've really cleaned up again, and it's been a big one. One of my biggest mornings so far as we hit Intel short. Let's go. That's still at the bottom, right? We hit this so nice, we hit it thrice. So that was a good one, right? NEO, the L of the day for me. We'll go, these are all the stocks I've traded. So that's 1 for 1 and 1, right? NVIDIA, this one, NVIDIA. This will be my P&L number 1. No, actually I lied. The TQs is my number 1 stock. And then shorting the futures, again, is right there, right here for you again. So there it is, man. 3 wins, 1 loss today. Big day so far. We'll just continue to hopefully look and find some good opportunities, right? CCL, some people are talking about here in the chat. We hadn't really looked at this yet. Their conference was 10 o'clock, so that hasn't really done anything since 10 o'clock. It looks like it's making a move here since 10:20, so I don't know if it started late or what, but nice move upside there for CCL. I'm not hearing anything in my ear from Benzinga Pro, so I don't know if it's relatively
I've heard
uneventful.
Nothing, so probably
right
nothing,
now,
Burger.
Yeah, CCL, like on earnings day, kind of just flat with the market, right? Many of these names are bouncing back and forth here. So we'll wait to see if CCL can catch some wind. We only have one position right now. It's catch some wind. That's a stupid cruise there. Let's see what happens now with Intel.
Well, you don't want to catch wind on a cruise.
No, well, at least, if you're going the right way, you get the momentum there.
I know, but nowadays, obviously back in the day when you were sailing, but if you need the wind when you're on a cruise ship, then you got troubles. I'm not a cruise guy whatsoever. I'm not a boat person. I like my own 2 feet on the ground, but I've been told that it's not that bad, but then it's like, well, I can go on, there's a million vacations I can take, and all of them
we're long Tesla
are ones that I like a little bit better than that. So I am looking at a reloaded VWAP on Morrow. It's getting very, very close to that level, and I meant to go over GME one more time here. GME pulled right back in. It might just be a VWAP retrace trade, but it just held on to the previous resistance level, like 2280. So this can go sideways, maybe not even get to VWAP. It could be a bit of a trend into the upside. And then I was looking short on DJT. It's still no longer breaking. It's not very strong here on DJT. No, I don't even like the way that Mara is getting into VWAP here. That's a strong move into VWAP. Let's wait for the other side of this trade, because that's a strong push back into VWAP on Mara. Could just wait for the highs, or maybe not even get back in at all if it doesn't look like a better setup.
Yeah, it might be right on that one as well. Okay, so we're long Tesla right now, just going into the day's low. We're long here at 39s, 40s, it says, okay, fine. We're long right here right now. That's the end of the day. So we'll wait to see. I'm going to give this just a little bit of room, not a lot of room though. If this breaks 257, 258, we're out. That's the low of the day right there. I'll take it. I think it might be worth it in case this market wants to retrace back up. Let's take 1-to-1 first. Let's take 50 cents. We'll see if that can come through first. 50 cents. So that would be nice. 258.90 right now we're at. So that'll give us a little bit better. Okay, this is actually 1-to-1 right now. Are we doing it again right now on Tesla? I think we are. Let's put it out there if we can get some. There it is. There it is again. Oh my God, Neil. There's another one. Another winner to go 4-1 right now. And there goes Tesla. Like some of us, we sit here for, there's a 5-cent winner. There's another $1 for you right there on Tesla as it just going back up there to the upside one more time for TSLA. So there it goes, man. A good day over here for us so far as we continue. There it is, man. We just put $1 on our name right there back in. So, hey, man, believe the hype. The hype is real. We just said, as Neil was talking, I'm going long Tesla right there. It's $1 for you as well. So there it goes, man. It's a hot dog kind of day. Big trades over here. How did that one work out for you? What trade were you just in?
I said I'm not taking. So the last decision I made was not to reload on Mara. So it's pretty simple. Like it got to VWAP. Now you can sit there and say, you like to trend into the downside on Mara, but then look at the way that this was reversing. So yeah, I like the notion of lower highs, but look at the strength that it put into VWAP. So I could be short at 38 or 39 when it goes to 50, but you can just decide I don't like the way that it's doing it. We can wait for the high of the day, if we even want that high of the day at all, or we'll just go over. Okay, so obviously Intel doesn't even want to go up at this point. I'm going to stick to the guns of getting out if it gets to that 23.3. Still looking relatively weak in there. This could be a trend for the rest of the day, but I wanted to point out, like, this is a flat bottom break as far as I'm concerned. And when we sat down this morning, it seemed like that was likely to just be the trade at the open. Wasn't even a pop into 24. We're much closer to 23.3. So I'm going to get out, short a pop into VWAP, but also take a breakdown at 23.3. Just want to get pretty particular about it at this time of the day. Don't have to reload. Like, I could have reloaded on Mara, and actually it looks like it would be pretty decent. But yeah, the next thing I think does happen is a test of this low. I get out, short the next pop, or just take the breakdown in Intel as we go to Adara for Sector Watch.
Kill it.
This board today, as of right now, reflecting some of that indecision we're seeing in the market as a whole, both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, as we get our last trading day of September and the last trading day of Q3. Some sectors of note here, we do have to talk about energy minerals. We just got news the FTC did approve that merger and that deal between Hess and Pioneer. So keep an eye on this sector as a whole. Pretty green as of right now. Retail trade, with the exception of Amazon, also looking pretty good here. Transportation pretty strong. In terms of weaker sectors, consumer durables having some weakness. Some names also not traded within the S&P 500 are also on watch in this space. So we have a lot of these card names like STLA, Stellantis, on watch after Stellantis lowered its guidance. Also worth noting here, some weakness in electronic technology. Apple pretty strong here, but we have NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD, and a lot of these other chip names weak, especially Micron after its earnings last week, still struggling a bit. Pretty much flat or mixed trading here for a lot of these other sectors, including technology services and health technology, guys.
All right. We just got slipped up there. Not slipped up. Tesla was a slippery slope and fell back down there through 258. So we'll get out there immediately. So we'll take 50 cents, go 1-to-1. We did reload it. So Tesla will be, it'll be red today. And if we're going to say like what stocks are red and what stocks were not, yeah, Tesla right there. Good little trade there for us as well. And Intel, man, Intel just continues to be a good one there as it continues to make that move down. So yeah, we'll just stay in this short right here, Intel. I think Tesla's probably a breakdown short right now as well, as we took down the low of the day. So I think that is something that could continue to go lower right now, Tesla. But right now, man, that's what we're doing. It's Intel right now. It's a doozy. It's 50 cents in the money. Let's see if we can get even lower than that. So I'll just going to wait on this. If there's any other names, I don't have a problem looking at it. We've already nailed NVIDIA today. That's been a good one. And then we got out of the futures. It took the top there. We literally got out at the top and out at the bottom right there. So a little bit of a wash trade there for the future. But at the end of the day, just waiting for something to happen. So yeah, we're pretty comfortable. Down minus 0.23 on the day and a good day to trade. So yeah, that's about it. I don't have too much else. Put anything you want in the shirt. I just saw someone say undershirt there in the chat, and we'll get going.
I saw that too. Intel just bounced off of that low. So I just got out of Intel when it bounced off that 23.3. I still think like it wants that bid. I'm trying to short it back into 23.5 if there's even a bid. And then I'll show you what happened on Mara. I tried to catch it on the other side as it wicked VWAP in there. Let's just cancel that. So there's your reversal candle. Now back underneath VWAP. It looks like it wants to set up the short one more time here on MARA. Still a little bit interested in, this kind of came out of nowhere. And thank you to everyone in the chat that pointed this out. Like, again, there's no story on Affirm, but when the market just made that higher low, like this is making better higher lows into a potential break. So Affirm, bit of a squeeze name, broke out early through Friday's bottoms. Now you're getting some higher lows. I still like 42.5, but if this can trend up, yeah, this is going to set up, I think, rather well. We always like relative strength and weakness, and you want to find it. We like some shorts already. I'm going to short Intel again. I know that for a fact. I'm probably going to short Mara again, but I am liking Affirm here if it can take out 42.5 or maybe bounce off of VWAP. There's a bit of a trend line that you can put in here from the low into that, which if it holds VWAP is starting to set up. So just a couple of points here. It needs to dip one more time to try to be able to catch this over on Affirm. NEO, I think, was the disappointing one on the day, at least for myself, because I'm looking back at it, and 730 is still kind of holding. It's a downtrend with a 730 clear support at the pre-market low. If it loses that, probably fills the gap into 7 even. But if it can actually put in some higher lows, reverse this trend. Right now it's just a wedge. You got to hold this 730 and put in some higher lows for me to like it. I want that trend to start reversing on NIO before I go into it. I've seen a lot of people say Palantir short, which is weird to me because Palantir is one of the stronger names in the market right now. It's green. It's holding at the highs. I see why you're saying it. But with relative strength, I almost think why not 37 breakout on PLTR. I'd rather be long a strong stock at this point than try to fight it on Palantir. Kind of like Affirm, although it's at the high of the day and already green. I see what you're talking about, though, that 37 resistance from Friday. Don't know why we didn't notice that on Friday, that it held 37 even for like an hour. Guess it wasn't in play.
Yeah. I just want to say a couple of trades that we're going to line up here if we can get them. So NVIDIA right back here. If we can get this 121, let's just take it again. I just feel pretty comfortable with it. You know, we have our stop areas. If we can get back up into there, that's a trade for me there if that comes through. Intel, we're still in, so we'll leave that alone. Tesla, someone had a good point here. And they were, I just saw it. They said that Tesla's been, where was it? Tesla's been inverse of the market. Somewhere said that lately. And I agree, right? Like, so right now, Tesla, I think it was a couple days last week where it was up quite nicely and the market was down. So I just want to say, like, for Tesla, it has been a little bit fooling a kind of trader like me who likes to trade their strength, support and resistance plus relative strength, right? And so, like, when I look at this name and think that it's up today, up here, while the market's nowhere near up here, then, you know, like, I think Tesla was up a couple percentage points when the market was maybe up maybe half or not even. So that would have been a long for me. And now you can see, even though the market's only down 0.23, look what's happening to Tesla. It's really bleeding off of that low. So we'll have to just maybe potentially stay away from TSLA until it can actually make a little bit more sense for us. Let's check out on Rivian again, a name, not again, but wow, that's hilarious, man. This is always the price. So I'm long at 11.25 right now. We talk about that over and over again in our own accounts. We were able to get out at 18 and change, which is such a fluke, to be honest with you. Well, not a fluke, we planned it, but that it was the top right into here, 18 and change. Now we've fallen all the way back down as we wait to see if Rivian can get some of that Chinese love at some point, obviously domestic here to the United States. So we'll wait on that one. All right, Uber. I like to try Rivian at 11 bucks. Sorry, is what I meant to say there if we didn't talk about that trade. Uber on a pullback, a name that I really, really want to get long, but that has a 70 handle on it, in my opinion, down here into the 50-period moving average. I really, really like the stock. You know, was really impressed with it in London when I took it there a couple times. They had some great service there. I know it's really popular around here, especially Uber Eats, so on and so forth. I don't know how that's tracking down in the United States with DoorDash and all that, but I know Uber Eats is very popular here. And then as the world, I mean, we're over the reopen trade and everything, but as robo-taxis and all this stuff comes talk, I think Uber can benefit from all of that as well. So that's a name that I want to pick up on any dips. I'm just sort of rambling on here because the market's not doing too much.
So there's this duo stock that I know a lot of people are talking about, not Pinduo Duo, just literally DUO here. I'm going to double check what the float is on this is the Chinese 80. Well, I actually don't know if it's an ADR, but a Chinese name here. It didn't just hit the halt band, although I feel like it got really close to halting. It might have just turned off the halt band. I wasn't looking at the level 2 fast enough there on Duo. So it's a $20 million company with a $6 million float that's done 80 million shares today. So let's get that out of the way. It's a blue sky setup, as much as one of these can be a blue sky setup in that there's no resistance out here on the daily. But I feel like it just turned, maybe don't quote me on that, I feel like it got to a halt band there, but I wasn't watching the level 2 to see if that's where this one curled. So $3 probably going to be key on the way back in. Just be careful with these on the back end of the trade. You know, you're getting a bit of a, I don't know, like I look at NEO being a disappointment today and a little bit of a downtrend after the gap up there. And then you look at Alibaba as well. near those lows. I don't wonder if these things lose the bid, that duo stock, if you're chasing the top and it's just getting a sympathy play from these Chinese runs, if these lose the bid, I don't wonder if duo could be a very, very tricky trade. So I'm staying away from that one unless we get some ramp up in some of the other formerly strong Chinese names. A little 3% is nothing to sniff at. It's been a downtrend in BOB. It's been a downtrend in NIO. We only have 9 minutes to go to, we'll shoot you guys over to the midday. But here comes a pop in Intel, which I think is headed for VWAP. So that's what I'm looking for next is a VWAP retrace on Intel for the short opportunity. I do still like the look of that breakout on a firm. However, we might have to stick a fork in that because as soon as I'm like, look how strong this is, pulls into VWAP. It never actually breaks out that top. So I'm going to have to put a little bit of a fork in that one until the afternoon on a firm. It was strong earlier on essentially no news. But we're going to short the pop again on Intel if we get that chance. That's pretty much it. I don't have anything that's setting up as we speak, but let's go on over to Adara for a little money talks, apparently.
We have the DXY trying to form a bit of the bottom on the daily chart, having these wicks continue here just above that $100 level, which we have not cracked as of right now. Of course, though, the DXY is still in this downtrend with lower highs starting mid-April 2024. So this is almost 6 months of continued weakness for that DXY. Not any big economic data coming through today. We did have on Friday, of course, a little lower than expected PCE. It is worth noting we hit the Chicago PMI slightly stronger than we were looking for at 9:45 today. But the bigger news, of course, today is going to be comments from Fed Chair Powell. They will be coming through here at the meeting's apparently supposed to start at 12 p.m. I'm seeing that Fed Chair Powell will speak anywhere from 1 p.m. to 1:55 p.m. So sometimes this afternoon, speaking at this forum for the National Association for Business Economics. We'll let you guys know as those comments come through from Fed Chair Powell. Let's see if that moves that DXY, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Everyone's favorite, Big Papa.
Yes.
Oh, can we even call him Big Papa Pump?
Yeah.
Still? You think so?
Yeah, I mean, he spoke and the market's up every day since he's...
Well, no, the last time, you know what, I don't remember what they were doing. It was like that 5-minute thing at the open, and you had like 3 Fed speakers in like 15 minutes, right. And literally nothing of importance was said, and it meant nothing to the markets. So maybe, we're getting... It's like, look, if you're not going to say anything profound, I don't think it's going to matter, but we'll see what happens when Powell does come on the radar.
Right?
At 1 o'clock, but...
All right.
And when it's only 5 minutes...
There goes Tesla.
I think that was probably expected that it wasn't going to be that big of a deal. Look, I think we still have a lot of room to go in terms of those cuts to the end of the year. So the direction that he sets for us is going to be important. It was a good inflation number last week. I want to go back over, like I said, Intel's not at VWAP, but it's getting pretty close there. It's about, call it 10 cents away, so I think that curl's incoming. CCL, by the way, now that you're past the point of the call, and if you wonder why we don't like trading these things during I hate when things report in the pre-market, first of all, because it's a bit of a mess. You don't have time to just go over the report and do all that preparation. But since the call started, initially it was to the downside, but since then it's actually put in a higher low, and there's a bit of a trend forming. If we can come to my chart for a second, because I think this might lose the trend right now. So there's a bit of a trend bottom here on CCL, lining up with VWAP and the $18. So there's the low, and $18 breakdown right now would be a break of that trend. So if we lose 18, which I feel like we're about to any second now, this is a bit of a trend reversal. I'd only give it to the top here, which is like 18.10. But yeah, now all of a sudden, there we go. Just broke. Actually, just able to get 99s there. So I'm just gonna throw. Yeah, it was weird. I just kind of. I was gonna throw a stop order as I was talking about it. Then it broke while we were talking, right. And I just offered 99s and got filled. So there's a bit of it's like a mean reversion trade, although it's not parabolic. So the call's done. At least I think it's done. As far as I'm concerned. If it's not done, they're not saying anything profound anymore because it hasn't been moving except for that last move to the downside. So a bit of a trend reversal, some lower highs got put in, CCL down 3%. It wasn't a horrible earnings print, I think, overall, but the other thing going on is last week's support was at $18 as well. So there's $18 support, a bit of a trend reversal going on here in Carnival Cruise Lines. Probably not good for Disney, because I said watch out for Disney, which was strong if Carnival lost a bid. and Carnival did lose a bit. But I wasn't planning on trading Disney. We're short. I just got some out at 94. Going to put another one at 90, and then we'll bid 17, a couple times into 1770, which was the last support line here on CCL. So no squeeze today for this name, unfortunately. But hey, we just had a trend break. I don't need the trend line anymore. You guys already saw it break to the downside.
Yeah, here we go. We're starting to break right now, even lower. And I was just going to talk about Tesla because it's like it's over under, and Neil did a lesson on this the other day. I really think that this over under sort of level here.
It probably should have been a short.
Yeah, it could be something right now. So let's watch out Tesla right there at 258. Again, a weaker name than normal today could give us something here on the short if you want to test in and around those levels. I don't think that that's a horrible trade at all. And then give it even just to where we wicked higher there, 258.50. So we were in this name. We got taken out of it. That's completely fine. I still like it as we still come back in now as the market tries to go. We're only short Intel right now. We're going to leave the Qs alone. It's just very, very choppy. I mean, it looks like you'd still want to be short underneath VWAP for sure, but I'm not. We waited for this to happen, and when it did, boom, we took advantage of it. It's going to be my number one stock today. There is, of course, the Qs. So we'll wait to see if it wants to get even lower than where it is right now. I think a breaking spot, I don't even like it right here. I think you got to break the low of the day down at 71.90 basically, or 70.90, sorry, down there at $71. I mean, you get that break, then I feel like you would definitely like your life at that point. If you're short, I think that could open up the sort of the floodgates, because we've already right now, we marked down 2020, 20,200. We marked that down for now back-to-back days on the sticky note, and that's held pretty good for this downside. So there it was right there into the close. Well, this is actually the AM. We're talking about it here from Friday. Nice move back in there into the close. And I still think that as long as we're underneath 20,200, I prefer that short. So I'm going to stay in these positions. We are still short Intel from the high of the day, right? And we have the very highest print. I feel like you might be able to have there on Intel there. Today we have 93s there. We're short now 86s as we punched more short back into that. So yeah, so far so good. Only a minute and a half. Burgers today, so that should be a good one as we've talked about that. Dikembe Mutombo.
Oh, I just saw that too.
Is that
that's
true?
so young.
Brain cancer. Wow.
Oh, that's
sad.
wow,
Yeah. So
58 's
we'll just go like that as we really.
Let's give the finger wave.
That's what I was just doing. Yeah, we'll give that finger wave to Dikembe.
Got to.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. But that's
that's
sad news for us.
Yeah, and for anyone that doesn't know, I mean, like, he's probably the best, if not the top 2 or 3 shot blockers in NBA history. And that's when it comes to, we talk about this a lot in trading and bring everything back to trading, like lean into your strength. Like, that was a dude who knew what he was great at, and he just kept on getting better and better. They almost had that big upset when he was a rookie with Denver. Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it just goes to show, man, live every day to your fullest, right?
Oh, and we're doing that,
and every single day, tell the people you love that you love them. I tell every single day, I tell my wife and daughter how much Daddy loves them, and it sucks, man. I hate hearing stuff like that, but you know what? At the end of the day, we can celebrate. We can always celebrate the good. And that's what it's all about here, guys. So a couple of things here. Just wanted to quickly point out what has been good for everybody. Okay, I just got another leg out on Rivian, but GameStop did get to VWAP. I said, let's wait for it if it's not going to break out the highs. Let's wait to see if it can hold on to VWAP and do the old stair step to the upside, which it just bounced a second time. It's still doing lower highs. That's what we talk about, being patient. Let it consolidate off VWAP, maybe make a second leg in. It did just fail a breakout on the higher time frame, but there's been all kinds of support down at 22. So if it finally puts in that higher low and trends up off this level, which it has yet to do, like you saw on Friday, it kind of trended down. Show me a bounce and higher lows, and I like the participation in GME. So the only new position was Rivian for me on that. Sorry. Why did I don't know why Rivian's in my brain. I think it's your fault because you were just talking about it.
I was, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it had to be. No, CCL, sorry. Carnival was the only new position on that trend reversal at 18. I just took another leg out in the mid-80s because it's catching a bid there. So 1770 and then low of the day, and then we're out of that. But it is 11 o'clock. That means we're heading on over to Sharif, and it's Joe today. So it's right. Sharif and Joseph. There, I do see Satea, but it is Sharif and Joseph. Go get them.
Yes, yes, yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. That is your boys, Joe.
Yes, sir.
And I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to find their way on over from the other stream. We already have a couple of early birds. Shout out to JF Trader and Fairchild. Botrix joining us, as well as Matthew Booth. Whoop, whoop. I think you mean what up? What up, Matthew Booth? What's going on with you? We got Pitchbull, one of the OGs there in the chat. We'll wait as more people weasel their way on over. We got, excuse me, Pillsbury and Jeremy Newman. Hey, hey, hey to you as well. Day Trader Scott and Mateus Lane, Kenny D and Barry, Robert Isaac and Hope Richley, James D, Fiddleback, Ronaldo. We got Greg the Fifth, Benjamin, and we got Kyle Lynn, Day Trader Cut, JR, Vic Yan, Novak, and Andrew Chow, FFTB. Why not? Glenn Smith as well as Brendan, Cesar Sandoval. We got the Spark Shop. Huh. Interesting. T Money joining us as well. The Piper. So many different people. B Davis. We got Roberto Trader Without Stress. That's a hell of a name there. And we got Pretty Panda. So many people. John Del Segno, one of the OGs as well. Shout out to everybody. And shout out to my man right here. How was your weekend, homie?
It was great, brother. It was great. We just relaxed, went to the gym, did some work for you guys. Didn't do anything crazy, just relaxed, and that was it. How about you, man?
Love it. Yeah, same thing, man. You know, I was telling you off camera, we got in that run, got in that sesh, got a little bit of tennis, you know.
Let's go.
Let's go. By the water. All right, guys, before we jump into the lesson du jour, Joe, anything you want to cover?
Oh, you know what? Other than that, I think NVIDIA was strong. Everybody liked NVIDIA for the first opening drive of the session. We really liked NVIDIA there. So as you can see, we were strong out the opening drive, and I just looked for a continuation of the trend, and that's what I like to do. I emphasize on you guys, I'm not going to fight the market. I'm just going to join. I'm going to go where the volume's going. I'm going to go where the market is going, and that's exactly what we did with NVIDIA, Sharif.
Fantastic, man. Shout out to John Del Segno. We are capital letters printing on the China short. YINN is the name he's shorting. Didn't even have a look at that, but shout out to John Del Segno. What we're going to do is we're going to start talking about some level 2, guys. Kind of, you know, not a really in-depth lesson, but enough to kind of just get the less informed traders about level 2 up to speed. So let's get right to it and not waste any time. So welcome back, traders. Let's dive deeper into the level 2 order book, dissecting some of its intricacies to inform our small cap, news-driven intraday plays. We'll move beyond the buy and sell side orders and focus on advanced order types and these interpretations. So let's not waste any time, baby. Let's talk about dissecting these order books. We'll start, you know, as we always do, with a more basic interpretation or a basic introduction, I should say. Let's start by talking about some of these different order types. The ones that I personally use, I don't think I've used a market order in a few years. Personally, I use limit orders. Limit orders, these are the bread and butter orders that specify a price at which a trader is willing to buy or sell. The order book shows the depth volume at each price level, and I'll show you what that means in a sec. So the limit order, all you really need to understand about this is you're telling the computer, you're telling the system, pay this price if it's triggered, or pay up to this price. So a difference between that and a market order is the market order just pays the price that is currently showing up on the level 1. So if that's $10.55, you're going to print at $10.55. But if you told the computer $10.50, it will not pay over that $10.50. Stop orders, super important, whether you know they're close by to get you out of trouble with a bad trade or for you to take some profits down the line. Stop orders can be used for multiple uses. So these come into play only when the price reaches a certain level, which we call the stop price. They can be stop loss orders, which are sell orders, right? Stop loss placed below the market price to limit losses if the price falls sharply. We all know about these stop loss orders, but the stop market orders, these can be buy or sell orders. These are basically triggering once the stop price is triggered, these become market orders executed at the best available price. So you can have a stop limit or you can have a stop market. All right. Now, it's incumbent upon you as well, if you're going to trade in the pre-market and aftermarket, to figure out which order types work. When? I'm going to submit to you that these stop market orders, as well as market orders in general, are not, well, look, I've heard about traders getting triggered with market orders, pre-market and aftermarket. I personally haven't, so I'm going to submit to you that you will not be able to. So it's incumbent to use these limit orders, stop or otherwise, in the pre-market, in the aftermarket, okay? There's also iceberg orders. These only show a portion of the total size of the order. So if I'm trying to sell 100 lots, it may only show 10, right? It basically masks the larger buying or selling interest that lies behind it, or lies underneath it, I should say. The way to ID these sometimes is to look for sudden jumps in volume after the iceberg orders are partially fulfilled, hinting at a large order behind the scenes. The way I typically do it, I'm just going to pull up this level 2 here on Apple for a hot sec. If we're printing 231.74 over and over and over, and I look at this size, and there's 1 or 2 lots on a few gateways, and we're not moving, I know that there's an iceberg there. Yeah, Joe's shaking his head. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. So I know that there's likely a hidden seller behind there that's completely keeping the price down, despite the size over here not reflecting that kind of rejection. So iceberg orders, limit orders, and stop orders. Let's move on. Analyzing these order book dynamics. As you saw, the order book's flashing every which way. It's popping up numbers. It's moving up levels, down levels. It's a chaotic tool to use. Doesn't mean it's not usable. So let's talk about this order book management. So watch how the order book changes. All right. Are the bids actively moving up the price ladder, chasing the offer? Is that what's happening? Is the bid moving up aggressively? Or is there a stack of sell orders just above or below the current price, creating a potential sell pressure zone? So for example, when we're looking here at this Apple level 2, for example, if we're watching the tape just teleport, sometimes some of the traders on the floor call it tape teleportation, where we're just moving up aggressively and then you see big size moving up with the bid. What do I mean by that? Look, we're printing 63s right now on Apple. Let's just say, for example, there was 1,000 lots at 53, not 63, but we're printing 63. What if we skyrocket into 83 and I see that same size that was sitting at 53, all of a sudden that same seller on the same gateway is sitting at 73. That means that big buyer is moving up with me as the price moves up. I like that if I'm long, because I know if a big sell order comes in, that order may prevent the price, at least momentarily, from tanking down. So I know there's a backstop of sorts behind me. Now that can be bamboozled. People can put orders onto the market, then pull them before the price comes in. So you shouldn't entirely rely on that. Technically, it's illegal, but people do it all the time. All right, so order book management, super important. Order cancellation as well. Cancellations can be just as informative to you as active orders. So for example, if a large buy order is pulled, it could signal waning buying interest, for example. Conversely, multiple ask cancellations at a resistance level or support, depending if you're going long or short, might suggest sellers are waiting, or buyers, for a better price to offload. And this is kind of what we're talking about here. This is what the order book looks like. I kind of just gave you that example over there, so you don't need to see a static order book. Let's talk about some of these advanced order book patterns. I'm going to talk to you about spooning, and not the spooning you guys think of. This occurs when buy orders are placed just below the current ask and sell orders just placed above the current bid price. It suggests that tight trading and possible price consolidation before a breakout. So it's basically you're straddling the order. And I know straddles are used for options, and so I don't want to use that specific term, but basically you're engulfing the price from the top side and from the downside. Some of these other more advanced order book patterns, we're talking about these order book vacuums. This is where there's a significant absence of orders at a particular price level. It can indicate to you potential buying or selling zone, depending on the context. For example, a vacuum below support might indicate buying interest waning and waiting to fill the gap. Interpreting the order book as well, super important in different contexts. Pre-market analysis. Let's talk about the pre-market order book. So analyze the order book before the market opens, especially for these stocks that are gapping up, these small cap gappers that I love to trade. High bid volume at the ask price can signal strong buying pressure at the open, obviously, but there's also the post-news analysis, right? So after the news breaks on these small cap gappers, maybe in the pre-market, maybe after the bell, it doesn't matter. See how the order book reacts. Does the buying volume dry up after that initial surge, or do you have that continuity in volume? You've often heard me talk about these small gap gappers that get their volume midday, that they're not slaves to the pre-market trade. They're not slaves to that, no volatility halt kind of trade in the pre-market. No, they get their, whenever the news breaks, the volume comes in midday, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, whatever. Why do I like those? Because the initial interest is showing up midday. It's no longer the case where I'm just trying to take, whatever's left of the cookie, so to speak. So that's a look there, guys. So just remember, very basic introduction into level 2. Just remember that level 2 analysis is an art, not an exact science. By understanding these concepts and interpreting them in the context with the news catalysts and the market conditions, you can elevate your ability to spot these opportunities and make better informed level 2 decisions, Joe.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, shout out to Sharif for that. And just to add on to what he said, and before I do, I want to give a good shout out to my good buddy Greg V in the chat. Thanks for supporting us and everything. That's my longtime trading buddy. He's a great dude. We've been trading together for years and years. So great dude. Shout out to you, Greg. But yeah, totally to add to what Sharif was just adding. Order book. So I just took another trade here on NVIDIA. And why? Pretty much strictly because of the order book. Even though price was condensing here, we can see price compression and then we have a little small breakout. But how did I know that price was going to break out there? Because orders were stacking up on the level 2. When I see orders, you can see that I have quote highlights here. That's a certain amount of share size. When I see those orders stack up on a specific side, that can indicate an imbalance on the level 2, right? So when I see that the level 2 and the ask was really strong with a bunch of orders stacking up onto the ask, that can indicate, hey, maybe this stock is going to break. Just because it says that doesn't mean, oh, we see an imbalance on the level 2, doesn't mean I'm going to take it. You still want to see an influx of volume, which we slightly did when we broke out. But that was a big conviction that, hey, this stock might want to go higher. We had strong opening drives. So again, I'm going to look for the continuation of the trend. And that's what I'm always going to do. And that's what brought me to decide that I'm going to take this breakout on NVIDIA. We got some size off and then we got stopped out break even, which is totally fine. We got the meat of the move that we're looking for, and any continuation, hey, maybe we'll join it. But first we're gonna wait for a pullback, maybe to VWAP, and then we'll get in again. But here, we're breaking out. As you can see, we might go higher and we might break these pivot highs, but that's fine. We're gonna take our trades, we're gonna take our setups, and we're gonna look for things that we know that we have edge in. And as you can see, this is a perfect example. If you look at the level 2 right now, you can see the imbalance on the ask. Okay. This can mean that we are potentially going to go higher. Look where these orders are stacking. The bid has almost nothing, and we see things on the ask. This is what we're looking for. And when you're looking for conviction in the direction of a trade that you're going to take, look for these things that Sharif is pointing out, that we're pointing out, the imbalance on the order book. Sharif.
Bang. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate you adding to that. Excellent color there, man. Joe knows his stuff, so keep your eye out or your ears open for the hot lines that Joe's dropping. All right, so I'm in CAPR, and if you guys were trading with us on Friday, you know this is a small cap gapper holdover from last week. Let's chat about it. We're up another 25% today, but unlike last week, we have a bit of a bigger market cap this week, obviously, because we've been pamping. $187 million market cap, having traded about 4.2 million shares today. The float on this bad boy is a gnarly 29.183 million. Let's shout out the NOS boss today, who was showing us all sorts of world excluding USA ETFs, which I thought was just really funny. But shout out to him, and obviously very useful. useful as well. Yeah, so shout out to Nosbot. CAPR has the beautiful short float of 24.4, and we're printing up a storm on this, Joe. Here we go, baby. Right through the top right away. We're not even waiting, my boy. Get it, Adara.
Beautiful.
Worth noting here, we do have some strength in some of these weed names, more specifically CGC. We did have this new 15-minute candle, a little bit red, but it started about a minute ago. Generally nice uptrend for Canopy Growth and some of these other names. Again, no news, decent amount of social media attention. I'll keep you guys posted.
Daryl's going to be dropping hot lines all the time
All
here.
day,
So
all
yeah,
day.
and exactly.
All day.
And I mean, we've only got so many eyes. You've only got so many eyes. Now Daryl's going to be helping us out, and I could not be more pleased about that, especially because she knows her stuff. So shout out to Adara, absolutely killing it on the big desk. Look at
Monsters.
CAPR go, bro. Look at this go.
That's a monster.
I love these small cap gappers,
Let's go.
Joe. I think, Andre, you wanted a bull flag in the wild, right? Yeah. There's one right here, Andre.
Right there,
It's
right
saying,
in the
hello,
wild.
Andre. I'm a bull flag. I'm going to screen this for you. I'm going to screenshot for you and send it. Yeah, shout out to Andre. Obviously, he's a new production guy, killing it on the ones and twos. And he was asking me the other day, he's like, look, bro, it's nice that you put these explanations on, but we need things in the wild, baby. People want to see it in the wild. This is a bull flag, Joe. I like it. What are you looking at?
Yeah, no, I'm looking over at CCL. It broke my heart earlier today. We had some good entries, and we added looking for the continuation, and we decided to take a little off the top. But hey, it came back against us, and then decided to make the move that we were looking for. I want to emphasize on this, and I emphasized on it last week with my AMD trade, if everybody who remembers. I was looking for a specific setup and looking for momentum to continue to the downside on this trade. I did not get it. So what am I going to do? I'm going to cut the trade. I am not going to fight it. CCL raised guidance. They had a double beat. So why am I fighting a potentially strong stock? Once I realized, hey, the price doesn't want to move this way and it's strong, I'm not going to fight it. I'm going to flip my bias and I'm going to look for it to the long side. Unfortunately, CCL is a slow burner. It got me. I took a little off too soon, but hey, that's part of the game. We're ready. We're going to get prepared and we're going to look for what's coming up next. We don't want to complicate things. We're going to wait. We're going to wait for our setup to come up. We're going to see where we have edge, and we're going to take it from there. Sharif.
Bang. Guys, Papa Powell, Jerome Powell, Fed Chair President, or we're kidding, of course, when we call him that. He is speaking today at 1 o'clock, so very excited for that. Oftentimes, when he does drop lines, they are market-moving lines. So we'll see what he has to say about the state of inflation, the state of the job market, the Fed's thinking going forward, yada, yada, yada. You get the whole deal. So Jerome Powell today at 1 o'clock. Needless to say, we're going to be covering that for you right here live on How to Trade. Okay, so there's CAPR, and what you guys are looking at now are the side charts. These are the small cap gappers that I've loaded up today, including CCL, which is obviously not a small cap gapper, but is in play today. For what I see as a range, but I'll get to that in a second. UXIN. This was a holdover again from last week. As you can see, we were moving up a storm into Friday. It looks like this one really got its footing, I believe, on Thursday. A nice little pump up on Thursday. We continued the PAMP on Friday, and then the Monday PAMP continues as we knock on the door of that $8, $7.84 high. Keep your eye on UXIN. It is not technically a small cap gapper, about $404 million with a float of 0 shares, according to my platform. No, of course, it's not 0 shares, right? So we're going to keep an eye there. So the volume weighted average price been very respectful today. Or UXIN, has been respectful of the volume weighted average price. The latest interaction there at around 5 to the hour, where we kind of double bottomed on the 5-minute chart, and then we made a new high of day. So this just made a new high about 10 minutes ago, so certainly in play. UXIN, Joe, absolutely in play. Let's talk about some others. There's not just one. Oh, Adara's got hot lines. Let's send it to her.
We do have some stocks to talk about here. Sorry about that, guys. We're going to look at some of these S&P 500 names making larger moves as of right now on the day as we head into, of course, that midday period. Moderna, one of these, a little bit removed from its highs, but trading higher on the day, generally up more than 2%, announcing that they did have its first participant dosed in this pretty key trial here for its norovirus vaccine. So some positive vaccine updates for mRNA. Next up here, we do have GM and a lot of these other auto-related names trading lower. in terms of sympathy with Stellantis. Stellantis did have this guidance decrease here for fiscal 2024, specifically with regards to its operating margins. Also here, we have Warner Brothers Discovery, WBD. This one basically at low of day right now. Late on Friday, we did have this report from the Wall Street Journal that Comcast, its Sky unit, is looking to sue Warner Brothers Discovery with regards to access to some of its Harry Potter shows. So interesting look here for WBD. We're going to keep having these updates throughout the day, guys.
If you're getting value from this, Joe, if you're getting value from the hot lines you dropped last week on options, if you got value from what Adair just brought to you, if you got value from the level 2, like and subscribe. It's the only way the channel grows.
That's all you got to do.
It's all you got to do. And everything we get back, we throw back into the show. That's really how it works. So if you got value from it, we'd really appreciate you like and subscribe.
Beautiful, beautiful.
What are you looking at, Joe?
I'm looking at TQQ kind of start to slowly run away with me here, but I'm going to join this trend. Hopefully we continue to the top side. We're going to look to join TQQ. This market can start roaring at any minute. So we're going to join this here. We don't have the exact entry that we like, but hey, that's okay. If it's really strong, we're going to get that continuation to the top side. So I'm looking at TQQ. And guys, if there's anything that you feel that you want to improve in on your trading, throw the questions in the chat. Sharif and I are going to do our best to answer them. He's dropping level 2 today, and we're doing other things, playbook. How do I journal? How do I do all these things? If you have any questions, say, hey, Joe, Sharif, I want to improve this. Suggestions, drop those questions in the chat, and we're going to answer them the best we can. We got a lot of option stuff coming up in the near future, too, so make sure you flood in those questions, all right? We want to answer them. We want you to be the best that you can possibly be and continue with trading. We all know that it's difficult. It's not the easiest thing, so throw those questions in there, and we're going to answer them the best we can, absolutely.
Absolutely, Joe. Guys, we didn't finish dropping hot lines about these small cap gappers. So UXIN, you got DUO, not Duolingo. This is a different one. This is another holdover from last week. By the way, anybody, or this is not a holdover from last week. What is this? Was this halted? Oh, it was halted. That's why I'm not getting data into Friday. Something's wrong there. I'm not sure. I'll have to look in a second. By the way, guys, if you guys want to see something that's up 100% in about 2 months, go and look at Duolingo stock. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. But anyway, I digress. DUO absolutely in play here. Just knocked on the door of 360, taking a bit of a dive now. Still playable under my system as it is trading above the volume weighted average price. That's around 253 there. So we'll see if it halts at these 2 support levels. I'm seeing a possible support level at 2 3/4, and then obviously the 2.5-ish where VWAP is. But look at this, 240-ish as well. You had some interactions there. We'll keep an eye on DUO. CAPR, the one that I was in, continues to rocket to the high side, now knocking the door of 1350. It's up 35%. Again, guys, this is a holdover, from last week. It doesn't matter whether or not the catalyst is in play today. The technical break is there, the volume is there, the price action is there. So I needn't really look at the catalyst again. We know that it's from last week. ATGL just knocked on the door as well of 6 1/5, trying to hold above 6, well extended, as you can see, away from VWAP at 5 1/3. So this one absolutely in play. And Demonica, I saw you in the chat yelling about Astis. Absolutely, AS gang TS on the way up again, breaking through 27 right now, knocking the door of that $0.25. It's also up. Very good technical break through that 26.5, and then eventually really breaking through that 26.75. I pegged 26.5 as a real level, owing to the fact that all the closing prints are south of that $0.50. So I love the break there. So many small cap gappers we can trade today. I didn't even get through all of them, Joe, but I'm gonna have to send it to you.
Hey,
what are you looking at, homie?
I'm still looking at TQQs here, but we have a great question in the chat for you, Sharif. It was, Sharif, how do I hold on to my winners for longer?
Great question.
Great question. I'll touch on it first a little bit. So how do you hold on to your winners for longer? Well, one, that's going to come with conviction within your trade, right? If you're really confident and you have a large enough, and you've built a large enough sample set, then you should know, hey, I'm expecting X amount of move on this trade. Also, sizing helps a little bit. Obviously, with the more shares you have, the more you can hold on for those longer trending days, which is fine. But if you're dealing with small size and you need those larger moves, then you have to hold on to them from what your sample sets and what data you've collected. So to hold on to those winners longer, have strong conviction within your system and within your setup. The better your entry, the better you'll be able to hold on to those winners for longer. So as you can see, I am looking at TQQs.
Oh no, Adara, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Ooh, the TQQs. Do we go higher? We have Tesla moving into the top side, and we have NVIDIA doing, I'm not too sure right now, but the Qs are strong. SPY's kind of chopping around a little bit, so we do have some potential to move more to the top side, which is great, and that's exactly what we're looking for here. Sharif.
We got to send it to Adara. What do you got for us, Adara?
We do have IGC. We talked about some of these other small caps or names in the marijuana space here, including CGC, but IGC, one of the latest runners here, gaining volume. This is a penny stock. We found the catalyst here with regards to this move. We have Marijuana Moment reporting that Kamala Harris made some comments with regards to the legalization of marijuana on this All That Smoke podcast, saying that, quote, we need to legalize marijuana. So some updates here with regards to support for marijuana legalization from one of the presidential candidates here, guys. So keep an eye on these names with regards to that piece of news.
I just stumbled onto like a fantastic segment name, the Marijuana Moment.
The Marijuana Moment.
I don't know. I looked over at the Katina, man. I'm like, yo, this is fantastic. Shout out to Adara, man. Jay Lee. What's up, Jay? Joseph. Sharif. Take a look at IFRA for a longer-term play. Strength from Helene. Is that how you say the Helene? Is that what they're saying? Helene, storm damage. Thoughts, please. Yes, sir.
All right.
IFRA. I'm going to load that up for you in a hot second over here. Mr. Jay Lee, one of the OGs there in the chat. IFRA. Here it is. All right, let's load. Oh, IFRA. This is this on the Mexican exchange? What is this, bro?
Infrastructure ETF.
IFR. Oh, it's an ETF. That's why I didn't select the right one. There it is. Okay. Yes. I like that. Let's go to the daily. Let's get the look on the daily here. What a rocket ship is this, Jay Lee? Excellent technical break through 40. Excellent technical break. Look at that. March 2022 to March 2024, a 2-year consolidation top, Joe, at $40 gets taken. Thank you for this, Jay. Did not have eyes on this. Fantastic good look on this ETF. I don't even know anything about the infrastructure play or anything like that. But Joe, the technical break is real.
Hey, it's real, and it's a strong ETF. It looks like it's trending up. That's what we want. So again, if you're in this stock, then that's great. There's no need to go back onto holding your winners for longer. If this thing's in it, if you're in it and this thing's working, keep holding. Maybe look to take a little profits off, and that's it. But other than that, don't fight it. Keep holding your position, and we got the TQQs starting to buzz here.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hold on to this position a little bit longer, and hopefully we get that topside break. If we're going anywhere, maybe I'll look for the break of high day. I'll hold some, take some profits off in between, but anytime that we see that the semis are strong, Tesla's pulling back into VWAP, and I'm in TQQs, NVIDIA's ripping to the top side. So when NVIDIA's ripping and you have all these other things in conjunction, I'm going to hold on to my position. And Dad Trader, that is how you hold on to these winners for longer.
I love it, man. You're getting some options questions. Rick, he tagged me and you, but it's really for you. Okay. For 30-day put options, what's the best play? I always have a hard time understanding time decay. I know you touched upon this with the Greeks and stuff like that, but we could drop a quick hotline.
Yeah. So 30 days, what was it, Greg his name was?
Rick. Yeah.
That depends what strategy you're employing. If you're selling premium 30 days, from a time perspective, you're looking for in 30 days for the contract value to decay, to slowly diminish. So you're locking in profits day by day by theta, all right? Or extrinsic value. We'll stop there. But if you're employing long positions, beware of theta, because if your underlying asset isn't moving in your direction large enough, time decay is going to chew up the value of your contract. So you can be like, oh, my contract's in the money and it's going higher, but why aren't I making any money? Well, because it's not moving enough and time decay is chewing up the value of that contract. So hopefully that answered your options question.
Man, that's fantastic. Jay Lee, my thoughts are The government is going to dump billions into bridge and infrastructure repair. IFRA should be the beneficiary, in my humble opinion. Don't disagree with you, Jay. Just wondering if the government's tapped out a little bit for the time being. They always seem to find money somewhere, though, right? Kids always sell more treasuries, no big deal. There's always more people to buy. Japan, Saudi, China, who knows who'll be buying tomorrow. In any event, I'm long. CGC 5. Reason I'm long here, Fabian, is because it's at the volume-weighted average price, and it is also that $5 area. I see a bit of a retracement. You could make an argument that there's a head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute. Again, the lower down on the time frame you go, even though all the patterns are fractal, the higher the failure rate. So I'm looking at DCA plan dollar cost average to defend this 485, 490 level. Look at the consolidation area, or not consolidation area, I should say, area crest we had over here. We'll see if we can work our way maybe back into 515, 512, but I'm going to add at 495, 490 with my ultimate out through the break of 480. So we'll give CGC the old college try. In case you're wondering what's going on, shares of cannabis stocks are trading higher following a report suggesting that Vice President Kamala Harris wants to legalize marijuana. It is nothing new. Who remembers her debate with Mike Pence? What was it, 4 years ago now? Remember that Pence debate, and we got the weed pump after that. And so, yeah, we'll see. I think this is one of the positions she's being quite consistent on, and you can't say that about all her positions. So we'll keep an eye on, see if we can get a nice little bump up. We're already a couple of pennies, whole pennies in the money here,
Let's go.
Joe.
Let's go. Let's go.
Be a joke, obviously. So keep an eye on. Jay Lee goes on to say, for what it's worth, I was buying up CGC last week at 450, expecting this move eventually. Jay, you're not wrong, bro. We're going to get that federal legalization likely in the south of the border at some point or another. It really is about when and who does it. So we'll wait and see and what kind of dynamics it has. Maybe one of those issues that they throw to the state. Maybe they do federal legalization. Right now, it's still being kind of done at the state level. Federal government trying to keep their hands out of the whole thing.
That's it. I don't think they want any part of that really right now. As of right now, anyways, until the money starts really flowing in. So you got state by state. I think New York, Florida, all these other states. Colorado probably I think was the first one. The first one. So once the Fed starts seeing all this money come in, then who knows? Maybe on a federal level they'll legalize it, and that'll be great for all the marijuana stocks. But just to pull up my TQQs here, we got exactly what we were looking for. We got the break to the top side. NVIDIA was trading higher, so we took it off. This is TQQs. It is a leveraged derivative of the Qs. So 3 times 1% move, you get a 3% move in TQQ. So when we add these shares up and we take it off the top, we're looking for the continuation, and we like it here. We get stopped out break even because we don't want winning trades to become losers, all right? So we're out of the TQQs there. And just to show out some love in the chat, thanks, guys. Again, options questions, throw them my way. Level 2 questions, throw them Sharif's way. Just
you got it too, homie.
Anything. Just if you want to, just really one thing. If what you want to improve on your trading, send it our way, and we're going to do our best to answer those questions, as I said before. So keep plucking away, keep taking those trades, start building your sample sets, and collect that data, and then eventually you're going to build a nice, solid system.
All right, let's have a look at what else is moving up here. Yeah, we're still flat on CGC, nothing doing there. Keeping my eye, though, on CAPR. I'd like to be able to get another test of this one. So this one, we didn't have enough shares, obviously, going through, and it's still skyrocketing and bull flagging again, mind you. Continuation play. So look at this big move. There is your secondary pull, and now we're kind of doing the pennant, the flag again. And this is the 1 minute in case you're looking. So continuity on CAPR, man. This is a respectable move, Joe.
That's a monstrous move. Monstrous move.
It's not a bad look.
It's a great look. We got the Qs coming in, pulling in a little bit. We got Tesla. Didn't quite breach VWAP, which is absolutely fine. There is a little weakness in the market. Again, we're really strong. The Qs are lagging the SPY a little bit from a daily perspective. And we'll take a look at the SPY right now and just see where we are at from a daily perspective and why it's so strong. We got the financials really leading the Qs and the energy sector. They're really strong. So as you can see, we got all-time highs here on the Qs. On the SPY, and the Qs are lagging. Tech is not as strong, even though it may seem relatively strong. It's not as strong as some of those other sector ETFs that we have out there. But don't sleep on them. NVIDIA can catch fire at any minute, and from a day-to-day basis, it does. The semis can catch fire at any minute. You have Google, Apple, and Tesla, all these amazingly strong companies. So don't sleep on the Qs just because they're lagging a little bit behind the SPY. And a matter of fact, it may be a good time to buy. We'll wait for the election. If we get any more of a pullback, maybe we'll look to open up some more position on the Qs. But as of now, we got the Qs pulling in a little bit. IBIT, Bitcoin chopping around a little bit. IBIT around 36.27. So nothing crazy going on over there. NVIDIA, I'm going to pull up NVIDIA here because I want to display this failed higher day break, which is fine. Maybe we pull back, we grab a little more liquidity, and then we head to the top side. We took our trades on NVIDIA. Unfortunately, we didn't get the meat of the move here, but we like this first entry that we have. It's part of our playbook. It's what we're looking for. We didn't sway from our playbook. See, and this is where your RVR and entries really come into play, all right? So if I had slightly a bit better of an entry, I would have been able to hold on to my runner a little bit longer, opposed to having to stop out break even. So entries are key. That's how you continue to refine your system. You want to get better and better. You want your entries to be precise, and that way you have definitive outs, all right? Sharif, me, Sean, Neil, we all know where we're going to get out of the stock before we even enter it. So make sure you have that in plan. Make sure you have your game plan. If this happens, then I'm going to do that. If that happens, then I do this. And that's how you build consistency in a system within trading, Sharif.
You got some love here from one of the OGs in the chat, Zion Lala. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Do you do a lot of wheel strategy on options?
I do not do wheeled strategies. I would classify myself as a credit spread trader. I love selling premiums. It's my thing. And that's one thing that we're going to touch on with options. It's such a diverse vehicle. There's so many different strategies. And when we go through all of them, you have to find what really works for you. There's a countless. We're going to go from beginner to immediate to advanced. And you're going to find something that suits you and suits your personality. And what that was for me was credit spreads. Ooh. I love them. It really suited my personality. It fit my risk tolerance. And it just suited me. So that's why I stuck with it. When you feel that it's a natural fit, you continue to go with those things, all right? And when we go over just the grades of strategies, hopefully you're going to find your niche as well, too.
Fantastic, man. I know you had strong opinions about that because the dude that we went and watched, he was doing that wheel strategy. I know you had some.
Absolutely. It's great strategy, but it is a little more capital requirement. I
remember you saying that too, specifically.
Compared to some other option strategies. So yeah, that's great. Keep throwing your options. Questions in the chat. We're gonna answer them all day.
Absolutely.
We're learning about level 2 today as well, and we're watching these overall markets. So it's gonna be actually a banger of a midday show.
No question about it, Joe. Here comes CGC into my possible dollar cost average into 495. Again, there seems to be a buyer at 95 because the second time we've been down there, second time I haven't got filled. So it's got to cross 95s for me to get printed back up into 98s. I like this general area at the volume weighted average price. I am cognizant of a possible flat bottom break, but there does seem to be a bit of a catalyst today. And when weed runs, it usually runs for a hot minute. So we'll wait, we'll watch, we'll see exactly what we get, and we won't get upset. Now, we didn't look too much at the large caps today. Dro was dropping hot lines about the future, but let's look at which large caps, or sorry, not large caps, Mag 7 names are outperforming and which ones are lagging. Right from the jump, I can tell you, without even looking at percentage, Amazon looks awfully weak. We have that continuation pattern that takes us from Thursday. We were zigging, we weren't zigging, we were consolidated. We were all talking about that Bezos shelf possibly coming in, that 200 shelf. Why? Because we were knocking the door of 195, so we're $5 measly away. Now we're 15 measly away because we're down below 185. AMZN weak today, weak Friday, and it's been very respectful right now of the 10 and the 20 moving averages on its way down. The shallow retracements have rejected off the green solid line, which is the 10 exponential moving average, and then as you can see here, the more deeper retracement popped up into the 20 and then also found a brick wall or whatever kind of Amazonian wall that prevented it from going there. Oh, baby.
Let's
Okay.
go.
So I got to tell you guys something. Forget about my analysis there of Amazon. We have a new segment with Adara, and it is called the earnings segment. Kill it, Adara.
Let's go.
We're going to take a look at some earnings names, either names that reported this morning or the evening prior that are having day one moves, or names that are set to report this evening. Of course, today, really the only earnings name to talk about is going to be Carnival Cruise Line, CCL. Right now, in a bit of a range with some support around that 1780, 1790 area. They did beat across the board for earnings per share and sales. They also announced 17% increases for both their new to cruise segment, and they're also seeing a 17% increase in their dry dock days for fiscal 2025. They've raised their fiscal 2024 guidance for the third time this year, but it is worth noting they actually had slightly lower than expected EPS guidance for Q4 2024. They're guiding earnings of 5 cents per share. Analysts were looking for $1.16 per share. Their EBITDA guidance for Q4 was up 20% year over year. So mixed look here for CCL, and the stock not really sure to react to these results. Bit of chop and churn. In terms of names on watch, tomorrow morning is a couple names of note here as we start the month of October and the fourth quarter of the year. Paychex and McCormick reporting before the bell. The biggest name tomorrow, though, is going to be Nike reporting after close tomorrow, guys.
Huge.
Great stuff. Well, great stuff. They got the new CEO coming in. So I was going to ask you this, Sharif. What do you think about Nike? What do you think about Nike as a brand and everything and where it's headed?
Look, Joe, like the majority of my gym clothes are Nike. So quality-wise, I like them. They last for years and years and years. They're comfortable, this, that, and the other. Shout out to the Chile Nightmare. I think he feels the same way. The issue is, though, bro, it's not about what I like. It's about what everybody else likes. And they seem to have lost their way a bit. A couple of reasons. One, they're not focusing kind of on that innovation. Like, you should have seen this letter from the executive team in the 70s. It was basically to be everything everyone else is not. And they've fallen out their way. They are they're the mainstream now. So that's number one. Number two, their CEO, the outgoing CEO who left, had a different strategy. He wanted to do direct to consumer. He wanted to get Foot Locker out of the way, Dick's Sporting Goods, Sports Check here for us in Canada. He wanted that direct to consumer love so he could realize on all the margins. Whether that was online sales or through their Nike stores in retail, he didn't want people taking off his margins. Now, all of a sudden, they're backtracking after only a couple of years of that. So it's like a wishy-washy. Which way are we going?
Which way are we going? And again, to add on to that, Sharif, I think it's also a marketing thing. There's so much ways to market to consumers. We have Instagram, we have TikTok, we have all these other ways that we can market. And with that comes competition. And with Nike, we have competition like with Gymshark, and we have Adidas and all these things that have the ability to market through these apps, and it's taking away a little bit of market share away from Nike. So
I agree completely with that. I mean, it can't be just one reason, right?
Nope.
So that's the look there. So let's just drop some more hot lines here about the mega cap look on the day. So we're talking about how Amazon, Fabian, was the weakest of the bunch so far. Very respectful of the 10 and the 20. Kind of the opposite is true for the Zuck train. Look at this. Right up through that 574, breaching both, what are they called? Resistance levels on the pivots. You get that 570 break. You get that 573.5 break, and then you have essentially what is a 574 high a day. But look where we're trading. We're right at that 10 exponential, and we've been holding up there for the last couple of candles. Now, there is also this area high, the implied balance high. Shout out to Dan, the dang man Emmons, 570.5. Generally, this one's holding 571. So META, also very strong on the day. It's up 0.75%. But look, the number one winner percentage-wise on the day is the dead one Apple. It's up almost 2%. It's close to highs. I don't know why this is moving. I'm assuming it has to do with China and maybe the lack of weakness and the more stimulus that's coming into China. It's their second biggest market, so it does make sense. Guys, we are almost at all-time highs on the dead one. 237. That was a flash high. If we close at 232, I think this might be one of the highest areas we've ever closed. Let me just double check to make sure I'm accurate on that. The closing print here, no, that's incorrect. On the 16th of July, we did close at 234, and then the subsequent day, we gave that up pretty quickly, closing below 230. So we'll see how long, if we can, number one, close above 230, and if we can we sustainably close above 230, or is it going to be like this day here on July 16th, where we only close one day, and then wham, bam, thank you, 230, and then down again. So I'm going to be looking at that, Joe.
Yeah, beautiful. I love what Tree's talking about on Apple. We like Apple here. It's absolutely strong stock, especially with the iPhone 16 coming out now. So our guy Danny Ives over at Woodbush, he says super cycle and upgrade. So again, we were talking about it before. I have an old iPhone. I like the cues here. I'm going to punch in some long cues because this is my entry. And what we do is you got to execute, right? When your system shows up, when your trade shows up, you have to take the entry. Whether it works out or not, only the market knows. But what we're going to do is we're going to follow the strength. We're in a strong market. And as you can see, we're starting to pump up to the top side. We have somewhat of an imbalance on the level 2. Even though you want to use the Qs as a reference, we're still going to use the TQQs as a reference on the order book. So as you can see, we have a bullish ask. We have larger orders stacking up on the ask than what we do on the bid. This is what we would like to call a ladder to the top side. So if we continue to move to the top side, I'm going to join it. If not, I have a definitive out. I know where I'm wrong. If we break this pivot low here, I'm out of the trade, and that's that. We already got a scalp on TQQ. That's great. So let's try it again. If it works one time, we're going to try it again. We're going to try it another time. And as you can see, we're moving. We have NVIDIA strong. We have the semis strong. Everything is strong. So we want to join the strength. Don't fight the strength. And you'll hear me say it over and over again like a broken record. But that's the success to trading, I think. Keep things simple and just don't fight the market because they will win 1,000 times out of 1,000 times, unfortunately. So just follow a little momentum. Throw your questions in the chat. What do you want to improve on your trading this week? What is one thing that you really want to emphasize on? And then Sharif and I are going to answer those.
Absolutely. Shout out to Darwin. I don't know why did you get the 2 pumps thing in your head, Darwin? Shout out to you. It always makes me chuckle though, bro, when you remember that, because I think you're one of the only people who remembers that. But hey, man, it makes me chuckle. So shout out to the OG Darwin, man. Guys, thank you for Dara for bringing us ASTS. Demonica, I see you, girl, because this thing is holding up right at that 26.5. So let's see if it can continue to do that, though. Let's put it up on the side chart over here because for whatever reason it's not loading. So ASTS, there it is, 26 2/3. It holds up for now. Underline that, for now at that 26.5, owing to that area crest. Basically shadow the closing prints there. I don't want to jump into this one too quickly, and it's awfully spready as well. So I'm going to keep my eye on ASTS, no question. TOUR at $1.35. Why is that interesting to me? Well, that's the volume weighted average price. Well, has TOUR respected VWAP on the day? And my answer to you is yes. 1020, 1025. 1030, all were 5-minute candles that found their base at the volume weighted average price. In addition to that, that 930 open generally held up at that volume weighted average price as well. And there it is again. Here's a different look though. We're not bouncing off VWAP in the same way we were doing it before. Now we're kind of hanging out at VWAP, which is okay. We're in a lower volume time of the day. The retracements off support don't have to come quick as you like. They end up usually manifesting into something like this. Now you're going to say to me, Sharif, how do I know that this is actually going to bounce off VWAP rather than being a flat bottom break? Well, your guess is as good as mine, my friend. We can only put the odds in our favor, and I would say to you, the odds are somewhat in our favor if the small cap is trading above VWAP. Usually there's a reason it's trading above VWAP, and as I say that, it takes a little bit of a dip, but we'll have to wait and see how this one ends up manifesting. Shout out to Demonica, man, $3 super chat. Well, thank you. Fist bump to you. We love it. Well, I love the fact that you like these small caps. Keep bringing them in the chat. And if I don't have my eye on them, tag me so that I can, because I want to trade them too. Joe.
Beautiful, beautiful. So as you can see, this Qs trade is absolutely roaring to the top side. Why? Because NVIDIA is moving, AMD is moving, Tesla's moving back towards VWAP. So we're going to join the strength. We can't be in all those names, but we can be in the Qs. And we're going to join the trend. We're going to join the strength through the Qs. As you can see, I'm going to pull up my NVIDIA chart quickly. And what almost alarmed me was this. We had a potential double top. As you can see, on this move higher, we failed to break the highs, and we rejected fairly quickly. But the strength jumped back in, and you can see the diverging volume on these two specific pullback candles. We're going to correlate these two candles with our volume, and this is diverging volume. So as you can see, the price is declining as well as the volume. This can tell you that we are in a potential pullback, that the pullback is not overly strong, and that we can continue to the top side. Now back to why I'm in the Qs. So we've seen that on NVIDIA.
Great trade, Joe.
Great trade. We're liking it. We're loving it. We're still holding it. And what we're going to do is we're going to play the break of this pivot high. If we don't get that, that's fine. Then we'll take some off. But what the tape is telling me and what the overall market is telling me, back to Dad Trader, is this is how we hold on to our winners for longer. You're not always going to get the move what you want. You have to take what the market gives you. But when you have all these forms of conviction, this is how you hold on to these winners and make them a little bit larger.
Well said, dude. Well said, man. And by having a plan, I think it takes away that emotional side of it, right?
Absolutely.
Couldn't agree more. Shout out to Joe, man. Guys, things are moving here, baby. Things are moving. Meta's headed to the top side. Joe was talking about the Qs trade, and there's a reason the Qs are staying up. The Qs are only made of their components. They're only as good as their components, baby. And if the components ain't moving up, the Qs won't be moving up. So some of the larger weighted components today, I'm talking about our Apples, I'm talking about our NVIDIAs. Sure, NVIDIA's still down, but look at that pattern. Look at that chart pattern since the opening print. It is bullish. It is trading above VWAP. It's very close to the high of the day. So even though it's half a point down, yada, 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 we know about the headline with Huawei and, ByteDance trying to do their thing with them. We'll see if that has some sort of disruptive effect on the GPUs on this side of the ocean, but I need to see more from there. Like, I never want to discount the Chinese being able to duplicate some of this technology, bro. They did it with the 5G chips. Joe, everyone said they wouldn't be able to produce these 5G chips that they put in the Mate Pro 50. Somehow they did it.
They did it.
Right? So you never want to count out the Chinese. They always seem to maneuver.
No, sorry. And I heard you speaking earlier, and I read the article too, is that Huawei is using, or ByteDance is going to be using Huawei's chips.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how good that's going to be for America. They're probably not going to like it anymore.
Probably not.
Make it a little more controversial, why don't you? But hey, that's okay. They're going to do what they want to do. So again, we're here in TQQs. We're watching this overall market. It's not the cleanest price action, and that's okay. We expect that. We have some big events coming up soon, right? We got the election looming. We have JP at 2 today. I'm at 1, correction. JP at 1. I'm not too sure what he's going to be talking about, but anytime he speaks, you want to keep your eyes in on the market.
He's calling.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Joe.
Hello.
I love how you get quirky with it
Jerome,
right away, bro.
So yeah, he doesn't want to talk to me. He did so. But that's all right. We got, and as you can see, hold on, I'm going to take a couple steps back. NVIDIA failed to break the highs. Okay, so that's okay. When you see that type of pullback and you want to see the continuation to the top side, I want to see the conviction in that break of high of day. We didn't see that. And that can kind of reflect on the price action for the day. There's no extremely clean PA. There's no definitive trend here. You can see these candles are overlapping, volume is dwindling, and that's okay. Because everybody is gearing up for 1 o'clock, it seems, Sharif.
Sounds good, man. You got some love here from Hal R in the chat. Sharif, please ask Joe how many stocks he keeps in a daily watch list. Thank you.
Oh, right here.
There it is. You got the paper, baby.
We got the paper. I'm no sticky note Katina man, but hey, I like to keep no more than 6 stocks, all right? I don't want too much things. I don't want to be scrambling around or anything like that. So if you can condense your daily watch list from 1 to 4 to 6 stocks, sometimes the less is better, right? Less is more at times. So again, 1 to 6 max, but really I only keep an eye on 3 or 4 stocks a day.
Willis Addison, wow, nice dump. PDD, my puts woke up. China trade, he's pumped about that. Let's have a look at Pinduoduo, or the company formerly known as Pinduoduo. I think they do want to be known now as PDD. So there is the look. Let's have a look at the 5-minute chart here. Yeah, shout out to Willis, man. Great trade, Great technical breakdown. Where's the closing print? The closing print's at 135. So now we're negatory on the day, Willis. So shout out to you. That was a big gap up. I was expecting, to fill the gap on some of these China trades. But the thing is, I thought, maybe we'd find some support at the Friday closing print. Doesn't look like it's going to do it, though. PDD, keep your eyes out on this one. Let me have a look at the other Chinese stocks. Are they all red? No. You've got the likes of Jinko Solar. Very strong right now. JKS could have a different reason other than the fact that it's Chinese. It's also a solar stock, and we know the solars have been rotating as a result of the rate cuts and the projected rate cuts. Why? Because they're rate dependent. Startup costs are high, and borrowing costs factor into margins. Yada, yada, yada. So it's a good look there. 26.5 right now on JKS. But yeah, a lot of the Chinese names, and I want to show you this super quick. This column is percentage up on the day, and this column is percentage change since open. Only 3 stocks are green since open in Chinese ADR world, so that should give you an idea. Great call out, Willis. Thank you for that look. I'm still involved here in CG Dangxi. I'm break even exactly at this point at 496. This is going to have to weasel up above 5. If it gets to 5 and we hit a brick wall, I'm gone. I'll take the 4 pennies. Why? Because $5, I gauged it as an area of support. If we give up $5 and then use it as resistance, that ain't the trade that I want. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just on the lookout for it. We're in the money, 2 pennies, but it means nothing to me. I want a little bit of a move up, Joe.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, we have a great question from Nick V in the chat here. Do you see any big negatives in buying leaps on strong stocks and selling monthly covered calls? I love it, Nick V.
Man.
That is great. I am a big promoter of leaps. Leaps are great. And in future options presentations, we're going to compare what buying a leap is, capital requirements, opposed to just buying flat out stocks. So that's a great question. And you can sell covered calls. And I like how you added that part in there, because even though you're in a long position, you can still profit by using premium. You can lock in monthly, weekly gains by selling covered calls against those leaps positions. Strong stocks, absolutely. I'm a yes. Keep doing what you're doing, Nick V. That's a great question.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, we got up to 5 as anticipated on CGC, and then I saw a wall of selling, so much so that it pushed this down from 5 into 496 quick as you like, and there was all sorts of blue. Blue, again, if you're just joining the show, on my level, on my time in sales, excuse me, not this over here, but this, as you can see, blue. Blue means below the bid, meaning that sellers were so exuberant to get the hell out of there, they were willing to pay below what the lowest bid was. So that will reflect on my chart in blue. The opposite is true when people pay above the ask. So right now, 496 is the ask. I'll see it depicted in orange. So then I'll be able to gauge market sentiment just simply by color, because sometimes you're not really always looking at the time in sales. You're looking at the chart, you're looking at the level 2, but when you see colors flash, I don't know if that's available on everybody's platform, but it is available on the world's best prop trading firm software, which is P-Pro 8. Shout out to Real Trading, baby. So that's the look there. Now, Joe, couple of updates with respect. Tesla's going, Katina Man? Oh, okay. Say it again. Tested as the best software, says the Katina Man. I thought I heard Tesla. Yeah, shout out to the Katina Man. Absolutely accurate there. Tesla's at VWAP since Neil. Speaking of Tesla. Thank you, Neil, for that. That's absolutely accurate. I'll just digress from my...
Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, exactly. From my small cap gapper chat in a second. So 2 things right now. VWAP and the closing print right now at Tesla at the exact same level. 260.50, Joe. You love when those two levels conflate, in this case, a resistance.
Absolutely. So as you can see, Tesla is absolutely rejecting VWAP here. And with that, we get a pull in the overall market, pullback in the overall market. I'm all out of my TQQ trade. We failed to break that pivot high. We're sticking to game plans. That's it. We didn't break that high. We took some off. We cut the trade at break even. That's what we do. We're not going to we're not going to diverge from our trade. So shout out to JC in the chat for showing love. We like that. we're watching PDD slowly diminish. I mean, these ADRs have been absolutely extended to the top side.
Oh, yeah.
They've been gapping up day after day, especially after that China rate cut. So again, you can look for that fade. I remember somebody in the chat said, "Hey Joe, what do you think about PDD long?" I said, "Wait for it to pull in. Let it fill some of these gaps. Let it pull in. The RSI is probably through the roof on the thing. So just let it pull back. Let it calm down. Volatility is extremely peaked. If they're going to move higher, they will eventually, right? So pack your patience. Wait. Be patient. Don't hurry your horses or anything like that, because an entry will always show up. Don't let FOMO catch you or any of these types of things. You will get your entry. So don't chase PDD. Don't chase these ADRs. Let them do what they're going to do, and then you're going to find a perfect entry for yourself." So as I'm looking over here in NVIDIA, I will pull up my NVIDIA chart here. Unfortunately, we didn't break this high. We're almost triple topped here on the 5-minute. Are we going to make another push? Let's see what the volume's looking like. And this is not breakout volume, in my opinion. Can it break? Of course it can. But when you want to see a breakout, you want to see the volume start to step in. Can it start to step in? Is it starting to step in? Absolutely. So if we're going to push through this 121 level, then we're going to see some volume stepping in. Buyers are going to keep pushing this price higher. It can totally break the top and go higher today. It was down 2% or so in the pre-market. Strong stock, down 2%. We're buyers. Sharif.
What I'm watching right now, Joe, is ATGL. It's absolutely pumping to the high side. Small cap gapper, be careful with this one. This is a spready one. It's knocking the door 7. It's up 55%. Put some respect on this one's name, man. What's the situation? $28 million market cap, 1.1 million shares. Look, the volume is starting to come in midday here. It's not at the highest point it's been at all day, but it is high for the midday right now. 4.2 million share float. Let's bring down trade ideas and shout out the NOS boss. 1.27% of that float is shorted, so not a whole lot to talk about there. Yeah.
Ooh. Hey.
Look, guys, we're going to have to stop talking for a hot second here, because number one, we're going to throw you to Adara, and then after Adara, there's a hot line dropper is going to come on. It's going to be Neil's lesson of the day. Get it, Adara.
We have both the Qs and the SPY more or less flat right now. We have the S&P 500 finding some decent support potentially, or sorry, the Qs finding some decent support potentially here at that 586.30 level. Bit of resistance earlier. This could be a bit of a happening now as of the midday session. So some things to look at heading into the rest of this afternoon. We do have potential dock worker strikes. So this could be worth noting for a lot of these important supply chain related companies. Keep this on watch. This could have big implications. Potentially this strike could begin as of midnight tonight. So stay tuned for that. We also have comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. I'm seeing a couple different times for this. 1 p.m. I'm seeing from some sources, 1:55 p.m. I'm seeing from others. Either way, the event is set to begin at 12 p.m. Has not begun streaming yet, but I will keep you guys posted with updates whenever he's set to speak. We also do have, in terms of stocks on watch, some breaking news updates as we got into the midday. We do have CGC and some of these other cannabis-related stocks. Kamala Harris making some comments on a podcast that, quote, we need to legalize marijuana. So that's certainly something to note here with regards to positive comments in the marijuana space coming from the Democratic presidential nominee. We also have Hess here, HES, on watch. This one around 10:45 today. We did have the FTC approving Chevron's plans to acquire the company for about $53 billion. Lots happening in this midday session, but right now we're going to hear from Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Welcome to the lesson of the day. Beware of the gap, obviously. No, look, one of the strongest things you can have is a stock gapping into a new price range. So you're breaking out of key levels, and you're just, it's so strong that you're going to have that big overnight move day after day. We saw that with the Chinese ADRs. And first things first, not all gaps are the same. I should get this out of the way. When we're talking about specifically dual listed in Chinese names as opposed to like your low float runner, clearly there's an overnight session in Asia that can contribute to the gap up. Now, I don't want to get into that too much, although it does play a bit of a factor. But I think today would be a constructive one to go over how you can have a trap set up and why you need to get away from these at times. And it's going to seem relatively obvious with a few of these charts, but I have some examples that I hope are going to be not as obvious places that we could have pivoted over to as well. So NIO, along with Alibaba, any Chinese name you want to pull up, maybe some of the indices, has been on a bit of a run lately. It's been strong to the upside. If you zoom it out, I can go to a daily chart here and give you an idea of just how big the run has been since breaking out to 50, the 200, you get all that stimulus and all that good stuff. And it's been, like I said, an impressive run. The volume was big at the open. It certainly gave you lots of opportunities in the pre-market, ideally for some continuation trades. And this is always tricky when prices you like end up being good. In the pre-market, 730 was a level on the daily. 730 holds pre-market lows. 750 consolidates. 750 ends up breaking at 850. So I had levels that I wanted to play off of. The problem is, by the time you get to the open, it's just all profit taking. You're going to see here that I liked it 3 times on NEO. It did bounce off 50 to get 60s, but then immediately fails into the pre-market low. And I think a lot of times when you're getting the test of a gap fill, I didn't err on the side of caution in this particular case and wait for the bounce off the low. It's one thing to take a higher low early because you've got some leeway where you can negotiate the trade. But a lot of times, if it's pulling back, if you've already gapped up, and this was 19% up, I think, overall at one point, when you've already gapped up a very large amount, and it's been on a multi-day rally, there will be profit takers that are swing trading it, and especially at the open when you get that extra push, there's going to be some profit takers. So I think when you get to the actual big support level like the 730, it's even more important not to even be nibbling out in front, because you can see the difference between if I had gotten this trade here, maybe you still get stopped out, but I think you have a much better chance of getting holding on to the trade once it's made that low on the original test. Once it's made that low, it never retakes it. Yes, 730 breaks, but it makes a low underneath it at 25, and that never loses. VWAP ends up not being very good, but this is where you have to get away from it. Because when you look at the gap in a situation like this, some people like to say all gaps get filled. I'm not really one of those believers in that, although oftentimes you will see something like it. When you get a big runner and profit taking comes in, you can set up a huge trend. And I'm reminded of something I say very often when it comes to false breaks or V-shaped recoveries or whatever they might be. When you break out a monster level and then that level is rejected, which is the point at which I got away from it, that level is rejected, you essentially just have the same resistance level that was there before and all just a heartbeat above it. Just a heartbeat above it, which is a false break on the higher time frame. And then there is your lower high at 750. Now, it's easy enough in hindsight to say I would look for a short there, but I wasn't looking for a short. However, there are times when you can find a gap fill or this similar setup and actually like a bit of a shorting opportunity when you get a bit of a gap that it tries to fill in. Now, whether it's a false breakout or something along those lines, you look over at something like a Tesla, which has done this story certainly before, right? Now, Tesla, and this was a couple of days ago, it's not the best example today, but Tesla did the similar gap above a big resistance level. And then you looked at it and it pulled right into the high, consolidated. When it broke it for good, easy short. Now, here's where you can at least have a good reason to be looking for that continuation short. I get it, the Chinese ADRs were all strong. But Tesla, on the other hand, when it made that move, you zoom it out a little bit, you're able to find, hey, it's gapping into overhead resistance. This is a spot where it's a lot easier to have looked at this, a Tesla last week when it made that move and say, okay, yeah, it's strong, it's gapping above, but overhead resistance on that daily's in the mid 260s. Well, when it fails underneath that, you should be looking for that trend short type of opportunity. So there's an opportunity here in something like a Tesla. Today, you're basically just looking to short the same levels on resistance. But when it made that gap above a resistance level, and we had talked about that breakout and liking it, I remember we were sitting there on the 25th like, oh, is it going to break out above 57? It never did. You gap above it into overhead resistance, and your short entries, you can be short over if you want, but I think it's when it falls underneath and then you're shorting back into resistance on Tesla that same day. There was an example today where you could have taken advantage of a gap fill for a retracement in another vein. In this particular case, GM, Ford, some of the EV names, or some of the auto names down because Stellantis was down 13%. So they're all gapping down for that reason. Now, I was giving you examples of gap ups and reversion where you couldn't take the trade that you wanted because the longs weren't any good. But here's an example of what to look for if you have a big gap down. However, it still can set up as a good short for you if it tries to break out the high. Now, here's where it gets a little bit nuanced on GM. You can favor the short because it's relatively weak. But this one's set up in multiple ways why it was a good pop-in fade, despite the fact that it tried to break back out and do that reversal. A couple of things. Your trend down on the daily chart. You just recently broke a pretty obvious 50-period support level of 46, and then a previous bottom at 45. So you had like the gap down from here to there, but then even here to there was another gap for your retrace. So is there a setup that if this breaks out the high and looks bullish, you still like the short? The answer is yes, right back into those previous closes. And if you look at GM, you're closing here at 45, like 80 or so. Doesn't really matter exactly. You're closing right here at about 45.80. So what's lining up? Then the next day you're holding above that. What's lining up is a clear level that if it tries to fill in the gap, that you say the move is short. I like it back into that key price level, 45.80. So it didn't really set up that way on NEO. I didn't see Alibaba necessarily setting up that way for any kind of long ideas once it had lost that bid. But with GM specifically, when that gap down and broke out that high, all you had to do was be patient. Wait for the next key level to come in. And what it looks like here is right at the open, where does it wick? Everyone always asks, well, how do you get top wick on a move like that? Well, simply, if it goes into an obvious area on the chart, then if you're looking at that stock, you want to be ready for it. I mean, the stock closed 2 days in a row pretty much at the same price. Closing prices matter. So when it starts filling in just this minor gap, you got two close prices a whole day above it, and then there is your wick. Now, obviously, you can short lower highs. I tried one myself well underneath VWAP because I think the trend is to the downside. The good news about gaps is they provide you with ample opportunity for trade because it means the stock's in play, it means the stock's moving, it means you want to be looking at it. But like with NIO, or maybe Alibaba or the Chinese names, you had to know when to get out of Dodge. And it's not as easy of a reverse unless you were looking to do it in the first place. But in the case of Tesla a couple of days ago, you had overhead resistance on the daily. So when it tried to hold the gap above, once it didn't, there's an easy trend to be followed. And then lastly, with General Motors here, when it tried to fill in the gap back to the upside, you remember the initial move was short, and you've got an obvious retracement level because you just zoomed it out. If it's going to try and go step up, find that first step if you still like the short, and wait for it to get there. That's the key. Wait for it to get there. It gave you the perfect entry point, pretty much where you wanted it. There's your wick above, your 80 is your resistance, and then just trend underneath. You could have taken a second shot at it. So we want to take advantage of gappers because they are obviously an indication that the market is moving or that stock is moving, but you got to know when to get away from it if it either loses the bid or the offer, and know which ones are still setting up with key levels for you to be able to play. So it was a bad one for me today on NEO. Probably if we were looking closer at GM, we could have found ourselves into that. We can't complain because there were plenty of other good shorts out there. Good luck with your trading and be mindful of the gaps.
Bang. That's some serious stuff. So serious stuff. I won't say it was hot lines, but it was serious stuff.
Hot fire.
Hot fire. Thank you. Yes, the hot fire drop right there. I think I can get away with that. Shout out to Neil. Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, awesome, and just all around informative as always, guys. So I'm short Amazon at this level over here to try to take advantage of some possible weakness. It just got into the volume weighted average price. I saw a topping tail candle on the NQ. I'll let Joe drop hot lines about that, but because he's been trading the triple Qs. So I'm giving this the old college try. on AMZN. We're going to give this one a shot. I'm also, and I have been nursing CGC. I'm break even on it right now. I don't necessarily like this consolidation that it's been putting for the better part of, let's say, almost half an hour now, below VWAP. It's also below 5. So I'm unsure about this trade. I have my stop in place. I have my profit takers in place. There's nothing for me to do on this trade aside from just either getting stopped out or printing on it. So we're going to give this one a try. Amazon's going against me right now. It is coming into my stop. My stop is above the $0.25. The future's on the way up. I likely will get stopped out here. So I misread this. Look, those topping tail candles absolutely eating my orders alive right now as we break up above the volume weighted average price on AMZN. So I'm 20 pennies out of the money on this trade. I have to be careful, but I like this area on Amazon. So if I don't get pushed out of the trade, I'm going to try and stay in it for as long as I can because of this weakness, relative weakness today on AMZN as opposed to some of these other Mag 7 names. Yep. We get stopped out.
Hey, you get stopped out, you get stepped out. It's part of the game, and the quicker you can accept that, the better you're going to be off as a trader, absolutely. So we're here in NVIDIA. We're looking to continue the trend here. We have a couple failed high breaks. What I'm kind of doing here is I'm anticipating, I'm not necessarily participating, right? I'm looking for the high a day break here. One thing that's a little alarming to me, and one thing is when you're looking at your trades and say, why isn't it working? Look at one of the most important indicators on the planet, volume. I'm not getting that volume influx that I would like to see. As you can see, each individual signature is kind of dwindling. It is lunchtime. Wall Street's out to lunch. So we're dwindling, and for me to get that upthrust in momentum, we're going to need buyers to step in. We need that volume to come. It can break, but from a momentum standpoint, 12 o'clock hour, unless we get some serious news dropping, is a little bit more of a slow of a burner. We know where we're getting out of this trade. It's starting to work. But if we break 120.60s, we're out of the trade. We're not going to hold on to these losers, but we're going to wait for this high a day break on NVIDIA because it is working. We have AMD moving to the top side. So there's some top semis are strong. Apple is failing to break a new high as well too, but it's holding on strong. So we're going to hold on to this NVIDIA trade. We're going to see what the Qs are up to, and they continue to storm to the top side. So we're here involved with this strength. We know where we're going to get out of this trade. We're looking for all our conviction on all levels. We got our volume indicator. We're looking at the L2 and the time and sales. So if we get any type of volume to step in here, we really like this high day break here on NVIDIA.
Duo's moving back up, says Timothy Webb, and he could not be more accurate. Beautiful hold of the volume weighted average price by DUO. This is not Duolingo, guys. It's a different, it's called Fanged Network Group. It's what do they do? Provide solutions for real estate brokers through online real estate trading platforms. It's a SaaS, software as a service. Okay, cool. $3.60 HOD comes into that. We're to dip into 260. It looks like holds VWAP by a penny. Doesn't quite make it down to VWAP, but this is a VWAP retracements for all intents and purposes. But $3 now having issues with that level. And unsurprising, small cap gapper, having trouble at the whole dollar level, yada, yada, yada. I do like the increase in volume though. So look at how we cut a volume trough over here to coincide with the price action trough. Joe brought in a really good point earlier when he was talking about volume price action divergence. Where have you heard that before? We talk about RSI divergence, our MACD divergence, all the different indicators. Volume is one of those as well. So absolutely astute point there by Joe. Shout out to him. We just broke through 3. We got into like 303 or whatever, but you could tell there's a wall of sellers that came in there at $3. Unsurprised by that, quite frankly. We're going to keep an eye on this one, but it's all eyes on ATDANG-GL breaking into 7 2/3 right now at the 7.5, Katina, man. It's a big boy mover, well extended away from the 10 moving average on the 5. And if you watch me trade small cap gappers before, I use the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart as an informal gauge of overbought conditions. I don't use it for oversold because I don't short these small cap gappers. What do I mean by that? When the price action really gets away, and I'm talking about space, price action, away from the 10 exponential, I look for it to revert a little bit. Same case in point over here. Look how far away it got from the 10 exponential. We get a nice 3-5 minute candle retracement. We get a lot closer. In fact, we do touch the 10 exponential on these 4 candles over here, excuse me. But then we're respectful of it as an area of support, and then we rock it back up again. In my humble estimation, we are too extended away from the 10 exponential here. I want it to reset, kind of its footing, and then we'll look to get back into this one. That's if it still has the momentum, right? It's a big if there. So keeping my eye on ATGL, it's a beautiful look on the day. CAPR, we were involved in this bad boy earlier. Look at this gnarly rounding top. It's breaching the 10. It's on the way to the 20. How do I want to trade this? I want to trade this at 13 to 12 3/4. Why? You have this gnarly, beautiful, well, it's not beautiful, but it's an established range, with the top being at 12.75, most of the closing prints at 12.5. But look where the volume weighted average price is. It's at 12.75. So I'd rather play VWAP and the top end of the range together to kind of coincide as a support level rather than guess that this is going to hold up at the 20 exponential. I don't want to guess on this one. It's just too wild. So beautiful look today on CAPR. Again, I want to remind you, it's a holdover from last week. It's a big boy mover. You need only look at the daily chart on this to know that it's a big boy lately mover. So if the daily chart will load here at any point in time, and it's not, so we're going to have to, yeah, there it is. So you can see, really got its foot under ring September 23rd, and it really has not looked back since. So it's a monster mover. CAPR, we're going to keep this one on the side chart, and we'll see what the situation is there. I just want to quickly look at Amazon before we send it back to Joe. We're still at or near the VWAP, so if the future gives up the ghost here, I'm getting back into the zone, because we haven't cleared VWAP by any respectable distance for it to say, yeah, we're going to use this area as support now. No. In my humble estimation, it's still resistance. If the future gives up that 20,250 and comes back down to kind of double top, because I'm not saying there's going to be a double top, but if we can get intraday resistance, I'll get back into the Amazon.
Absolutely. Beautiful. Yeah. See, so Sharif, as you guys see, and Sharif cut his trade. It didn't work out, but he's prepared to enter again, and that's what we want to do. I'm in this NVIDIA trade still, where the volume is dwindling, which is breaking my heart, but that's okay. Achy breaky heart, but that's all right, because we're always going to get another trade, all right? So we're just going to hold. We know where we're going to get out on this trade. If we break this 120.60 level, we're not going to hold on to it. It may be a short. As you can see, we have multiple tests of this level, and we have the inability for buyers to step in and to take this higher. This tells me that someone is holding this price, and they don't want it to go any higher as of now. So who's going to win the battle? Only time will tell. So we're just going to hold on to this position a little bit longer. We're in some CCL. We like where it is now. I'll pull up CCL for you guys. It's exactly where I want it to be, right at VWAP. We have a strong catalyst, raised guidance, double beat on revenue and earnings. So we're going to hold on. Maybe this thing can catch a flame and start moving topside. We're in the lunchtime hour. It's 12:30. So I'm not expecting things to start zooming, right? So we're going to have to sit in these positions a little bit longer. We're going to have to let them slow brew and continue to hold. If they start to work, they'll work. But we're not going to fight it. We see what the market is doing. The Qs are failing. They're kind of stalling just below the all-time highs here, or the daily highs, sorry. And the SPY, it's doing all right, but it's nothing crazy. So we're going to see what's driving the SPY there. Maybe the financials are going strong, XLF, XLV, XLE. We'll see that, because right now tech is kind of stalling near its daily highs, and we're going to take it from there, Sharif.
All right, we're printing here on Amazon, Joe. So we're short 23s. We just got 10s. Now I'm waiting at 90s. Let's go, Amazon. Get down. Where's Big Spile, man? I need Big Spile to yell, get down. in his funny voice. Yeah, there's the look there on Amazon, looking for another print, but knowing full well that the future still near the highs, so I'm trying to be careful with this one. I'm waiting at 90s to get printed. We're printing 95s. We'll pack our patience on this one on AMZN, knowing full well that it could find support at the whole dollar, Joe, 186 and change. Beautiful. But we'll see. We'll see. And that's the look there. So I'm packing my patience on Amazon. I will look to defend that 30 penny level if it does ascend, really depending on what the futures are doing, okay? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on there. CGC, I don't know if I should just flatten out here and get get break even? Because this is not what I want to see, Joe.
No,
this ain't what I want to see.
Shout out 2018 CGC, by the way. 2018 CGC. We like 2018.
When weed stocks were going.
That was a good time. That was an absolute great time. That made accounts. And, and we absolutely love it.
Oh yeah. There was that was the Kamala pump as well, right? Remember that Kamala pump after her debate with Pence? Remember Tilray was at $75.
Tilray.
It was at $75.
Crazy.
Where is Tilray right now? Just, whatever and giggles, you know what I mean? Well, I don't mean that because maybe people are holding this. I don't mean it like that. It's at $1.79, Joe. It's $1.79.
We hope that no one's hodling that.
No, I really hope not. I really do hope not.
Do not beg, hold on to those losers. We are going to emphasize that. And Sharif's trade is a prime example of that. He cut the trade. And what? He got a better entry price and then took profits. That's exactly what we're looking for. Cut your trade, cut your loser, because there is always going to be an equal or better opportunity. And Sharif did exactly that with Amazon. That is textbook trading. That is professional trading. That is what we want to see. Amazon trades exactly like that. He got out when he knew he was supposed to, and he got right back in when he knew he was supposed to. And that is professional trading. But pulling up my chart here, we are going to take another stab at CCL.
Nice.
We are waiting for it to break. If any volume steps in, it is a NYSE stock, so these are slow burners. NYSE stocks are a little bit slow burners. They move different opposed to SPY and the Qs and etc. They're a little bit more of a slow burner. They like to do a couple fake outs before they do the move. So if we get to moving on the top side on CCL, we're really going to like that. But narrative, as always, we're not going to fight it. We're going to join it. So we're going to continue to look at that. The Qs are kind of stalling. SPY is pulling back slightly a little bit. So we got a little bit of space here. 1780, we're out of this trade. We're not going to hold it any longer than that, Sharif.
Sounds good, man. Packing my patience on this one. It's not giving me that next B quitter just yet. So I'm just going to leave my out there. Guys, I'm a little worried, man. Meta's putting in highs. And the future's definitely not giving up here. So I don't want to, you know what I mean? I like this Amazon trade, but I don't want to keep fighting a losing fight. And it's coming back up against me over here. And I'm watching Apple also find support. And the thing is, too, some of these Mag 7 names could find support from where they are. And if they do find, then they'll help propel the futures. So we got a 10 exponential retracement on NVIDIA. We got the same thing on Apple. Look how extended Amazon is away from its 10 exponential. Meta just printed highs. Google's close to highs. Tesla just found support, or it looks like, possibly at yesterday's closing print. And also VWAP, the area that we were talking about, this 260.50. So if that keeps happening, then I can't anticipate Amazon continuing to bleed independently of the future. I think that is a riskier proposition. Now, if it ends up manifesting that way, great, but I don't necessarily think that to be the case. So I'm a little concerned about this trade. I do like my entry, but I am concerned about the trade. 496 we're still showing here on CGC, so I'm still flat on that. Absolutely nothing doing there. Really have no idea if this works its way back into 5. To be quite honest with you, I've been looking at the time and sales to see what kind of bamboozlement there could be here on the book. And quite frankly, I think the book is just too thick. So if it keeps doing that, I'm just going to flatten out. Oh, it just ascended into 97s over here. So we took out the seller at 96. $5 is going to be the level for me. $5, I think I'll be able to know what the situation is. So that's a look there. So I'm packing my patience on Amazon, packing my patience on CGC, but yeah, it's coming up against me here into some of these levels. Gorev, SMCI has a good pattern to take shorts. What kind of pattern were you looking at there, my man? Let me know. Adara, you could say it was an Amazon Prime opportunity. Get it, Adara. I don't know if she's still up there, but yeah, I can't see her because there's a big pole that blocks that seat and my views. But I think she is because she's dropping out lives, and it's funny. Yeah, she is there, Katina Man says. There we go. Yeah, that's the look there, man. What else are you looking at, brother?
No, that's it. It's the same old, same old. We're keeping our eyes on our CCL trade here. It's not doing anything. We're anticipating, we're waiting for JP at 1. So you can see momentum and volume start to slow down. We got him coming up in about a half an hour. So he'll add some volatility into the markets. Absolutely. So we're going to look at that. If we break these lows, we're out of NVIDIA and CCL, and that's it. But other than that, guys, since we're sitting here waiting for JP, throw your options questions in the chat. We're going to answer those as best we can. Send the options question our way, and we're going to make sure we take care of you. Absolutely. But see, let's see what we're doing here on Apple. I like Apple. The price action's a little funky on it, and that's kind of why I want to point it out. As you can see, that there's literally not much going on here. It's an absolute grind to the top side, and it halted. We have an average volume, but nothing crazy on here. And when we want to see these high day breaks, we want to see that punch of volume. We want to see that influx of volume, and that's going to give our trade more conviction. As you see, we had none of that here. As a matter of fact, we were advancing on declining volume almost. So expect a pullback when you don't have that continued strength in these stocks.
All right, Adair's got the small cap segment. Let's check that out.
Going to touch on some new runners we didn't get to talk about earlier. We do have here the IWM. This continuing to have support at a bit of a double bottom if you look at the 15-minute chart. Just around that 219 area. We round out, pushing higher right now. Try to find some support now at that 256 area. A bit of previous resistance as well for that Russell 2000. Currently up just over 0.3% on the day compared to a roughly flat S&P 500 and Qs. In terms of individual names to look at, ATGL, not one, but two or three, I guess, here. Bearish candles coming in on this one on the 3-minute chart. Still up, though, about 65% in the day. Not seeing any news on this one. We have a float story of around 15 million shares. Lots of social media attention here for Alpha Technology Group. Next up, we have IGC. This is one of the penny stocks here in that cannabis space. We know we have Sharif trading CGC to that effect as well. With regards to these names, we have some movement here off of comments that Kamala Harris made on a podcast suggesting that she would be okay with legalizing marijuana. That is the Democratic presidential candidate there. Last but not least, AST Space Mobile. This one's a little bit larger ASTS. We have a market cap of just under $7 billion. Trading here right now around $26, announcing some preliminary results for its public warrant redemption. Bit of a short float here to keep in mind as well for ASTS.
I'm just talking to Katina Man there about the election. Yeah, it's a good look. Thank you very much, Adara. Get down, Amazon. Get down. Yes, Katina Man, we're pumped about that. We're short 25s. Now we got the print at 90. Get down. Let's go. Okay, so now we need to talk serious now. So where's the next profit taker going to be at? Well, guys, if we breach the 10 exponential and the 20 exponential on the zone. Look at how we're using VWAP here as resistance. I would guess, my humble estimation, that we hold up likely at the $0.50, assuming, underline, assuming we continue with that rounded top and continue descending. Look at this area crest over here that we double topped at 184.54. So I'm happy with the trade. I questioned myself because of what the market was doing. What I think kept me involved was this lower high situation on the 5. Area crest, lower high, lower high, lower high. There was a breach here, but look how the candle bamboozled you. Get down, Amazon. I'm waiting, baby. And now we've got wicks with which to contend over here on the chart, and I do apologize for that. I'll get those fixed up quick as you like. We're going to wait over here to wet our beak again for a next profit taker at $0.75. We're printing 88s. We can get that. I'll be pleased as dang punch. Otherwise, we'll look to reset on this. And again, I do apologize about the wicks. I'll fix that in a quick second over here on AMZN. But the reason, again, why I got short Amazon, it is the weakest Mag 7 name on the day, outpacing NVIDIA. NVIDIA was down as well. The Mag 7, most of them have gone green, save and except for Amazon and NVIDIA. In addition to that, it was the biggest loser on the day. It was at below VWAP, yada, yada, yada. You guys get why I got short there. We'll see if we can get the best print that I can get right now at the $0.75, and then we'll look for more at the $0.50. But that is the situation right now on AMZ. And day trader Sky, do you think I should trade the futures while Jerome Powell speaking, or I will just get stopped out? Brother, I'll never tell you how to trade, but what I can tell you is just from my experience. When Papa drops hot lines, the market zigzags in. Yeah. We're going to need you to calm down a little bit today. You don't say good afternoon. Okay, because every time you say good afternoon, you tank the market. We've had it. All right, we've had. Thank you. All right, so what I mean to say in that little joke there is basically he can say something completely innocuous, and then you get a market tanking. So like take your pick. I mean, would you trade the future? Like, what's your position on that, Joe?
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till the volatility phases out. We'll let him do his thing. We'll let the market react how it wants to react. There's nothing we can do about that. It's going to pump. It's going to dump. We don't know. But we're going to wait for that specific entry. And when an opportunity arises after that volatility slows down and comes back in, then we will look for to join whatever direction the stocks are moving in. If you want to play that volatility, just be prepared that you might be stuck in a volatility onslaught. Now, I want to touch on this one question. Joe, what do you think of Ford options plays considering the potential strike with the union workers or the dock workers?
Good question.
Let's see. I'm looking over here at Ford for you guys. It's not really in my wheelhouse. It's not something price-wise that I would look at. But that is a good catalyst. When workers go on strike, there's something can be there. Some volatility might come in. You might get a big down move or a big up move. Let price react how it's going to react, and then you can join and base an options trade on that. Unfortunately, Ford won't be able to, you won't be able to sell any good credit on Ford, so you'll be looking more at a directional play via options, like maybe a call spread or a put spread, bullish or bearish, depending on which way the stock decides to move, all right?
Love it, bro. All right, I'm just keeping my eye still on this trade because this is no good here. I think that if we reascend into 498s, Fabian, I'm going to get out of the entire thing because here we go again with CGC coming back into the lower area. It's found its footing at 90 and 91. Have a look at what it's done originally here. This was my last dollar cost average. We held up over here at 1206 and 1205. We held up at 1231, 32, and now again at 36. But if that buyer, at 90 gives way, well, then I want no smoke because we've got incrementally lower highs with what could be a flat bottom break, and that ain't the trade that I'm in. I'm in a long, not a short. So I think that if we do weasel our way up into the high to mid 90s, I'm going to flatten out on this one. You know, it may have been an entire waste of time to do that because then it could trend up, but I'm not going to keep nursing this trade and having it hold on to my mental capital and focusing on it when I could be doing other things. So that is the look there. Continuing to wait on Amazon to break that area low, knowing that it got a nice little pump, but here we go into the mid 95s again. I'm waiting at 75, and if I don't get the print, I don't get the print, but I'm seeing the future also coming down a little bit over here. So we'll see if Amazon can make another area low. It did find support for whatever reason in the mid 80s last time. Here we go with the low 90s again though. So I'll be waiting 75s. Topping tail candle on Meta. And you got some weakness as well on Apple. I'm also seeing NVIDIA break the 20 exponential on the 5. So good look. Hopefully this manifests. Who knows? Top VoIP. My goodness, where have you been, voice over internet protocol? We miss you, bro. Have a look at VKTX when you have a chance. Breaking weekly range. Absolutely, sir. Let's pull up that name for you, VKTX. You said the weekly. Breaking weekly range. Fantastic. Look there. Let's have a look at the weekly. So sorry, this, I don't know why it always takes so long to load, so I'll just have to pack my patience on this one. We'll let that one load, and I'll get to it in a hot second. While we're doing that, though, I'm still continuing to watch Amazon, Fabian, find support at 90 pennies. We're going to have to keep an eye on that, because anything higher high related, I don't want at all, to be honest.
Good, brother. How's
everything? So here's VKTX on the weekly. To you. Look, I don't think we've necessarily broken through a level. No, on the weekly, what we have done is we set up one hell of a bull flag, or it looks to be a possible bull flag set up on the weekly. Again, these chart patterns are fractal, baby. Whether you're looking at the 5 or the weekly or the monthly, there is validity in these patterns. But what I see here is chop between the moving averages, and then that means I want no smoke. Why? Because we know the moving averages chop. You get these false signals during consolidative markets. And this isn't what I want. I want a breakout or breakdown trade. If you want to trade the range, have at it, baby. There's clearly a buyer here at 50, right? If you're willing to hold to the close, because you get intraday wicks that breach 50. So if you want to play the range, 50 is obviously a level. To the top side, at least locally, seems like 70. This is obviously a swing style trade because you're not going to get these 50 to 70s intraday, or maybe you will, who knows. But the point is, I don't necessarily see a breakout on the daily other than this bull flag. And the breakout's already happened. When did this bull flag happen? That's February 26th. This week right here that I'm pointing at, that's the week of February 26, 2024. So we've been in this range for a hot minute, but thank you for pointing that out. I think this is an interesting level if you're willing to play the range 50 and then 70. And then again, if you make those higher highs eventually, then yeah. But right now you're not getting those higher highs. You're getting basically 70s, and prior to that, you had been making lower highs. So that's a look on VKTX. Let me know how it goes, though. Good to have you back, though,
hey,
Mr. Voice over Internet Protocol. No,
yeah.
I was talking in the chat. I wouldn't call you out like that. You do whatever you want, bro. I'm not going to call you out like that. Come on, Joe. So, yeah, still watching here as Amazon finds support every single time we dip into the mid-80s. Mid to high 80s. We're there right now. Do we hold? I've been waiting at 75. I'd love a print at 75. And here we go with 85s. Okay, packing my patience there. Yeah, shout out to him. Hey, Davis, is Joe flat right now, or is the screen not showing his present trade? So, guys, Joe is still getting set up on the position board, so his positions will not show, but soon we will have that. He's going to keep updating you on his positions.
Yeah, and just to keep you updated, I am out of my CCL trade. We follow our rules. That's what you have to do.
Bang.
We're out. We didn't get the topside break that we were looking for. It broke this level of support. We're not getting any momentum to the top side. Especially, I'm thinking, hey, maybe we trend a little bit higher today considering the catalyst that we had. Earnings, raised guidance, double beat, EPS. So we like that. I'm looking for continued strength in that. And unfortunately with CCL, we didn't get that. And that's okay because there's always going to be another opportunity. And we're just going to sit here, we're going to wait, we're going to hold our horses, and we're going to wait until that opportunity comes. Now, if CCL decides to pick up some volume, as you can see, it's absolutely dwindling, diverging, as we were saying earlier, especially just because of the time of day. We're going to wait, and if anything steps in, we're going to be prepared, and we're going to be ready to take those trades to the top side. Now, there's a great question in the chat, and it was from Brian Urich. How do you use level 2 when day trading? Perfect. You're in the right spot. Sharif has been going through the lesson of the day, so make sure you stay tuned, and he will go into more depth on how you can use level 2 into day trading. All right? So just looking at the overall market and where we could potentially go, we know what's looming. We have JP, the man, at 1 o'clock. So don't expect anything crazy to happen for the next 20 minutes or so. But when 1 o'clock comes and he starts to talk the economy, interest rates, maximum employment, his mandates, we're going to be ready, and we're going to be ready to take action on those trades. Sharif.
All right, I think Adira's got something for us. What do you got for us, Adira?
On GEO here, Geo Group. This one getting a bit of a volume spike in that previous 3-minute candle. We have Citron Research releasing a positive note on the company. For context, GEO, smaller cap company, around $1.7 billion market cap. They work in the infrastructure and governmental space. We basically have this note saying that it's likely to benefit from either outcome of the presidential election. So keep an eye on a bit of volatility in GEO, guys.
Thank you for that, Adira. I was just talking to Katina, man. He was reminding me what that trade was. Guys, I'm going to have to take the L here on CGC. I don't want any more smoke here. So that's the loss. It's okay. That's the way it is. So we're not going to smoke up this one, Katina, man. In fact, it's going to smoke us. And that was the problem there. So we get the break of 490. It ranged. We had the opportunity to get out break even, but that ain't the move. The move was to make money. And we didn't make money on this one, and that's okay. We're going to set up. Katina, man. Yes, there you go, baby. Smoking up a storm over there. I like it.
A stormy. Yeah, so shout out Mashworth. Thanks for the love, brother. We're going to get everything set up. I'm going to be able to comment to you guys in the chat as well, too. I'm going to be able to answer your questions there shortly. So just stay tuned. We'll be there. We're looking at NVIDIA again here. We're going to see if we pull back into VWAP, and we can look for an entry from that point. Other than that, it's the same narrative. We're just sitting here. We're sitting here waiting for JP. Maybe he'll call us again shortly and tell us what he's going to do. We don't know because he just calls at random. So, no, it's Kathy. So the ARK Invest, I'm sorry, we don't own any of that. We don't want to own any of that. So, but hey, that's okay. Shout out Kathy. She gave us a ring and everything like that. So maybe we'll talk to her later after JP. He has something to say, and we can shoot some advice over to her, and she can make that ARK Invest slightly a little bit better.
I like it.
I don't know.
Adara put this in the chat. I have seen both 1 and 155 for Jerome Powell. The event was supposed to start.
That's why I said
so you're not wrong.
Right?
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that too.
Yeah.
She goes on to say, the event was supposed to start at 12 p.m., but it hasn't yet. Shout out to Adair. Thank you for putting that in, getting a lot of questions about when Jerome Powell is going to get on the mic and drop hot lines. We shall find out. But what we're going to do while we're waiting, Katina Man, is we're just going to jump into the lesson du jour and talk about some level 2. So let's get right to it, baby. Level 2 order book. We're going to talk beyond the basics today, so welcome back. Let's delve deeper into this level 2 order book and dissect its intricacies to inform our kind of smaller cap trades, news driven kind of intraday plays. We'll move beyond the buy and sell sides and focus on more order types and level 2 interpretation. So let's get right to it. So let's start with some basic order types. These are not the only types of orders, but the ones that we're going to discuss today. Limit orders. These bread and butter orders specify an exact price at which a trader is willing to buy or sell an instrument. The order book shows the depth of volume at each price level. So all the orders you're seeing there are limit orders, right? They're limit orders that are showing up on the time or in the level 2. If they were market orders, they would have filled, okay? So they are limit orders that are showing up on the level 2. Not the only type of order. It's the only type of order that I use. So personally, I haven't used market orders in a hot minute. Stop orders. Couple of types of these. Let's talk about the first. So these come into play, stop orders that is, come into play only when the price reaches a certain level, which is the stop price. They can be stop loss orders, like sell orders. So you can have them placed below the market price to limit your losses. So if I got in $200 on Apple and it dipped into $199.49, I can get out there for the 50 penny break. Okay? That's what that kind of order is. But it's not the only type of stop order. There's stop market orders as well. And these trigger at whatever price once the stop is hit. So you're saying to the computer, all right, look, where's Apple at? 232.02 right now is on Apple. Let's say it gets to 233. You're saying to the computer, if the price reaches 233, sell at whatever the market is or buy at whatever the market is. So you're telling it once a price is triggered, sell it into the market price. You can also have a stop limit order, which tells the computer once 233 is hit, sell up to 233.10 or sell up to 232.90. You specify a trigger price and a limit price. When you have a stop order, that's a market order. It just tells the computer sell at whatever the market price once this price is triggered. So a few different types of stop orders there. Again, by no means an exhaustive list. Last but not least of the order types we're going to talk about today are these iceberg orders, and these bamboozle a lot of traders. Why? Because you don't see the size reflected on the book. You only see a partial size. So these only show a portion of the total size, masking the larger buying or selling interest. Look, though, one way to gauge to see whether they're there or not is to look for sudden jumps in volume after the iceberg order has been partially fulfilled. So oftentimes what we'll see, and again, I'll bring up the level 2, and again, this is TQQs. I don't usually use the book on the future, but if you have, let's say, at $72, and there's only 1 or 2 lots sitting there at $72, the price keeps rejecting 72, but there's only a few lots there. What the hell's going on? there is likely a hidden seller not showing the entire size of their order. That's why you're getting rejected off that level. Same holds true for a hidden buyer. If you're trying to short a stock and on the bid side, let's say we're at $71 on the TQQQs, it keeps bouncing off 72, 71, 71. Why? There's only a couple of 100 lots sitting there. Doesn't make any sense. There is a hidden buyer likely around there, okay? So how do you analyze the order book dynamics? Let's talk about the order book movement to start off with here. Watch how the order book changes. Are the bids actively moving up the price ladder, chasing the offer, so to speak? Or is there a stack of sell orders just above the current price, creating a potential selling pressure zone? So that's one thing to look for. Also look for these order cancellations. They're illegal, but they happen, okay? Cancellations can be just as informative sometimes as active orders. If a large buy order is pulled, for example, it could signal waning buying interest. Conversely, multiple ask cancellations at a resistance level, for example, might suggest that sellers are waiting for better price to offload. And what am I talking about when I say that? Let's just go back to the level 2 over here. Let's pretend we're at $72 again on the TQQQs, okay? And then let's just say I'm long 71.50. I'm feeling myself. I'm like, whoa, I'm 50 pennies of money, yeah, right? And then all of a sudden, I see a huge sell order at 72s. So I'm a little worried. I'm like, oh, maybe we can't break 72s. So then I look at the bid, and I look, and that 71.75, there's an order twice the size of the order waiting at 72. So then I start feeling good. I'm like, all right, there's a guy 25 pennies ahead of where I got in with a monster order. So he's going to backstop me and prevent the price from coming down if we keep coming down. But guess what? The price comes down to that 71.75, and guess where that order is? Nowhere to be found. He's pulled the order. He's spoofed the market. Okay? And this happens all the time, and you need to be aware of it. Gray, legal or not, it doesn't really matter. Am I right on that? Spoofing. The spoofing man, where is he at? He's back from New York. Shout out to the Ope. He is the one that can know. Shout out to him, man. All right, so let's go on here. Let's talk about some advanced order book patterns. Spooning, not spoofing. Spooning, guys. This occurs when buy orders are placed just below the current ask price and sell orders are placed just above the current bid price. It's an interesting little trick. It suggests that tight trading and possible price consolidation just before a breakout of either the resistance or support level, depending on whether you're going north or south. And some other book patterns that we want to talk about: an order book vacuum. This is where there's a significant absence of orders at a particular price level, and it can indicate to you potential buying or selling zones, really depending on the context. It's not a hard and fast rule. For example, a vacuum below support might indicate buying interest waiting to fill that gap. Okay, we're not going to get into that too much right now. And interpreting the order book in context. Pre-market analysis, super important here if you want to trade some of these small gappers, right? Analyze the order book before the market opens, especially for stocks that are gapping up on news that show up on your scanner. A high bid volume at the ask price, consistently showing up at the ask price in the pre-market, can signal strong buying pressure at the open. And there's also the post-news analysis, where we're going along our merry way here on the midday show. Then all of a sudden, a small cap gapper shows up midday with a news catalyst that just came in. So the volume just starts coming in now. Didn't come in the pre-market. So it's a post-news analysis. So what we're looking for here is after the news breaks, see how the order book reacts. Does the buying volume dry up initially after that big volume surge and we get that V-shaped retracement all the way down? Or is there sustained buying pressure through levels? And it's incumbent upon you to see where the hell the resistance levels are on that particular stock. You just can't trade it blind on an intraday basis. Where would we possibly get rejected at? Or like, where can the price get rejected at if we continue to ascend? So many different things to talk about with respect to level 2, kind of beyond the scope of this lesson, but I hope everybody got a little something out of that.
Yeah, absolutely great stuff, Sharif. Absolutely great stuff. This is what you want to look for when you're looking at the level 2. This is how you trade. This is how professional traders trade, and that's what you want to look at. We're going to touch on GME because it is absolutely flying to the top side. This is what we want to look at. When we have a genuine move, when the stock is moving higher and the volume is also in correlation with the stock moving higher, this is a genuine move. And this is exactly what we want from confirmation on a breakout. So if you're a breakout trader and you're curious onto why sometimes the stock isn't breaking out and you're sitting on your hands, well, just look at the volume. Is the volume breakout volume? Is the volume stepping in? Is there orders being smashed on the ask? Is the tape in confluence with everything? So that's just something to keep your eye on. When you have this, as you see, the volume is stair-stepping higher in conjunction with the price. And that's what you want to see when you are a breakout trader. You knew that from my NVIDIA trade, I was looking for the break of high day. I did not get this type of price action, all right? And that's what I was looking for. If I knew that GME was going to do this prior, and I seen this volume stepping in, I could have done a higher day break with the volume stepping in, and that gives me more conviction within the trade. So shout out to the guys in the chat who mentioned GME. And if you have any questions on, hey, Joe, I'm this type of trader, why doesn't it work? What should I be looking for if I'm looking for breakdowns, if I'm looking for breakups, or when the stock's just chopping and turning around? So throw your questions in the chat. We're going to do the best we can to answer those. And we're just going to keep our eyes on GME. We got 5 minutes until, oh no, actually we have an hour because he's not going to show up till 1:55 apparently. We don't know. Adara says we don't know. So the man does what he wants. He shows up when he wants, he speaks when he wants, and he says what he wants to say. So, but we'll be ready for that. Until then, we're just going to keep our eyes on it. If we can get some continuation within the trend on GME, that would be fantastic. As you can see, we held VWAP here. We double bottomed at VWAP. We broke this support level and we decided to trade higher. I'm also looking at Amazon as well too because I'm starting to like how it's looking around VWAP. So I like when stocks are trading around VWAP. So we'll take a look at that. But in the meantime, we're going to keep a side eye, bombastic side eye on GME to see what's going on with that. So I'm going to pull up Amazon here because we're going to get ready to enter a position if it starts to do what we want to do. But unlike, we're not in the NQ here. Perfect, here we go. But as you can see, it's nothing, when I'm looking for the break of VWAP or something, it's nothing like how GME was. We're not getting that volume stepping in, right? So that's alarming. So what you have to do is just pack your patience, as Sharif says, hold your horses and wait for that trade to set up how it's supposed to set up. We need the volume to step in order for us to give us confirmation onto that trade. So we'll look at that and yeah, nothing's really going on. We got an hour. Apple's starting to pull in towards VWAP. AMD is trading slightly above VWAP. And we have Amazon. There's nothing. It's crazy. It's quiet. It's a quiet lunchtime, right? But we're going to be ready for when JP speaks. We're going to wait. We're going to pack our patience. We're going to see what's going on here. We do have some potential bottom here, which we really do like. Let me get rid of these dark pool wicks here. Sorry, let me pull them over here. So we're just waiting. We like this potential double bottom around 184.60s. So we're going to hold this. If we break VWAP here, I'm going to enter this trade. We're going to just dabble a little bit. We're not going to go full size, but we're going to get our beaks wet, dip our toes in the water, and see if we can get any move to the top side.
All right, guys, the afternoon segment literally is nothing without you guys, right? I mean, you got to vote for your favorite tickers in order for the Katina Man and the Neil to have a look at them for you guys. Shout out to the OG Darwin. He wants to talk about Nikola, and he did it the absolute perfect way. Shout out to him. It's exclamation point, that word join. Then hit that space bar. Otherwise, it won't trigger. Then hit shift 4 for the $sign or whatever you got to do for hit the $sign. And then enter in that ticker of your choice. Look, you've got people talking about, you've got Blake Colton. He wants to talk about SoFi. And I heard from other individuals trading today that SoFi's been moving. Get into the chat, vote for what you want to vote for. If you want to vote for some of these small cap gappers, Get into the chat and vote for them. If you want to vote for the Mag 7, large caps, whatever, semis, get into the chat right now. You got Neil Robb. He wants to join and talk about Meta. This thing's been rocketing up into all-time highs, and I can't wait to try on those glasses. I got to tell you the truth, man. Those AR glasses are nuts. GDX, go gold. Throw in a gold miner, GLD maybe. The Katina man will look at that for you. You like gold these days, don't you? He gave me the thumbs up. Then that, you know, the Katina man is pretty decisive about that. How about the others? He's talking about Bitcoin. Do you want to see the Katina man talk about Bitcoin and Cardano? Or do you want to hear what Neil has to say about it? Get into the dang chat. Every day from the time we get on the show till 1:50 p.m. before the big kahunas come back on, and have your vote every day. There we go. Now we got people voting up a storm. We got Joshua Herbert. He wants to talk about Palantir. And let me tell you, my man over there is going to absolutely oblige you on Palantir. I can tell you that. We got Charmine Khan wanting to talk about GameStop. GameStop's moving again. Did Catman tweet again, or what's going on over here, man?
He must have posted something because it's roaring, absolutely roaring. So yeah, that's it.
There we go. And you look at this roaring dizzy over here. We're supposed to say roaring kitty. DSY, small cap gapper, showing up midday. Look at that volume spike on DSY. Just coming in right now. We were just yelling or talking, or yelling in my case, about these small cap gappers that show up midday that did not really have the majority of their volume in the pre-market or in the earlier time of the day. Do you like these kind of stocks? Throw them in the chat. Hurry. You typed in only join, my man. You didn't type in a ticker. You need a ticker, right? So shout out to everybody there. Yes, hey, Davis, I'm trying to make him vote. Ro, he wants to talk about IWM. Adara would always trade IWM. Russell 2000, throw that in the chat. See what the Katina man and the Neil have to say about it. Every single day, you get to vote from 11 to 150 for the big kahunas, and they'll look at that for you. And on that note, we're going to send it up to Adara for crypto.
Before we get to crypto, it is worth noting we finally have that stream beginning for this conference that Jerome Powell was set to speak at. This is a National Association for Business Economics conference called Finding Harmony in the Noise, Transitioning to a New Normal. Again, not sure when Fed Chair Jerome Powell will begin speaking. And this event has gone live, but it's really just a Zoom screen at this point. I will let you guys know when we have any updates on that. In terms of a crypto update, it's worth noting we have a little bit more weakness in BTC than what we saw last time we looked at this chart a couple hours ago. At that time, we were just below 64,000. Now we're cracking below 63.5. Low of day, from what I can see here, was around 63.250. We haven't really been at that level since very early this morning. So let's see if we make new lows a day for BTC as we get those Fed Chair comments. It is also worth noting here, I wanted to look at some of these other names in the crypto space. Weakest of the day by far, from what I could see, was Shiba Inu, SHIB. So I wanted to look at this one compared to the USD. Bit of an interesting support level here, a bit of a double bottom with some rounding bottom qualities around this level here. Let's see if we can kind of keep this momentum, because we have had not one, not two, but three straight candles to the downside on this daily chart with some topping tail action going back to last Friday and Saturday as well. So let's see what's going on here with SHIB. Just a little window into the crypto space as we await Fed Chair comments, guys.
You ready for this? Get a great update from Trade the Pool. Now it's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool built a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourself and provide you with the company's funds to trade with. It's real shares, and you no longer need to worry about the PDT rule. But that's not all. I have some exciting news for you today. Trade the Pool has introduced a new tier with $20,000 in buying power, making it easier to pass the evaluation and speeding up the process of getting funded much faster. That's right. It's that simple, and it works. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description of this video for more information. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Fantastic opportunity for those that don't have their own accounts. I can't stress that enough. Obviously, that's a barrier to entry. You don't have any money to trade, you can't trade. It's really that simple.
It's really that simple.
So, shout out to them, man.
Shout out to them. So yeah, I'm in some Amazon here. We're looking to see if we can break this level of resistance. If we decide to break, then hey, we're going to be in a banger of a trade. But until then, we're still sitting around. We have our trend lines here, and we're holding this level. If we break this level, this 185 level, then we're out of the trade, and there's nothing wrong with that. But until then, Amazon, it's an absolutely strong stock from top to bottom, so we like it. We're going to take it. We're going to try to continue this trend. If we can counter trend back to the top side, I mean, we pulled back to VWAP. If we can break VWAP and continue to the top side, that would be fantastic. But if it rejects it, then that's okay. Maybe we look for something to the downside, continue the trend to the downside. We're not going to fight it. So we're just going to look to join. If it goes whatever which way it goes, we're going to look to join it. So make sure you guys are doing the same thing. Don't fight the stocks. Don't try to force the stock in the direction that you want it to go, because unfortunately it's just not going to, and that's not how it works. Sharif, earlier with Amazon, he did something perfect, like professional trading. He cut the trade, and then he jumped right back in. That's exactly what you want to do. Don't hold on to these losers. Cut them, get back in, and then you can give yourself better RVR with those trades. And GME, we're going to look and we're going to pull up GME right now, because it is starting to come back in. The momentum started to slow down. As you can see, the volume isn't as crazy as it was when it broke out here, and that's okay. But this can also indicate something. The stock may be breathing and eventually take another leg higher. So GME pulling back, low volume on the pullback compared to the upthrust to the top side. So we'll see what's going to go on here with GME. It can continue to go, but until then, we'll just pack our patience, hold our horses, and see what's going on with this stock, because we can take it long. It can squeeze at any moment. Roaring Kitty can post literally anything, and this stock can absolutely set ablaze. So so we don't know what he's going to do. He's unpredictable. We're going to wait for him. And hopefully he does something. Hey, he might be waiting for JP too as well too. So you never know what he's going to do. I don't even remember how many shares did he have. He's like he's on the board of GME. Yeah. He's on the board of GME. So he's ready to go at any time. Who knows if he starts to squeeze. But GME is an absolutely rocket of a stock today. So we're looking to continue with that.
I got to put that up on the side chart. I just want to remind you guys that Adara threw this in the chat for those of you who want to watch Jerome Powell live. This is obviously, we're waiting. It is the at 66 NABE, National Association for Business Economics, their annual meeting, their 66th annual meeting. He's slated to speak there. It has not started yet. Adara threw that link in the chat. If you want that link, just weasel your way on over to that chat and get the link there, or just search it up yourself. Joe, I think I gotta echo what you were saying there on the Zon on AMZN. If I had a flat top break animation, I'd hit it for you, Joe. Hit it. But you know what? We're gonna do the contra pause. We're gonna hit that flat bottom break and hit the bang, and hopefully that sends a good juju your way for that flat top break. The Katina man also bringing this to my attention while Joe was dropping hot lines. We have a VWAP retracement now on the future. The Katina man is short right now, the TQQQs. And in case you don't know, we have another channel parallel to this one. It goes by the name of More Trader TV Live. It is an information-only channel. You can see the Katina man's positions, Neil's positions, and all the updates. Thank you, Fabian. I do appreciate you doing that. As you can see, lots of information there. Adara takes care of most of that every day, and we always have it being updated. So make sure, if you're not subscribed to that channel and running it parallel to this one, you're not getting the full picture. So shout out to both the big kahunas there, where their trades are reflected. So keeping an eye on the future right now, as it did dip down at that 20,200. And it wasn't just that 100-point level that is of importance. 20,200 and the volume weighted average price are basically the exact same level. We're going to find out more about this, but we're going to find out what Adara has to say right now.
Just an update here for anyone coming in late with regards to comments from Fed Chair Powell. There were a couple times he was potentially supposed to speak here. I was seeing either 1 p.m. or 1:55 p.m. The event itself was supposed to start here at 12 p.m. As said, it did start a little bit later. I think the stream began about 15 minutes ago, and really it's just showing a Zoom screen as of now. So for anyone who was late, we do not have an exact ETA for Jerome Powell. I have the stream on watch. I will let you guys know if and when anything changes there.
Thank you very much, Adara. I'm just reading what Saad Mahmood wrote in the chat. Saad, is this accurate, bro? The Catman owns 250 million shares of GameStop? Is this seriously accurate? That's intense.
Didn't he have like $1 billion of unrealized gains with the options?
I thought it was 250 or something. I don't
something
remember.
absolutely ridiculous. And he's like, I'm holding. Why? What is your purpose? I don't get it. 250 million, $250 million. What are you still holding on for? I don't know. We don't know.
He's an ape, man.
But speaking of,
Spite says Fabian.
yeah, speaking of, we're in it. We're in GME. We're looking to continue this trend to the top side. So my apes, step in. Let's see what we can do, if we can push this price higher and we continue this trend to the top side. But Roaring Kitty, I don't know. Start covering some of those options. Start locking in some of those gains. I would.
It's notional, by the way. Notional.
Notional.
Yeah,
Okay,
my mistake. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Sud.
So notional value. So yeah, I don't know. It's probably not as worth as much as it was anymore. So GME, we're holding on here. We're gonna see. It's not really moving how we want it to, but that's okay. So we're gonna hold on. We're gonna see if it continues a little bit to the top side here. Let's see Roaring Kitty. Let's see if he's really my friend or not, and he wants to push this price higher, because it seems like this guy controls the stock. He's on the board, $250 million notional. He's all over the map with this thing. I don't know what did he buy a stake in recently? Like
Chewy?
Chewy,
And then he tweeted that picture of him, or not. I think it was Buzz Lightyear. Who was it that was dropping the dog? Somebody. Say it again. Woody?
Woody.
It was Woody.
Woody.
Andy. I'm mistaken. Thank you.
Andy, okay.
Andy dropping. No, it wasn't dropping. The dog is not Woody.
Who knows?
The nightmare scene where he says, I don't want to play with you anymore or whatever. Shout out to Fabian.
Yeah. What's that guy's name?
I've never seen that.
Oh, you never seen that?
No.
Oh my God, Toy Story, classic.
No.
Classic. But yeah, his last stream, I tuned into his last stream and I thought the screen was frozen, but he was just putting on an absolute act. So we don't know what he was doing there, but that's okay, because it was honestly, the money.
The Katina Man is printing.
He's up to something over there.
He's printing on the future.
The future. All right, it's coming in as the markets are selling a little bit here. We got 50 minutes or so until Jerome Powell starts talking. Hey, Katina Man's onto something. Follow what he's doing, maybe. Short the market. Do something. Come up with your trade plan. See what you want to do. See how the market reacts here. We're holding on to this GME trade. We're going to see if we can eventually break this high a day here. And if we do, we're going to look to take a little off the top.
I love that. What's going on? Juan Alejandro Castillo, you're making me laugh, bro. Because I remember that's what he testified. He's like, I like the stock. Right? Yeah, that's why I'm buying it. So he was just saying that right now. So I love it. The Fabian loves it too. Look, man, hey, we're not a suit. I don't care either way how this goes. I just hope everybody does well. I'm a cheerleader like that. So that's the way it is there. I hope everybody's printing up multiple storms, knowing full well that it can't be everybody who prints up, because somebody's got to lose for somebody else to make money. That's just the way life is. Yeah, that's the look. All right, Amazon did take a bit of a hit there. I was keeping my eye on this one. I feel a little silly, quite frankly, because we could have, been building into this. In any event, I think that the trade is... yeah, it's still sitting up, man. It's still within the range, and that's the thing. Now that I look at it ex post facto, 186.30 to the high side, and quite frankly, 185.80 has been the range. And I want to say the range has been in play for the better part of this after 11:45. So we're going on almost an hour and a half now. Here we go. That's a big dump. You called that. Good for you, bro. Katina Man just printed on those TQQs. The market took a bit of a flush there. I don't know if Papa said hello or what he said, but he seems to aggravate the markets anytime he greets us. So that's a look there. We're dropping down now on some of these names. Could these be good entries? Look where Microsoft is. Volume weighted average price, Apple, volume weighted average price, Nvidia, volume weighted average price, Google, Scotiabank. You know what I'm going to say. That volume weighted average price at 164.25 a quarter. You got the likes of Tesla below and AMZN below. Meta well high above VWAP as well. Meta's been obviously the monster as of late with their Meta Connect event last week. I got to tell you, I was very wowed by that. I continue to be wowed as I read more about it. Call me a little cynical, man. I don't know. Sometimes I can be a little bit cynical.
Let's hear it.
Did Meta expose their hand by dropping these glasses as a prototype to kind of for everybody else who wants to kind of weasel into their you know that gimmick.
Into that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, but
do you expose your hand a little bit, or do you have a first mover advantage?
I don't know. I think they're doing pretty good, right? They teamed up with Ray-Ban, right? So that's a popular glasses, also on a popular platform. But one company I think you need to watch out for, Apple. Because they are not always first to the dance, fashionably late, but they always do it best, okay? Apple does it best all the time. So I don't know, did Mark expose his hand a little bit?
I don't know. I'm just putting it up there as a question, see what people are saying. Like what I was thinking was like, if you're into this whole, you know, corporate, I don't want to call it disinformation, but you're always trying to keep your competitors off your scent. You know what I mean? Because they want to eat your lunch.
They want to eat it.
That's the thing.
If you're any good, they're just going to buy you out anyways.
Right?
Hey, this is my idea. And that's okay. But hey, I don't know. It's revolutionary. The Orions, they look absolutely sick. But beware.
They look so good.
Because Apple will always have a trick up its sleeve.
That's the thing. And I was thinking, like, did Apple, you know, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep this idea to myself anyway. maybe we'll talk about it later.
Maybe we'll talk about it later.
You know what? I'm thinking along on. I'm gonna give this one the old college try over here because a lot of these ones are at VWAP, and I'm unsure exactly how to play this latest market down move. It's been a positive day for the most part on these here markets, but there are a few names that are negative. Obviously, Tesla, Amazon, and Microsoft now marginally negative. NVIDIA's been negative for a hot minute. Basically, since the start of the day, we did get this mid-day downturn off the highs on the Mag 7 and on the Future. I'm trying to assess, in my humble estimation, whether I should be taking this market short or long at these levels. And the thing is, we came into, I should say, a key area of technical support on the Future here. Look at all these bottoming tail candles that go into this random 20,000, 168, 170, blah, blah, whatever, this area here. Umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles, all of which found a buyer. That is, of course, after the IB low that we printed at 10:20 a.m. We've been basically defending this 20,000, 170, whatever, generally that area. We come into it right now, we're finding a bit of a bounce, but we haven't reclaimed VWAP. So I started looking at Amazon. I'm like, okay, Amazon has an area crest over here from the earlier trading. We're right at that area crest. Do we hold up? And for 5 minutes now, or almost 5 minutes, we've been generally holding up. So I don't know what to do. I'm debating whether I want to take Microsoft long off VWAP, Apple long off VWAP, Amazon off this level. I'm really quite unsure, to be honest with you. Monty G says nice rollover, so he's thinking, I'm assuming, unless you're thinking it's just a quick rollover that we're heading down on these markets. I got to tell you, I'm unsure how to take this trade right now. It's about 1:15, and we haven't heard anything from Papa quite yet. So, yeah, I'm going to pack my patience over here. Are you still looking short, the Catena-Man? The Catena-Man is only short at these levels. How do you feel here, bro?
Hey, I feel great, actually. I'm just looking at the market start to pull in a little bit, and that's okay.
You thinking long or short at these levels, though?
Hey, I'm thinking short, maybe. If we can break 485 on the Qs, then there can definitely be some more downside and potentially go and test the lower days. And that can happen, right? So, and that's fine. The market has been strong for so long, so it needs to breathe.
True.
So once in a while, when you kind of get these choppy days and you have these big catalytic events coming up, then you can see a little bit of chop within the markets. And that's okay, because we're just going to sit here, wait. We're going to see what presents itself and just follow what the overall market is doing. And that's going to always continuously be my narrative. We're not going to fight anything. We're going to see what the market's doing. The Qs are slightly pulling back towards VWAP now, so maybe it holds it there. But I think we're primed for something once JP speaks. I'm currently in GME. I'm the roaring kitty party today. We're slightly going higher, nothing crazy, nothing that I like is like, oh, hey, add to this position.
Fabian.
Problem. That's all right. So we're over here. We're going to see if it starts to work, maybe I'll add a little size to this position. This goes on to a totally different topic, exponentially bet sizing opposed to linear bet sizing. When things are working, you want to make them as big as you possibly can. exponentially bet sizing, opposed to just being on a linear base where every trade has the same risk, no matter how well it's working. So when things start to work, to go on to Dad Trader, what he said, how can I hold on to these winners and how can we make them bigger is, okay, well, we can exponentially bet size. When things are working, let's add into these positions, not fight it, and let them work a little bit more. As you can see on GME, we're holding this 23.18 level. And if we break that, I'm out of the trade, and that's fine. But I'm thinking we have this massive volume influx. Eventually, there's probably going to be some continuation on the trend, and I'm going to look for exactly that. We have, as you can see, using my ray line, is that we're holding these levels very, very well. So we're gonna, as long as we continue to hold these levels, that's okay. If we pull back into this area, hey, maybe look for an additional long and continue with the trend to the top side. If it breaks it, then sentiment on the stock can completely change, right? And if it changes, be prepared to change your thesis or just abandon it in general. That's okay, because there's always going to be another market day. You're always going to be able to put on another trade. We don't want to hold on to losers because that's no good. And if they outsize our winners, then we're just in trouble. And then we're not being consistently profitable on a consistent basis. And that's exactly what we want. So if we continue to break upside the 23.40 level, I'm going to add to this position. If it breaks this pivot low here, then I'm out of the position. And how can we determine that? Is, hey, we can look at signals on the level 2. We can use volume. We can use the time of sales, even though the time of sales can use some mixed signals. Sorry about that. During these times of hours during the day, but we still want to look in these things for conviction and confluence within the system that we're running. Sharif.
You said confluence.
I did.
I like it. All right, I'm long 60s here on Amazon. I wet my beak at 75s, and now I'm waiting at 88s. We're printing 81s, but we are encountering some selling. I was going to say at around 75, 76. It looks for the moment like that got taken out, but I got to tell you, the bounce here on Amazon relative to some of the other bounces that we got on the Mag 7 names, quite anemic. Spade a spade. Okay.
Spade.
Yeah. So we're printing, we're at 80s right now. I'd like to be able to take it out at 88s. The reason it's not just because CD Lamb wears 88, but the fact of the matter is there does seem to be some price action, initial support, now resistance at this level. Look, when we ascended into this 90 area, we rejected. Then we started using 90s as support. So if that's the case, we're below it again. I anticipate 90 to interact with the price action in the same way that it's done before, hence why I'm trying to front run it with a beak wetter at 88s. We are having trouble, though, breaking through 8s. Amazon is awfully weak. Okay, that's just the way it is. Whether you want to take it off a key level like I thought I did over here, and the reason I got in, if I didn't make this clear, it was because of this, area trough from beginning. So I was looking for the previous area of resistance to act as support, hence why I got in there. And we also coincided with that bounce on the futures contract, the NQ futures contract. Now I just want to show you exactly what I'm talking about. We get that big boy dip breaking below the volume weighted average price, but we hold up at this area trough over here that we printed at 1140 on the 5-minute chart. That level was 20,166. Make of that level what you like, but the fact of the matter is it held up. Okay, it doesn't have to hold up forever and ever, but locally it did. We're having certainly trouble here with 80s on AMZN. We can't ascend above 80 or so, it seems. Maybe anemically we do. 80 showing up again on the ask. I'd like to print 88s, but we'll see we get, and we won't get upset at these levels. 82s now showing up. All right, baby. Get up. Yeah, it doesn't have quite the same effect
same
there.
Punch, no.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that anymore.
That's all right. That's all right. GME is working. We got GME over here. It's starting to slowly work for us. The volume is slightly dwindling, and that's okay. But if it steps in here, like I said previously before, we're going to add into this position. We got diverging volume on the volume on price moving to the top side. So that's something that we always have to keep an eye out on. All right. So no matter what happens, we're prepared to do what we need to do. If we go for the high day break, I am going to add. If any volume in this stock steps in, I am going to add. And that's how we're going to make this trade a bigger winner than what it currently is. But if it doesn't do anything, then so what? We punch out of the trade, and that's how it's going to do. So you know what? If you have any questions, guys, on how to make those winners bigger or anything, options, anything, just throw them in the chat. We're going to do our best to answer them here. The market, it's chopping and turning around. Let's see, let's pull up the Qs here, see what the Qs are up to. And a whole lot of nothing really, right? So hold on, there we go. Let's see. There we go. So the Qs are just hovering around VWAP. And here we are. Let's go. Boom. The Qs are just hovering around VWAP. Can we go higher? Absolutely. Excuse that trend line. We do not want that. Oh, sorry. No, we'll get rid of it later. But if we're holding these lows here, then that's no problem. We can continue to move to the top side. I've stated this countless times before. It doesn't take much for this market to get going. Jerome can say anything dovish, and we're going to start moving to the top side. If he's hawkish, yeah, we can absolutely sell. But anything that the market perceives as dovish, we're going to absolutely roar. No pun intended, Mr. Kitty.
I like that. That was a nice one. That was a nice one. All right, who's asking me there to look over Duo? Let me just find out their name so I can shut them out. Jetvoy Limited, that's it. Okay, so Duo has been one of those ones that we keep looking at over here. It's not Duolingo, guys. It's a different, it looks like it's a SaaS over here for real estate. $3 has been an obvious issue here for Duo. Obviously, we did break above it, getting into that 359, but that was during the very liquid time of the day, that 1045 or 1050 was the high that got printed. Since that time, it's been a symphony of lower highs and lower lows. That is, of course, until we got to the volume weighted average price, initially at 1150. Okay, we get into that $2.60 area, we pap right into $3. Move back down into that same area, 2 and 2/3, right back up into 3. So there is a $3, 2 2/3 range until there isn't. When is that going to be the case? Your guess is as good as mine. We either, if I had to be gun in my head here, we probably hold VWAP, right? We've been holding VWAP for the majority of the day. It's kind of doing what I call the VWAP hold high of daybreak, where it has that initial big move up in the liquid time of the day, and then the non-liquid time of the day, aka our show, we basically kind of whiffle and waffle, but above or at VWAP, which is exactly what Duo is doing. And it's got a range off which we can work until it breaks out or breaks down, right? So $3 right now as a top with incrementally higher lows, not by much. Like when you look at this area candle here at 1150, what's the low there? Well, the low is 260, excuse me. The area low over here, not by much, guys, 266. Incrementally higher lows with a flat top at 3. DUO, good look. You can trade it both ways right now is what I'm submitting to you guys, both as a range and then wait for that big boy break if it comes above 3 or below 260 if you want to get short on it. I personally don't like to get short these small cap gappers. In general, I certainly will not short them if they are above VWAP. They have to break down below VWAP. It's kind of the opposite trade that I have for the breakout long. If I'm going to take it a breakdown short, it's going to be below VWAP. And here it is. It's doing things as we're yapping about it. It just broke into local highs. What's this candle? This topping tail candle that we printed at 1215, the high there was 302. Well, we're printing 305s right now. So we haven't been up at this level since 11:20 a.m. So that's over 2 hours now, but that's not by much. And look at the zig and the zag. The sellers shorting up a storm or someone wetting their beak on some profits at these levels. So we haven't cleared it with any distance, but it is a level off which we need to either take a trade or be alert of. So DUO, thank you, Jetvoy, for pointing that out. It's one that I already had my eyes on, but I didn't look at it from exactly that way as I had now, which we'll talk more about when we get back from the big desk with Adair.
So I did a little bit of research here, and I was able to find a time here for comments from the Fed chair. We just have the DXY up here as well on the side. Basically, we're supposed to hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell from 12 p.m. to 1:40 p.m. That's going to be the time in Nashville, Tennessee, where the event is being broadcast from. So that'd be 1 p.m. to 2:40 p.m. our time. With that, we still don't have an exact time in terms of when he'll be speaking within that window. As said, initially we were thinking 1 p.m., 1:55 p.m. Eastern time could still be an option. So that'd be about half an hour from now. But just noting, we do have an official window through which he might be speaking, which would be 1 p.m. Eastern to 2:40 p.m. Eastern. Just a quick update. We actually do have a schedule for that as of right now, guys.
So much for that, Adair. Thank you for putting some context of when to expect Papa to draw pot lines, Joe, because everybody's been waiting.
everybody's it's the anticipation. It's the wait of the day. It's what we're waiting for all day to see what's going on and where this market goes after what he has to say.
Fabian? I know you're on your own today, brother. More sympathy. I cannot
shout out Fabian. He's absolutely killing it in the back. So he's the one tonight. So shout out to Fabian and shout out to Monty G in the chat for always showing consistent love. Thank you, Monty G. Much appreciated. So just make sure you guys like and subscribe. Throw your options questions into the chat. Throw your level 2 questions into the chat. Sharit's going to do his best job to answer as many as he can. I'm going to do my best job that I can do to answer as many of your options questions as I can. Because that's what we like. We love talking options. Once I start talking options, Sharif, I can just get into a flow.
I get it.
I can't stop, right?
Like, I see it on you,
bro. Like one thing after the other. So we love the options talk, so keep throwing those in there. We were talking about forward earlier today. We have some big positions that potentially might turn out this week as well for options. So we're really liking that. Just to talk on how I set up my options like I was previously saying before. So on the weekend, I'll do my due diligence. I will set my orders. And I won't even look to sometimes till mid in the week. It's either they're filled or they're not. And if they're not, then so what? Then you plan something else, cancel it, modify. And that's just how I got comfortable trading options.
Love it.
Due diligence on the weekend, set those orders, and then you never know how everything's going to turn out. But if you know what you're doing and you have their trade plans set up, then just make sure you execute them the best that you can. And if they work, they work. And if they don't, they don't. We're not going to sit here and cry about it, are we?
You're getting love from the chat, man. Could not agree with you more on that, man. Yeah, that's it's fantastic. Look, guys, Meta's on the way down. It's putting one hell of a rounded top there. Get it, Katina, man?
Jeez.
So look at this rounded top through that 574 and break, obviously doing the dance.
What's the meta with
575.
Meta?
What's the meta with Meta, says the Chilean Nightmare. Shout out to him. Love Fabian jokes. Coming into VWAP, though, Fabian, and VWAP here an interesting level at 570 and a third. We also have these topping tail candles from the implied balance open. Shout out to Dan the Dang Man Emmons over there. Look at this. So if we hold up here, it's not going to just be a VWAP bounce, but there is price action at least locally here, support, formally resistance from that area. So if we get a hold up here, this could be a nice move back up. It's going to give you, if we get to highs, that is, it's a big if, into 574.68. That's some odd dollars, which is a banger on Meta. But we've got another segment with Adara. Get it.
DXY earlier today. Let's take another look at money and the economy here in the afternoon. Still seeing that strength here with a bit of a double bottom, and even on a wick basis here for the DXY and the daily chart. Again, still holding up as of right now at that 100-point level. Comments from a couple of Fed speakers over the lunch section, including Bostic and Goolsbee. No real movements in response to these comments from what I was seeing, but Goolsbee saying that there will, quote, be a lot of rate cuts. So could be a bit of a bullish note here. It is worth noting as well, we did actually have this survey here from the National Association for Business Economics, the same organization that Jerome Powell is set to be partaking in this forum with as of this afternoon. This survey basically showing that 39%, the majority of forecasters being interviewed here, saying that the biggest downside risk to the U.S. economy over the next 12 months would be, quote, an monetary policy mistake. So that is viewed as an even bigger risk than what happens with regards to the U.S. election outcome or what's going on geopolitically. So this could be definitely weighing on a lot of minds in terms of what the Fed does and its overall outlook on the economy, not just the stock market. Good note here. This is also the screen as we wait for comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. We're currently in a bit of a Zoom call. As stated earlier, this event is apparently supposed to go from 1 p.m. Eastern to 2:40 p.m. Eastern. Currently at 1:30 Eastern, so waiting for some comments here as the last hour of that session quickly approaches, guys.
Very much for that, Adara. You and I were just talking off camera, and I think Adara brings up a fantastic point there that monetary policy slip up could be brutal for this market, whether they wait too long, right, or imagine they don't cut enough. But that kind of comment, Joe, a lot of rate cuts. Why do they say stuff like that?
That's crazy. I don't understand. And they say they don't manipulate the market too much at all, which it doesn't make sense. Stick to the dual mandate, maximum employment. Price stability. Just stick to that. We have a really good question. Well, I wouldn't know if it's a question, but it's something I would not suggest. Ali, Anwar, all in 545 meta puts. Okay, let's go. That's a big position. So hold on to that. Make sure you just mitigate your downside risk. hey, if that's your setup, take the setup, right? If the trade is going in your favor and that's something that you do, then take that. But just be sure to protect your downside, all right? We don't want you getting squeezed too hard and losing too much on the trade more than you should have, all right? So just be careful when you're all in on positions like that. We like to see that you're taking the risk and everything, but just be careful. Just make sure you have your stops in place. That's what the level 2 is for. Shout out to Sharif right beside me. So just be careful.
Absolutely.
All in, 545 meta puts. Hey, best of luck to you, my friend.
All right, speaking of meta, we're long and we're going to give this one a try. We're going to give it to the $0.50. We're not going to risk too much over here on META to see if it wants to bounce quickly off the volume weighted average price as well as that local area high that we put in at the IB high. We'll see if we can get that. We're printing, what are we printing? 571s. I'm waiting a little bit higher. 99s showing up right now on the ask. 05s now. Let's see if we can ascend a little bit more. It's just a quick scalp trade knowing that meta is awfully spready, but it can give you a good profit if you can catch it at the right areas. I'm still not convinced about this trade. We'll find out whether I did well on it when we get back from Madeira at the big desk.
EBAY, eBay, pushing into and now, as of right now, rejecting new highs of day. Just getting news here that they've won this dismissal of a lawsuit from the U.S. government, basically accusing the company of violating some environmental laws by selling or allowing harmful products to be sold on its platform and website. So EBAY, successfully getting this lawsuit dismissed to the upside right now. Not a lot of volume on this one, though, guys.
That Adara, yeah, keeping an eye on eBay. Not one that I've really traded a whole lot lately. Man, when's the last time you bought anything off eBay?
I never bought anything.
Never
I thought
in
it was
the history.
too complicated. Yeah, I think Amazon's so much easier.
It is.
I think it's a way better platform. I never bought anything off eBay.
See, Joe, I'm old enough to remember the good old days with eBay. Like, I'm actually talking about like the bidding back in the day. Remember sniping?
Oh my! They would have auctions on things.
Yeah,
right?
I know they still do, but it's not the same thing.
Crazy.
Like,
it was absolutely crazy. I know there were some wild things they would auction off on eBay, and so but I was never an eBay person. No,
it's okay.
You know what? I'll leave the online shopping to my girlfriend. Shout out to her. So she's always doing that. Yeah, but I'm an Amazon guy. If I need something from online, I'm going to get it from Amazon.
Fair.
Quick and convenient. Right?
Yeah, no, I agree completely. Some of the stuff, though, like I was looking for some, oh, wow, Meta just tanked big. I got stopped out big there.
Puts.
We lose 30 cents super quick like that big. Yeah, that guy who's printed puts.
Yeah,
was that you there, Katina Man? The Katina Man's printed on the Future. Were you Meta short or Future short? Just Future. I was like, oh, come on, Katina Man. The Katina Man is short on the Future, so he gets printed there. I'm out of this trade. I lose on this one. No, the Katina, that's fair. Thank you, Katina Man, for being kind like that. But the Katina Man printing up several storms on those TQQs. Let me guess. Oh, well, I have to look at the TQQ level, Katina Man, but I was going to say 20,237, if you're able to make that equation there, Katina Man. Let me know where you're short on those T. Yeah, I know. I couldn't look at the level on the TQs. 72.10 he's short. Katina Man short 72.10 on the TQQQ. Shout out to him. I'm keeping my eye on this one. It did have a big boy flush, but we'll see what we get on this one. A bit of a loser here. I'm a little disappointed in myself, but it really blew through my stop. I mean, it really. Where was my stop? Wow. Okay, so we had some slippage there, Joe. Yeah, because we had our. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, right?
Yeah, but we were just saying, like, you get a point. Like, as soon as you enter, it's either going to go a point in your favor or a point against you.
Right, and it's right above VWAP again, this dang thing. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I could be persuaded to get back into it. Hammer candle right now, closing above the volume weighted average price on Meta. It was a specialist breakdown. We've talked about these before. If we continue to trend up, if we trend up off this level, this is what we call a specialist breakout or breakdown, where essentially they're stop hunting only to move it back up or back down. We'll have to wait and see what we get there. But that level on the future still holding, Joe. So we'll see whether that one does it or not. 137, guys, 13 minutes left for you to do this. Get into the chat right now and vote for your favorite tickers. Adara just brought you that eBay news. You want to hear more about that? Get into the chat right now and vote for eBay. Oh, how about this? Let's see what you guys are talking about. Ezekiel, Meta just tanked. Don't I know? I was involved in it. Get into the chat right now, Ezekiel. Have your vote every day and basically vote for Meta. Let's see what else people are voting for there. We got Vegan Trader talking about MLGO. Get into the chat, Vegan Trader. Vote for MLGO. See how Neil and Sean would have traded it. Nathan, WSB. Get into the chat. Vote for WSB every day, guys. It is your segment on the afternoon rundown. Exclamation point, the word join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice every day. You can vote from the start of this show at 11 o'clock till 1:50. So the big kahunas come on.
Hey, bang, bang. So we got a good question from Vignay Mignon in the chat. we like it. I had some steak on the weekend. We love it. Talk more about the spreads you sell, which stocks, which deltas, which time frames. All right, so we're going to go from backwards to forward. Which time frame? Dailies. I use the daily chart to choose which stock I'm going to select my credit spread on, which deltas, always 0.1 or less, so a 90% chance of expiring out the money, all right? And which stocks? It depends on the technical setup. I like the Mag 7 mid caps. Those will offer you the most premiums possible, so Mag 7 and those mega caps to mid caps, look for things that are gonna offer a little bit more premium. So great question, Vinay Mignon. And guys, stay tuned because coming up soon, we'll have introduction to options. I know we go right into credit spreads, but we're going to take a couple steps back and we're going to start from the very beginning. We're going to start right where I started in learning options. Things will get tough, things will get confusing, but on the other side, here, the grass is always greener on the other side. It's going to be tough. But once we get through it and we get more practice, rinse and repeat, more practice, we're going to get a good understanding of options. So coming soon, we have the introduction to options. All right, guys? So stick forward to that. Keep sending your option questions in the chat. We enjoy them. I love answering the questions. I love talking options. So keep doing what you guys are doing. Keep working hard and much appreciated.
Man, we got a lot of feedback last time from that options lesson, bro. People very happy with that. I think that, it's been one of those things where we haven't been talking about it on this desk. And thank you, Joe, for bringing that knowledge and dropping those hotlines, man, because I think people really want to, and the kind of moves you can get to on that. And it's a nice weapon or like another arrow in your quiver.
Yeah, it's exactly,
you know what I mean?
It's a tool to add to your arsenal, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they're meant to be, is just add more diversity into your trading arsenal, right? And that's why we like options. You can use them in multiple ways, like you were saying. They can be your primary source, or they can be something secondary, right?
Yeah.
Like all the Call of Duties, your loadout, you can pull out the secondary on the loadout, and then that's it. So, yeah.
There you go. Frank Jones getting that love, man. I can use that session for sure.
Yeah,
my man Frank, he was dropping hotlines last week as well. He had an entire lesson planned out for you guys on Thursday. So make sure to check that out. Okay, we are now live, guys, right here. I'm hearing it right now. Here it is. Adara, get it.
I was just going to say, this meeting just began here. Apparently it's during lunch, so people currently eating here, we do have this being introduced right now. I'll let you guys know once Fed Chair Jerome Powell takes the microphone. As of right now, this session apparently just beginning about an hour later than we were expecting, guys.
It's this Fidelity Investments dude. He's the introduction guy. He's talking about the conference, obviously. Right down here, Fabian, can I show them my screen? Right down here, guys, is, I know it's hard to see. What Ram typically does, Fabian, is she takes a screenshot of this and she puts it up for everyone to see. I don't know if you're able to do that, brother. Let me know if you're able to. Yeah, so this is just the closed captions for what the individual is saying. So we'll be able to leave that up on the screen. We're expecting Jerome Powell, guys, to be at this conference. Obviously very important for the market. Papa Powell is a market moving kind of speaker. So we're all eyes and ears and everything else to see what this market does off these levels. We've already had Fed speak on the day. Goolsbee dropping hot lines as well about how rate cuts, there's going to be many more rate cuts. That's obviously been a point of speculation amongst market participants. Where do we go down? Where is that terminal rate where we stop cutting, right? Historically, the current rates we're at are kind of normal to low. But if you look the past 15 years, we're elevated. So off which standard are we going to base it? The last 15 years, decade and a half? Or are we going to be, historically over the 100 years? What's up, Fabian? Oh, there they are. Ooh. Yeah, so look, if I go like this, you know what, Fabian? No, leave it like that. But then I can put this show on all desktops, and then that will show even when I move it. So put it back. See? Nice. Okay, so that's what we're going to do with that. Sick. Thank you for that, Fabian. Shout out to you, bro. Because that's, I don't know, users can definitely use that. We'll leave that up there for them. So guys, you've got 7 minutes left to vote for the Big Kahunas on the afternoon segment. If you want Neil and Sean looking at the trades or the tickers as decided by you, only the top 5 make it on. So persuade your friends to vote your way. Only the top 5 make it on. Joe, what are you looking at, brother?
I'm looking at AMD here. I punched into some AMD short here. We like it right around VWAP. Beignet, to finish that question, weeklies. I sell weekly spreads, so you get that consistent weekly income, all right? So, again, we're just looking at AMD here. We like it around VWAP. We're about to shoot off with JP in a matter of minutes soon, so we're not much longer until he comes. So he's going to bring some volatility into the market without a shadow of a doubt. So we're waiting for him absolutely to see what he brings, and maybe we continue to the downside. I've said this earlier in the day that, hey, maybe the Qs are lagging a little bit. Do they need any steam to get going? If JP is dovish, hey, we can start trading extremely higher and higher and higher. Until then, we're just going to pack our patience and wait and see what he has to say. So, guys, tell me what you're looking at. Oh, Blue Moon, I think, said, Joe, can you look at MU? Absolutely. Is it going higher in the future? We're going to take a look at MU right now. That ticker is a little more difficult to trade. It chops a lot. Oh, that's not MU. It's AMD. It chops a lot. It's moving down to the downside here. So we'll see. It reported not too long ago, last week, I believe. So we're going to see what it continues. So don't fight the trend. I don't know if this stock's going to go higher. We have a potential topping signal after this big move. As you can see, the correlation in the volume signature and the candle print. It's a little toppy here, all right? So this could be just a pullback, considering that this volume is a little lower, so diverging volume as we proceed down. But don't fight the trend. Don't try to long this stock when it's clearly indicating, hey, I'm a short, so don't short me. That's the look on MU. So we're just going to pull back to AMD and see what AMD is doing. If we can break this 163.50 level, then that's going to be great. Then we're going to get that downside move on AMD, sorry. And maybe the rest of the market wants to go with it. This stock, again, it's kind of been underperforming a little bit. It was devastated when it was around $200. I think it sold off heavily, and it hasn't fully recovered yet. So that's okay. I still like AMD. It's one of the top semi stocks. So we're still overall bullish, even though we're short on the stock right now. I'm a little bullish on AMD, and I'm definitely bullish on those semis because in my personal account, SOXL, it's up there. Shout out to Sharif. We got a big position in SOXL, so we're nice, bullish on the semis, especially for the long duration. This is what everything needs to run. You got the Blackwell chip. Is it Blackwell out yet?
Yeah, no, Q4.
Q4?
Yeah.
So Blackwell's coming out, so that's a game changer. AMD, I think, took over the PS6 contract. So these guys are going to be putting, so they were heavy gaming.
I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, so AMD is going to be involved with the PlayStation 6, so keep your eye out. That can definitely add some strength into the overall stock and more revenue and more strength onto the EPS.
You got a question here from Hal R. Sharif, when Joe is trading credit spreads, does he typically sell spreads that are $5 wide? Also, what delta is Joe usually looking for in the target sell price? Thank you.
Perfect. Love the question. $5 credit spreads. That's exactly it. My spread is typically $5. Why? To minimize my downside risk, but I can also collect a little bit more premium. if you were to sell like a $10 spread, then your downside risk is vastly more. Yeah, you collect premium, but the downside risk isn't worth it. So I like to find a median that's $5 spreads. And what was the second half of the question there?
The second half was also what delta is usually is Joe usually looking for on the target sell?
0.1. 0.1
I remember this.
90% chance of expiring out the money. That is what we are looking at. A 0.1 delta, 10% chance of expiring in the money. The inverse is what we are looking for, 90% chance of expiring out the money.
All right, we got who was this? Eli Mark wanting to know about NEO. So let's have a look at NEO. It's been a rocket ship today, giving back a lot though, Fabian, off that initial move. So let's put in the throw in the ticker so you guys can follow along. NIO has done awfully well lately. We need to respect what this name has been doing. Have a look at the daily. It's been like, this is a respectable look. Obviously, we're not really at the highs, nowhere near them, but look where we were basing out. We found a lot of support at 375. Hard to believe we were down there. And since we got to that 375, to the highs today, we're up 111% since the end of August, okay? David Tepper was on CNBC on Friday or Thursday or whatever, and he was pounding the dang desk about buying everything that you can in Chinese ADR world. That is not financial advice, and I'm not saying to follow him, but looks like big money is very interested again in these ADRs. Morgan Stanley saying something to that same effect about these ADRs. Now, whether you believe in the Chinese trade, I happen to think they're very good companies, but I also happen to feel they are subject to geopolitics, and that is the wild card. Doesn't matter what the books look like, doesn't matter what your TAM is, if the geopolitics is against you, needless to say, it's a bit of a headwind. So great look for Neil. Let's look intraday to see what we could do, take some trades off. Ooh. So topping into that 7 3/4. We couldn't even get into the pre-market high. In fact, since the bell has rung, we've been using the volume weighted average price as resistance. And then on the way down, we respected the 10 with the deeper retracement coming into the 20. I'm just keeping my eye on the speakers. It looks like we're getting a change in speakers. That new speaker coming in is not Jerome Powell as of yet. So keeping an eye on the speakers, obviously. This is the National Association for Business Economics. This is the conference. It's taking place right now. Adara's thrown the link in the chat multiple times. Just go and scroll up and look at her message. She's thrown the YouTube link if you're interested. Those closed captions right there on your screen, like right there. Oh, that's pretty cool. Those are closed captions off my screen of that event. So you can go ahead and have a read there. Thank you, Fabian, again for doing that. Great look there. There's a lot of small cap gappers that are still in play, guys. And I'm going to throw it to Joe in a second, but I want to let you know that CAPR is still holding up. So is DUO. DUO is still locked in that $3 range, 270 range that we were talking about. That's still playing. XHG dipped below VWAP super quick, now above it again. DSY I'm not touching. That's a bit of a retracement there. But ASTS reclaiming VWAP. Astis reclaiming VWAP here could be another move back up. Astis is quite volatile and has been for a hot minute. And then down here we got CGC, one of the losers that I had today. Adara's got something. We're going to throw it to her. Ooh.
Just a quick update here. We do not have pitcher Jerome Powell yet. He's set to begin speaking in about 4 minutes at 1:55, or I guess almost 3 minutes. We're getting into that 1:52 period. Anyways, 1:55, he's set to start speaking. From what I'm seeing, according to CNBC, he'll be giving a speech first. Then he'll be getting into a bit of a Q&A. So speech, then Q&A is supposedly what's in the cards here in about 3 minutes. Currently, we do still have some speeches being given and some awards being presented here.
Letting me know that it's his job to hear Adara and the pitches and not my job to overhear anything. So he's like, do you want to direct, bro?
Do
you want to direct, bro?
You know what? Fabian's here now. Fabian's here and Sharif's in the back. So that's it.
Shout out to Fabian, man. He's killing. He's on his own today.
He's smashing it.
Where are you at, Ram?
Ram.
Let's go, Ram.
Watching? Ram, are you watching? Shout out Easy Media, by the way. Thanks for the love, brother. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So one question.
Yep.
Question for Joe. Does Joe ever buy or sell options on the TQQs? If so, how far do you like to go out from at the money? No, I don't. So the TQQs are a derivative of a derivative, essentially. I do not trade those. It's a leverage product, right? So you're trading a leverage product on a leverage product. I've never done that before, so I can't really speak. But if I am going to do it, I am looking for weeklies, all right? But it also depends on the system that you are employing. My specific system is weeklies. Be wary of theta and the Greeks, which we will go through in the introduction to options part 2, but not part 1. So just be careful, all right? So before you jump into something, know your metrics, know your downside risk, know what strategy you're trying to employ. But as for trading TQQs, it is a derivative of a derivative. I do not trade that, Sharif.
Got you. The speaker is back up there. I think this is like the master of ceremonies or whatever. We'll see if he's introducing Jerome Powell yet or what the situation is. I'm trying to have a listen, obviously, while we do the show. No Jerome Powell quite yet, but we've got everything, up on the other side screen, and we've got Adara at the big desk. Everything is being monitored. Anything new, we shall bring it to you guys. Keeping an eye on these Mag 7s because they tend to move with the way the future is, and the future obviously is being moved by Jerome Powell and any comments he may make during set time. So keep an eye on that. I was very interested in possibly waiting for this base to form on Meta, but I think I'm just going to leave this trade alone, despite the fact that I like how it's setting up. If we move up here on Meta and if we move up in the market in general, I think this is a really good look on Meta. And even though I'm negative on it, let me make my case again. Topping tail candle is showing you that there's certainly resistance there, at least initially. Sure, we break above it, we get almost into 575. Now we get down right into that same area. But look at the pattern we're putting in at this area. Bottoming tail candles, not topping tail candles, meaning that the depression in the price below 570 is being bought aggressively, and not just once, twice, or OB thrice, but 4 times. These are 4 5-minute candles, all of which have lower bottom wicks than they do. They don't even have upper top wicks, quite frankly, from what I can glean, except no, they don't. They're negligible, essentially. So if we get that curl in the same way that we got this curl on the top with these topping tail candles, look how this exact opposite. You have topping tail candles at the top, and then you start curling back down. If we get these bottoming tail candles and start curling back up, I think this is a hell of a look on Meta, and this could provide you like a $3, $4 winner, really depending on where you get in. It's an interesting look. I don't want to jump into it too quickly, but we'll see. Okay, somebody's taking the stage here. Let's go ahead, Adara.
President here, Ellen Zettner, she's set to be moderating here this conversation with Fed Chair Jerome Powell and introducing him now. So keep an eye here on the cues. We do have the NASDAQ pushing a little bit higher as we await this introduction. So his introduction here, imminent, right on time at 1:55, guys.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. We're just keeping an eye on that. Now I've watched Meta. Wow, bamboozlement. Wow, bamboozlement. It shot up to 571, back down to 570. Like, come on, bruh. So we're going to keep an eye on this one, and I'm not sure how to execute on it, nor do I think it's prudent for me to execute on it now. I got to be off this desk in 5 minutes, and this is a trade that could take less than 5 minutes, quite frankly. You can get $2 quick as you like that on Meta. Whether or not that happens is an entirely different story, Joe. But we're zigging and zagging right now, waiting for Jerome Powell to take the news, or to take the podium, excuse me. I should also mention this to you guys, that Microsoft has had one hell of a bit of a consolidation range here between 2 key levels. One, the closing print of Friday, essentially at 428, and the second, the volume weighted average price. Essentially, it's at 427, a little bit higher than the third. And it has been locked into that dang range since 105, so almost an hour now. Maybe waiting for Jerome Powell, kind of setting up like an interesting maybe head and shoulders, where this guy clearly works out on his left shoulder way more than his right shoulder, bro. Yeah. But, I've seen some guys like that at the gym. It's okay. I'm not judging.
You can skip a leg day. It's never hurt anybody.
All right, Jerome Powell's on the mic now, guys. Papa Powell is on the mic, and here we go. Go ahead, Adara.
The official stream from the NABE, National Association for Business Economics website. Fed Chair Jerome Powell just stepped onto the podium and began speaking, but I'm already seeing his prepared remarks circulating here on Twitter saying that, quote, policy will move over time towards a more neutral stance. Also saying that there are some two-sided risks and it's going to be meeting by meeting in terms of how they're making these decisions. So nothing pre-planned. They'll be talking about each decision here at the meeting, continuing to talk about labor conditions, but now saying these are a little bit more solid. So here's a summary of these statements, also saying there that their colleague, Powell and his colleagues have achieved greater confidence that inflation is on its way 2% in a sustainable way. Again, there is going to be a Q&A as well from what I'm seeing, but that's a summary of prepared remarks that I'm seeing circulating around social media, guys.
Thank you for that, Adair. You love when they have the prepared remarks. Kind of takes a little bit of the unknown out of it. The wild card, obviously, is the presser, though, after, because you could say anything. You could be asked anything.
Who knows? Who knows what he's going to say, right?
Yeah.
He's unpredictable at times, but that's okay. Hey, but we're in some NVIDIA. We were hoping that we would get a little bit of a volume to step in here, but we're at exactly where we want to be. We're at VWAP, so we're going to take the break of VWAP. We're a little bit in the money here, which is good, but we're looking for a little bit more of a move. So if we get any volume to step in, especially at this 2 o'clock hour, we really like that. As you can see, we've formed a bottom here. We've held this bottom. Let me change this. This is not what I wanted done, but as you can see on this one here, on this line indicator, that, hey, we held this level. The price doesn't want to go any lower than what it's currently at, and that's fantastic. That's fine. I'm going to join long because this stock is strong, and I'm going to look to join the trend, and that's just how I am. And as you can see, we are moving aggressively to the top side. So we are working out. This trade is working out. This has been my best trade of the day, and I'm going to continue to keep going back to something that is working, right? That's what we want to do. So when things are working, don't fight it and keep going back to the same thing until it's not working, Sharif.
Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Great trade there, Joe. Timone, I hope I didn't butcher your name, but your comment was hilarious. Timone, I don't know, bro. Whatever. Purple tie called it bullish. I like that. I definitely like that because he is. Well, it looks like a violet tie, but I think maybe the colors are not as accurate on my stream as well. In any event, I think the market is curling up a little bit here. Let me show you the Mag 7 before we send you over to the Big Kahunas in a hot second. They're getting locked and loaded. You got to bounce off volume weighted average price on Softy. Amazon breaking through it. Apple holding it. Tesla working back into that VWAP. Look at Google, nowhere near VWAP. The Future back above VWAP. You saw Joe's trade. You know NVIDIA is above VWAP. So everything on the right path here, Joe, except Meta, because it's doing nothing. I guess it's had its moment in the sun. I don't know. Any final thoughts, though, before we send it over to the big boys?
No, that's it. I like the position that we're in.
Good.
Just make sure before we send it off to the big boys, Sean and Neil, this Thursday, we have an action-packed options lesson, the beginning. Options trader, the introduction to options. So if you're new or if you're veteran and you want a refresher, come and join us on Thursday because we're going to have a great time talking more options.
I'm going to be there.
Hey, I'm there. Present.
All right. Be there or be square, says Chile Memo. With that in mind, we're going to send you over to the Big Kahunas. Joe and I will be back on tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Get it, boys.
All right. Thank you, Jen.
All right, let's get it started.
Informative show there as we waited
sir.
the whole show basically for Jerome Powell to come through. We thought it was going to be 1. We double-checked that with Adara, and it's 2. And then it's prepared remarks. So, okay. We just been shorting the market. So, we're shorting the NASDAQ right here. We've been shorting for a minute. I'm not sure about reloading. I'm going to give it another shot around 72, which was a key level for us before. But until that comes through, let's just stay put, man. We have a good trade on board here. And we're trying to make it, see if it can last. So right now, the future is nice downside push, but retracing back up here on those prepared remarks from, I almost said President Powell, Fed Chair President Jerome Powell there.
Last I checked.
I saw DJT was moving around too earlier, but we'll get to that in GameStop.
GameStop moving too.
DJT up actually almost 7%.
I mean, look, man, it's one of those days where, okay, well, I'm only in Mara. We're still in Mara, I should say, from earlier. But you've had a few runners out there that are starting to pick up a little steam. So on the periphery is going to be that DJT, which tried to break out earlier, didn't get through that $16 level. Both AMC and GME. GME's breaking the high of the day as we speak. This is going here. Up 5%, looking like it wants to continue. Again, if Powell does or says anything crazy. It's not like we're not going to let you guys know. But just running down a couple of things. This just broke the high of the day on GameStop. And this is one of the few days that also going is AMC. I don't know how Raider feels about that. Maybe he's into it. I have no idea. But 3.5%, both of these are headed to the upside. Typically, when we have some weekdays, you find some strength every now and then in a couple of runners. That one is going to set upside. As I said, I'm only in Mara. And I thought there'd be a little something more with Kava here. There was a negative story over lunch for Kava, which is on the New York. Huge volume spike, and it lost a bid. I mean, it tanked like a couple of dollars there, but already right back. The dip buyers on this stock are relentless, but I got my eyeballs in this. Feels like we made a bit of a top in Kava, which is saying a lot because it only ever seems to go up, that one. So there's a lot to watch. Did he just leave the podium?
He gone already? All right, wow.
Oh, there's supposed to be a Q&A,
Okay.
but he's not at the podium anymore. I just looked up and like, there's nobody standing there. Whatever.
Yeah, okay. It should be fun times right here. I'm registering for the Oasis tour that is going to be coming.
nice.
Hopefully,
Look at the stars.
right here. So there he goes.
How
right
they
here.
shine for you.
Yes, we will do that. The Champagne Supernova, of course. All right, so we're ready to go. Pre-sale ballot. Oh my God, they're going to do it like that.
Oh, it's like a lottery?
It's going to be like one of those things where hopefully the tickets, if you don't miss, they're not $3 or $4 grand like they are for Taylor Swift.
That's a no.
It's so funny. One of the dads in our hockey group, the kid wanted to go to see Taylor Swift, and obviously he had no idea what he was getting involved with. And he's like, oh yeah, don't worry, we'll get them. Like, I know we missed the tickets, but we could be able to find them online and everything like that. I'm like, yeah, bro, that's like a really nice story that you told.
Go to Germany.
You told. No, it's over with. Her last couple shows are right now. She's doing 5 here in Toronto. In October, November, all 5 sold out, all in the Rogers Center, 70,000 people times 5. So that's 350 right there. And then she winds up the tour in Vancouver, I believe, with another maybe 5 sellout shows over there. Who knows on that one? But anyways, we'll get this Oasis.
There was actually a promotion. I don't know if it was Rogers, because I have Jay's season tickets, and so I guess Rogers did this, where if you didn't they always make you renew for the next year.
Right.
If you renewed for 2 years instead of 1, then they would put you to some kind of no discount. Like you would just buy Taylor Swift at cost. Rebecca's like, are we doing this? I'm like, no.
At cost?
Yeah,
you would have been able to pay.
Then it was like
your
what,
next-
$3,000 was ridiculous.
No, cost is not $3.
Oh yeah, well whatever the heck it was wasn't like, okay, fine, it was like $3,000 or whatever the heck.
It's probably one ticket you pay for.
No, what it usually is. So it was, and we probably could have done it to sell it, but we're not going. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But I believe Sharif is in position. And the Q&A, they left the podium because the Q&A is when they're sitting down. So they're sitting in chairs now for some chairs because apparently he doesn't want to do Q&A while standing up, which is fine. Get comfortable. We're comfortable. I wouldn't want to do this standing up if I didn't have to. Let's go to Sharif and get to the symbols you guys are asking us about.
Yes, let's welcome everybody to the afternoon rundown. First, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. As you saw, the big kahunas are locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join us on the How to Trade Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Otherwise, I don't make them on. So that's a look there. This is the look at the triple Qs right now. The market's quite flat. So the ES, the NQ, the RUS, all really, around that flat area. Really is the Dow that's down about 1/3% last time I looked. So we'll keep tabs on that on the markets. And the first ticker, as decided by you guys, I should say, is NVDA. No specific catalyst today for NVIDIA, but we did get information that ByteDance was actually looking at getting their GPUs elsewhere, which is an interesting look. I believe they're contracting Huawei, so we'll have to keep an eye on that to see if it affects some of the semis trade, guys.
The interesting thing is obviously, there was already a little bit of use with regards to Huawei for ByteDance, but the bigger story is that they were one of the biggest users of NVIDIA's special for China chips, the ones that were, I guess, adhering to the rules and slowing off and all that stuff. So it was a negative story, but believe me when I tell you they bought it off of the open originally, right away. So at 9:30, it actually broke out right into prior high on NVIDIA. So I was short twice. The first time, we'll come to the chart for a quick little second. The first time was off of the 120 level. Oh, Fabian's a little bit. Fabian, can we come to the chart for quick? Yeah, there we go. Thanks, brother. So we came into the 120 level, which was the first place I liked it. It did a little bit of a test, went to 119, like 95 or something like that. Bounced off of the 60s, but when it's screaming, like you got no red candles, you had no up down. So I just got out right away, waited for the previous close price. As a matter of fact, okay, we're probably going to retest 120 anyways, but shorted it back into VWAP, was able to get it back, and then some more to be up on NVIDIA. It then went into another bounce into 121. You got some lower highs being put in for a test of the 120 level coming in here. When you look at it on the 15-minute, it does feel like, okay, you did another dip off of the same level from Friday, but you have a bit of a bull flag. So if we don't break out this top, I think the test is to 119 and maybe an inside afternoon while Powell's talking, because we don't seem to be moving a heck of a lot. The other one that was a short is still a short, I think, is Intel. That's one we're just a little bit more active on. Short top, short 230, 23 and a half, short 23.60. This never really broke back out above 23.60. So I'm going to look to short that one. It's actually a little bit underneath VWAP as we speak, but you can see the resistance better here at 23.60 for some reloads. I was doing it up until about noon and then haven't gotten back in, but I think that's a short till it's not with that 24 level.
All right, NVIDIA will be my second P&L name here today. First will be the futures. We'll talk about that as we go. But NVIDIA was monstrous, man. We shorted right up here at the beginning of the day. We put it down. Obi asked me how I was doing. And Satya, they were both there having some lunch. And I said, I'm doing pretty good. 221.50 was the short there. Came into play and bang. Huge trade to the upside there. And then it lost, right? So we were short. Then it lost it. Then it came right back up. We could have reshorted that right there. We were not in there. There's something about, Capri's Hall.
Oh, that's what it was.
Right now. And we're just going to go short NVIDIA right now again. I'm going to go short against this little high there. We're going to average into it. We're not going to put on a bunch of shares. But if the market loses step here, which it looks like it's trying to do, underneath VWAP, I don't mind it into this. But we may get stopped out right now. Let's try this into 70. So the stop right now is into 70 on NVIDIA. No more averaging in, man. We could take a 30-cent hit on this one. It's probably about a third of the shares we normally would have had here on this name right now. So let's wait to see if NVIDIA can happen. But right now, yeah, I like the short. My third name is Intel. We'll just talk about that as the show goes on. Intel was another huge trade off of 24 short there. So a lot of action early on. Let's see if we can get some right now with Powell taking questions, I guess.
Yeah, he's live right now. We'll keep an eye on what's being said. Tesla next up. Guys, today they reported that they exported their millionth car out of their Shanghai facility 4 years after launching the first one. Most of those go to Europe, some to Southeast Asia. Those are export only. Those are not just the ones that were produced locally for consumption there. Cantor Fitzgerald also chiming in today on Tesla, reiterating their neutral rating and maintaining that same $245 price target. We also have Q3 deliveries, likely sometime this week, possibly into the weekend. And don't forget, guys, that 10/10 event, October 10th, Robotaxi. I'm all eyes and ears.
Yeah, we should. I like that, the 10/10 event.
Yeah,
I mean, I forgot this. Like, it's a 10th month, but yeah, and then earnings the week after for Tesla. So I feel like, look, Tesla's run into resistance up top here. It's got some trouble in the mid 260s, low 260s. You had another test today and another fail up there on Tesla. So it's been a great run on the daily. Feels like if you're taking risk off in front of the Robotaxi and earnings, this is easily the spot to do it. And I tend to think you got lower highs going in here. The good news is it held on to that kind of 257, 258 area support, but it's a series of lower highs again off that fail break. I'm still thinking it's relatively weak in here. I just got a little bit on Mara. Is what it is. Rivian is actually relatively strong. This is breaking a little bit higher. So as Tesla just pulled back, as you guys saw, Rivian, which is a nasty stock and has not been good, is trying to break back out the top. I'm going to keep my eyes on this one if it decides to continue to go the other direction here this afternoon. Just a little bit of strength coming into this EV name. But Tesla looking weak. I think those early 160s or 260s are still a bit of a sell zone. maybe all the way until earnings, or sorry, to the robotaxi, which is first.
We're cleaning out some NVIDIA right now, so let's just drop a little bit. We're taking a dime only. We're out of 20%. We just scalped a little bit out here. Remember, Powell's talking right now, so we'll just get a little bit out as it stopped. Our next trade will be somewhere here near 25. Hopefully we'll be able to get that. Here it comes back in right now. We'll see if we are able to get it. Let's just make sure we have our orders out right now. So we do have a bid at 26. Hopefully that comes through. Right now, a nice little drop in here. What's up? NVIDIA, let's get back into the money here for us. Again, our stop is up here. So we're 1-to-1, just a little bit north of 60 on this trade. So far, so good here as we go. Market trying to fall back in. We are still short the NQs. As far as Tesla is concerned, what's up, Tesla? How are you doing? We were just short up here, so it's not much happening for us on, long rate here on Tesla. We were flat on the trade. Made some money, lost some money. It lost 258, and that was it. The bottom was 257. We were real close, guys, to picking that up. But again, we're risk managers around here. So we get in, we think that's the bottom. It breaks down, we get out. But at the end of the day, we are about 50 cents away from nailing that bottom, and that would have been a great trade. So let's let Tesla chill out. I still think it's a relatively strong stock, although it won't tell you that because it's down 0.4 versus 2-1 here in the NASDAQ. But I still think if the market goes, this is going to be a name that we're going to want to get on the back of. So I still like it, but oh boy, let's see if NVIDIA can go again. NVIDIA just right now overtakes Intel. We talked about that as my number 2 stock, and then the futures as we just discussed it. So I like Tesla ahead of 1010, but I still think it's a sell the news type of event. Here comes NVIDIA. Let's go. Right now, we are now 20 cents in the money. Hopefully it gets down. We will have news. Adara will just interrupt us when she can about Powell. He's saying 2 more rate cuts this year for hopefully a total of 50 more basis points. What's up, Adara?
We do have comments here from Fed Chair Powell saying that if basically the economy behaves the way they think it will, there'll be a total of 2 more cuts this year, 25 basis points each, so a total of 50 basis point cuts for the rest of the year from what I heard during this Q&A with Fed Chair Jerome Powell, guys.
All right, great look there. Apple next up on the rundown. JP Morgan reiterating their overweight rating and boosting the price target to $265, basically saying that the demand or the lack thereof for the iPhone 16 is correcting. Keep an eye out for that. Separately, the Wall Street Journal reporting that Apple is dropping out of the funding round for OpenAI, valued at about $150 million. Sam Altman, by the way, getting $7 billion in equity out of that last funding round, guys. So good luck.
Not bad at all, Sam. He's Sam Altman at the latest funding raising for OpenAI, getting a $7 billion. Just a couple of updates here. Mara just broke VWAP. We're about to. You just broke NASDAQ support. So you're continuing to break here. So there is. Let me just show you NASDAQ support. Zoom in. You just broke some support. If we test the lows, looking to get out at the low of the day. I'm missing some data on my Mara chart. But anyways, it's like the morning bottom. You can see it right here, like 16, 17, 16, 18 down in there. I'm in front of 20s. We do want to reload this one if we can grab it, but the market's starting to roll over. And pretty much nothing immune as you're about to break VWAP on Apple. Apple's losing VWAP as we speak.
Oh boy.
Another resistance here up at the 231 on Apple. This is like the 3rd time that it's kind of failed that top. If we lose flat bottom support at 231 and a quarter, this one can easily join the party. That's the same level that I liked it for the long, but if it loses it, the shorts are continuing to work here. It's just been a short kind of day. If we lose these quarters on Apple, I think the market's already telling you the story down here. Powell's not telling us anything we don't already know, so. Really
guys,
pumping.
we are just, boom, that trade on NVIDIA, guys. What a money maker right there. We just shorted that into that level. Boom goes the dynamite. We did have a trade here to go short again through 120. It's breaking, so our average price is going to be a little bit lower than where it is right now, but we start stacking up right now. It's another chicken dinner winner here. 20 cents now, 20 cents, sorry. 60 cents now in the money as we make that move down. And there it is, live. It's alive and it's in the wild. It's a dollar club right there. As there goes the futures again. We're still short up here. Again, we've been putting this position in the chat since the midday show, and I just realized I am not even in the chat here today. So I'm going to get over there. Powell's still talking. Let's go figure it out about Apple now.
Oh, he's still chatting. He's still there. All right, this is what he said earlier. Fed Chair Powell says the level of job creation may not be quite at the point to keep unemployment rate level in light of the rising Fed supply. The Fed is also not in a hurry to cut rates quickly, will be guided by data. Keep that in mind. Adair telling me off camera that he said he was looking to cut about 50 basis points by the end of the year. The market reacting a little bit negatively to that. Separately, we had Fed's Goolsbee earlier on saying that there are many rate cuts to come, guys.
That we know. We know
Fighting the Fed now, baby.
Yeah, you generally speaking don't want to be fighting the Fed. That said, that's a long-term kind of look.
Oh, go shorty.
But with a short right now is continuing to work. You've got another failed top here on the SPY. So we've been mentioning this for the last few days here. Every single time we seem to break that top, you get a bit of a wick and then a bit of a reversal. So there's another failed top, lower high. You can call head and shoulders or whatever you want there. There's your head and shoulders. There's your retest of the shoulder. You lose the bottom at 570. I think we're going to round into a little bit of trouble. Okay, is Intel going to break the low already?
Oh, yeah, probably.
All right, so 2330 has been this triple bottom on Intel. Looks like it actually wants to break this to the downside. I'm going to be on it when it breaks this 23.3 here. We've been waiting for this one to go pretty much all morning long, or all day long. What am I talking about?
Guys, we have a, just quickly here, NVIDIA now overtakes the MI futures as the number one trade right here. So I see someone's calling. Let's go find out from Adara.
To the downside in the last 3-minute candle for the S&P 500. Worth noting, Fed Chair Jerome Powell just asked about inflation for the first time during the Q&A, saying that housing and service inflation is still having some issues, not dropping the way they would like. Now, it seems like we're trying to recover from that as of right now, but just to note here, inflation talk on watch right now, guys.
All right, Meta, the last name on the rundown over here. You saw me trade this unsuccessfully on the midday, but they did get multiple nods today from analyst ratings, from analysts. Cantor Fitzgerald reiterating their overweight rating and maintaining their price target of 660 separately. Monet, Crespi, and Hardit maintaining the buy and raising the price target to 620 on Meta. I just like those AR glasses, guys, man.
Market liked them too, but... And it was doing great this morning. Meta was like a lot of names. It was actually strong early on, but it's just another 574 has been a bit of a thing on Meta. So it was another breakout that just reversed. The good news for Meta is it's actually still green when the markets turn red. At least the Nasdaq and the ES have turned red. I haven't checked it out. Doesn't really matter. So Meta is holding out some relative strength, but that's just got lost at 570. So like if we had bounced and gone running with Powell, I feel like this could have been one, but that's just not what's happening here. We're heading right back into the downside. Meta super strong early on, another fail at the 574 level. There's been no buying really above 574, 575 on Meta. As when it gapped up there, it essentially just lost it. And again today, another spot of resistance for it. It's like just like the SPY we were just talking about. It's just wicks through that high. Like it's just getting to fresh highs and it's rejecting above 575 as we're heading back down lower. Bye-bye.
Guys, right now, this is 140 handles now off this trade. It just continues to fall down. There it goes. Look at this dramatic move down here in the markets as Powell just keeps on talking. And I'm right here. Like, this is a great monster move down. NVIDIA not really doing it. It's the futures and the TQQ that just made them just go nuts right there into the bottom of that trade. Look, man, we wrote this down. There it goes. It's a downside move. It's the futures. We've got it. We've got it good here. Nice move to the downside. We'll wait to see what's going on. 70-50, 70-60 right now. It's going lower, Neil. It's NVIDIA, and it's a banger right there. So let's keep going on that one. If we can get me that 57s. Did we just miss that 57 or what? Nice downside push. We need to get something out. There it is. There's the 57. All right, we ride that bear. Hey, man, now who's glad that they wrote down bearish feelings so far here today? I mean, there it goes, man. These are the futures today at the bottom of the day. So these bearish feelers have let us go nuts here today, really favoring the short and really, really taking advantage of that. Oh my, now we are just absolutely cascading right now back into the downside right now. So there goes the futures, man. Hey, I mean, the proof is right here. It's a downside move, and we've got it. So thank you again for watching and enjoying the stream. We couldn't do it without you.
Absolutely. It's a flush right now. Market lost that bid. I got out of Mar. We said we're getting out at the low of the day because it's been bouncing there pretty much the entirety of the time. This was the first thing we got back into, pretty much the same price almost all day long. But if we don't hold on to this bottom, I think you've got another gap into 16. Even Intel did break that low as well, but I wanted to show you I'm now out of Mara at that 16.5 to 16.2. Intel broke the flat bottom through 23.30. That's where it bounced early. It bounced the last time we were short. It's now breaking the lows of the day. I want 23s in here, which is pretty obvious because it's a round number. But then go back to the last time we're under that price. This is 23.10. So I want to make sure we're getting bids out to that 10 and just see how far it wants to go to the downside. There was news on Capri, which I'll get to later. It's moving, but that's just like a buyout, and I didn't see any follow through. I would have, if it was following through, then we'd be talking about it a little bit more. That's Capri Holdings. But we said we'd take that flat bottom break whenever it did happen. It ends up happening after big pop of pump doesn't exactly pump things to the upside, which is, it is what it is. It's not like we've been having that massive pump after Powell anyways. 3% here. NASDAQ looking very, very weak. Oh, I guarantee you Apple lost that bid. Yeah, Apple lost that flat bottom bid, so you could have had that break, as well as everything pretty much heading to said downside. Not a lot of strength out there. You might have to look over in meme land this afternoon, the way things are going. Although sometimes the market just drags it all to the downside. He's still answering questions. If anything crazy happens, we'll let you guys know, but hold on to your butts. Vertigo just said $10 short on SMCI. It's the last time you'll be able to do that one. Oh, I guess you'll probably have some other opportunities. That's going to be a $40 stock tomorrow, which is about to be nasty.
It's a $2 winner now. I mean, these futures are now almost 200 handles in the money. We're short up here at 1130, 20,250. It's at 20,075 right now as we just continue to, again, just, hit the trades we want, and hopefully be able to turn around and show you what exactly is good. I mean, this is a nice move in right now for the futures, right into day's low again. I'll probably put a piece, maybe just even cover it right now, 119, sorry, that's NVIDIA, 119.19 here. That's a decent cover. I mean, we're already in the money now on this one as we just took this trade for you. So it's a nice move downside. And again, you guys can find all of this information about my opinion on the market and everything at Trader TV. Sean, we just crossed 48,000 followers, so thank you for that one as well. But there it is right here today, this morning. We put the sticky note out, came out here, and if you can read the top, bearish feel right here, given at 8 o'clock. So it's nice when you look down now at 2:30 and we're at the lows of the day. So there it goes, man. NVIDIA short, Apple, Intel, TQs, big play there at 72.50 and 20,200. So there it is. I just hope that it's been able to be somewhat, looked at there, but whatever. All right, so here it comes. NVIDIA, I'm thinking now we are at this level here. We could just take a bid. So let's just put a bid at 31. There it is. Let's go. It is. Another one. So we'll take a little bit out here on NVIDIA as it just falls back in for us. So continued movements downside, south side there on NVDA. Loaded it up there, loaded it up there. The top two stocks today, we talked about this, right? NVIDIA and the Qs, the positions that I've been in the longest, and they continue to work out for us. So again, there it is, man. Do your work, believe in the trade, hold on to it. And as long as it makes sense, you should be able to justify it. And we were able to do that. So not too bad there. Maybe giving this to 72, maybe this bottom here, 72.82. Give this a little bit of room back up. If we get stopped out there, we get stopped out there. It's a banger right here on the futures. So we'll just continue to hold out hope that it can go a little bit lower as Powell, I guess, still speaking. We'll wait to hear what he says.
Yeah, I mean, he's still just a little bit of the Q&A. Again, there's just nothing crazy happening in there. I don't know where I want to reload yet on Mara. So I'm missing a little early data. So if you look at this chart, until it fills in, ignore VWAP. And I don't necessarily care about VWAP on this chart. It's been the $16.50 level anyways. But it's some of these recent lows, like 16.25. Like that's where I want to start to key in. Does it hold underneath like the previous low for some kind of a reload? And then Intel, we took another leg out there as it was a flat bottom break. When that happens, you want to get out or at least take some profit on that breakdown. You never want to get that wick and then a reversal, especially given that Powell's talking. But if we do bounce, the first place I'm looking is that previous support at 23.30 to be the reload spot. So we waited pretty much all day for that one. If we get an opportunity on a bounce, we'll look for the short there. There's one other thing I wanted to get to for all of you. If you thought that you could hide in a little GameStop, that was no good. GameStop, it just felt like everything else. So it actually didn't even matter. Like, this was pretty strong. It was breaking highs when we started the show. This just busted to the downside as well. So again, the shorts are printing. I'm basically just going to hold Intel. I'm looking for the bounce back into that key 23.30 level. If it does, I want to play the curl off of there. Don't know if we're going to be able to get VWAP on Mara again, but pretty much everything headed to the downside. Adara?
Is just an update here with regards to the CME FedWatch tool as we get comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Market currently pricing in about a 68.2% chance that the Fed is going to undergo a 25 basis point cut at the next meeting. This, of course, follows comments from Fed Chair Powell saying that they're likely to, or looking to cut at least by 25 basis points at the next two meetings, resulting in a total 50 basis point cut by the end of the year if economic conditions continue to head in this direction. So CME FedWatch tool basically reacting directly to comments from Fed Chair Powell here, guys.
Says how much more they're expecting. I would expect that tool should adjust in real time if the man himself is saying what is going to be happening. Yeah, not a heck of a lot that's holding up strength. I mean, I'd love to be able to say, hey, you know, as the market went down, there was relative strength in stock X or stock Y. I thought that was going to be like GameStop or something that was squeezable, but even those lost it. There was some kind of a positive story on Capri, but I thought it might have been a little bit juicier. It's already losing a bit of the bid. They're supposed to be bought at like $57, so anything positive here could get you a little bit of a ramp up, but it wasn't much follow through when it comes to this. I'm going to keep my ear to the ground on Capri. It's again just there was just an update on, I suppose, the Tapestry deal, whether or not it's going to be able to go through. So if they break out the top, I think it's going to be worth watching because that is a lot of room to the actual price.
Yeah, deal talk. We like that trade that we had on U.S. Steel that one time when there was some deal talk. That was crazy. As I guess it was then President, not then President Trump, but President Trump a couple months ago there, if elected, was going to bust that deal, I thought. But we'll talk about that later when it matters. Okay, I'm going to get out of this 70. I was going to give it about 20 minutes worth of moves down. So that's about 70 right here. I called up the TQQ here on this chart. The next prior bar close is right now. So we could get that prior bar closing on us. And we want to make sure that we get out. So right there, nice movement down 70, 75. We're going to get out on the TQQs if it does come back in. So I just want everyone to note that. That's going to be our spot if it does come back. 70, 75 right now. So the half-point rate cut in September was a reflection of confidence, says Jerome. We're really huge. We're really happy with the day. Let's go over to Dare with some recaps.
Half an hour until power hour. So we're going to recap what happened during the midday session in case anyone wasn't sitting at their desk during that 11 to 2 period. Of course, the biggest thing here was everyone waiting for Fed Chair Jerome Powell began speaking at 1:55. So just before that midday session came to a close. Sean just mentioning there, Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying that their rate cut and the fact they waited so long actually was a show of confidence rather than uncertainty. So it felt like that even bolstered that decision even more. Market reacting pretty positively to that. At that point, we got a bit of a bottoming tail candle here on the S&P 500 in the 15-minute chart. Market, though, initially moving down first after Fed Chair Powell said that they only see 50 basis points of cut throughout the rest of the year. So 225 basis point cut would be the implication there. Also moving down even further after Fed Chair Jerome Powell noted that the housing services segment is having a little bit slower recovery there with regards to inflation, even the fact that it might not hit their 2% target. So that's an interesting note out of those comments. We have the cues here as well, as you can see in the 3-minute chart, that nice pop-up after mentioning the confidence in that 50 basis point decision. Feds Bostic and Goolsbee also making comments. Feds Bostic saying that he could actually see another 0.5 percentage point rate cut if there is some unexpected weakness in the labor market. And then also Feds Goolsbee saying that he sees more cuts this year and that the economy is normalized, which says that's why the Fed is cutting those rates. So some more Fed comments. In terms of one of the biggest movers during the midday, we had Kava here, CAVA, having a large drop with a pretty notable volume spike on a tweet here from Hunter Book Research, actually issuing a short report with regards to the company's sanitation concerns, saying that they've grown too quickly. So CAVA, one of the biggest midday movers. Lots to look at today, of course, guys.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about Kava there and Mobileye ourselves there, as we had noticed that Mobileye got hit there. I think it was a downgrade or something a couple weeks ago there. So yeah, Mobileye downside pressure on them. But hey, guys, you know, no shorts, no cry. But if you do have shorts, then you are printing right now. And it's been a good little run for us here on the TQs. It just did reject that prior bar close on the 20-minute chart. So that's right there. Lucky, man. We put it 75. So if you're going to look, it was right into here. Here's the 20-minute chart. We're trying to use that a little bit more. So it was 80s or so on that. So we're going to try to use a little bit of a larger time frame here as we continue to hold on and get these monsters to come through here, the monsters of the midway right there. So, okay, nice move down. We'll just see if we can break the low for NVIDIA. Shorted there, shorted more. Like, we shorted this on purpose. Like, we had a break of 120. We knew we wanted to get short if it broke through VWAP and underneath all this. You know, to be honest with you, the fact is we were able to get shorter here. So we didn't need to worry about it. On the way back up, I was like, okay, let's wait to see. Was not certain what was going to happen around the 200 period. Let it come back in, break the 200, break down. We saw the futures breaking down. We were already short the futures. We could sort of tell what was happening. And you got to have like that spidey sense. We talk about that all the time. And I think it is instinct. Trading is, I mean, it's pretty much 90% art, 10% science, something like that. But there it goes to the downside, man. NVIDIA, everything's starting to push a little bit. So let's just continue to hold on to this short. We have our stops. For NVIDIA, I do only have 10% left. I have the stop rate here at 65. If we break that little shelf right there, that's what we're going to get out. And then the alpha on the shelf is TQQ, where we are now out. I was just going to show that to you. We were getting out if it broke 70s. So there it goes. That was that low. We did hold it out the first time, did pull back 30 cents, but there it is. To end that trade, man, and we will still stay here. Let's just still stay bearish, not fruit salad. Let's still stay bearish a little bit here. But we're getting, you know, out of our positions there as we're back to day's high right now for our P&L. So good trading so far. There it is. And then there's the other out on NVIDIA. So now we're flat, man. Wipe our hands clean. NVIDIA stock number 1, futures stock number 2 right there.
Yeah, I'm about to go long in Mara if we're able to get it. Look, it's the only thing. Remember we said Tesla was going to the downside? And, well, I mean, everything was going to the downside. But Mara was relatively strong. I'm missing some data there again. But it's held at 1130, essentially long off of VWAP. I'm still in Intel. I don't want to give it up just yet. As the market bounces, if it doesn't regain that flat bottom, like you break the low of the day, if you don't regain the low, I think it can still be a short. But it is bouncing, and there was this reversal candle in here. So I already scalped into this level, or scalped out of that level, but a big volume spike. The biggest one was when we lost. Obviously, when it broke support is going to be the bigger candle, but there was just this big reversal candle in here on Intel. So if it does get back up 2330, I already have a trail in just above the 30 level, but if we get a rejection, I'd add to it and then just use the trailing as a stop for any kind of a re-entry. So Rivian's the only new position, and T-Money says that Rivian, not Mara. So this is Rivian, which I got long because it was trending up and it held VWAP in there. And then Mara I got out of at the low. See, I'm still missing some. So Mara just did a reversal candle, kind of like Intel did, but I was already out of Mara. Mara is nowhere near VWAP at this point. I mean, most of the crypto names are taking it on. They were taking it on the chin a little bit already, regardless. So when we made some fresh lows here, they just kind of did what they were already doing. Like, yeah, like look at the VWAP retrace you could have had there on Coinbase at lunchtime. So it's bouncing off. They're both bouncing off the bottoms. I'd probably wait a little bit more to see how far this bounce goes before thinking about shorting anything else. So Intel, it's getting a little bit closer toward that flat bottom break at 2330, but that's going to be the line in the sand for me. 2330 was a flat bottom break. We'll continue to work with this. We're going to go to Adara, but see battles. We'll get to Palantir in that 37 when we come back.
Market generally recovering not too badly here from that initial move down with regards to Fed Chair Jerome Powell's comments, but Clean Spark additionally on watch here, trying to make a nice push off of that bottom, providing an update with regards to how its operations have been impacted by Hurricane Helene, saying that their infrastructure and employees are safe. They were able to maintain a certain X-hash rate, were able to restore also some X-hash, and saying that they're expecting to be fully back online here by October 4th with 24 X-hash. So interesting look here for CLSK. Keep an eye on that one with regards to that Hurricane Helene operational update, guys.
All right, so we had, I just took a Tylenol. I was like, oh man, I feel like, what did I do this weekend? But not much, actually. More hockey, more this and more that. The first Blue Jays game, pause. Oh, no, keep going. Of the season for us right here. And we're pretty happy. So there's my daughter, Gia. We had great seats right there. We talked with Adam and Neil and everything. It was a lot of fun times right there. So it's 20 seats or 20 rows or so from the home plate. Pretty cool to sit there. My daughter was like, oh man, we need to get season seats. I was like, yeah, well, I can't afford these season seats. But it was a fun time there as we go. So it was really fun. And, you know, we enjoyed it. But at the same time, sad to see it. I really love fall baseball. And we'll have to watch another team. For me, I'm going to go with Ohtani just because I love the story there of his first playoff. The largest, he was the longest, streak of any current Major League Baseball player not making the playoffs. So it was over 854 games or something like that, which is amazing considering how wicked he is.
Well, what's crazy about it is literally the two best players of this generation and it's not like there's a debate about it. Like Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout are, you could argue, top 10 of all time at this point. And they were on the same team and they couldn't go to the playoffs together. Like if you're a basketball fan, like you have to try to imagine if, you know, LeBron and KD ever had teamed up and they couldn't even make it to the playoffs. Like forget about not winning a championship, they couldn't even make it to the playoffs. Like I want to see Ohtani go all the way because that's the most fun thing. I feel bad for anybody if you're an Arizona fan. Right now, they want to make the playoffs. There's 2 games left in the regular season. It's a doubleheader between the Mets and I already forget. It's like the Mets and it doesn't matter. It's Atlanta. They're tied right now, so they're tied with 2 games to play, which is a doubleheader today. And Arizona is essentially like they have 2 games in hand. If they go 1-1 and split it, it's a 3-way tie, and Arizona loses both tiebreaks. Okay, so Arizona needs one team to sweep. The problem is, once one team wins the first game, they have 0 reason to win the second game. It doesn't
matter anymore.
So they're just going to they're not even going to bother trying.
That's why there's 162 games. Yeah,
it's depressing because you want to be able to be excited.
But that's why it's so important, though, is what I'm saying. Like, that's why those early games.
Every game matters.
You know, you look back and it's like.
They play too many games.
What have we done? Yeah, well, that's.
I tend to think they play way too many games.
They said that this was. I mean, I had a lot of fun. I know you guys did too. You have a fun every year. But they said that because of all the renovations in the Sky Dome this year, and the fact that we're the 4th highest salary, and the fact that we're in last place, it was one of the worst years. But I thought with Vladdy sort of coming on again, like I think there was some good stories there, and we traded away and
they got with
guys, and that you know, hopefully
it was a disappointment. Like you said, like it's a great experience. They've made everything look absolutely gorgeous. But I'll tell you right now, if I wasn't a diehard fan, this is the kind of year that you spend more after all those renovations and you can't make the playoffs. It's a disappointment. At the end of the day, you want to be at the dance. And sorry, before we go to the desk, I just heard we're going to Adair again. Palantir is bouncing off of VWAP, and yeah, this should have been the one. Like Rivian has bounced and gone 2 cents. Palantir, what the heck?
What's going on?
Oh, I mean, look at the bounce on Palantir. Like stock was already pretty strong, about to break the 37 level any second now, just to do some work. It's close to all-time high. Sorry, not all-time highs. I keep saying that. 52-week highs after being added to the S&P, but this is a pretty good liquidity grab that happened underneath that 36.5 again. Well, I don't know why I would have been looking at Palantir, but that 36.5 looks like fantastic support. If we get a chance to dip buy off that one again, we really should be, because it's a great level. Palantir, it's not at the high of the day yet, but that was a great dip buy opportunity, relative strength here off of VWAP. Was that Adara?
Here we did have that event from the National Association of Business Economics coming to an end. Market continuing to push higher here as Fed Chair Jerome Powell leaves the podium. So continued strength here off of that bottom here on the S&P 500 and the Qs, guys.
Come over here just real quick. Thanks, Adair, for that. I just want to say, like, when you are currently trading and you need to be a risk manager, we talk about that all the time. This is where I got out of the TQQs. You know, we just saved ourselves like 50 or 60 cents just because, again, and it's tough. Like, we're on the show, we're trying to make our, not just our best decisions, but try to, you know, get in, get out, understand why we're getting in. We talked about that 20-minute prior bar low right there, that we're going to get out at 75. So we did do that. So that, again, right there saves us. So Siren's up for that one. And then let's look at NVIDIA as well. The same kind of thing, right? There's the shelf on NVIDIA. We see this past little support there, breaks it, hit it to the downside, hit it and quit it. Some of you are very famous, or that might be one of your moves. But there it goes to the downside there, bouncing off. Again, look at the station to station. We talk about that too all the time. Neil does. Here's the first station, right? We get a piece out at that bottom. Obviously, we continue to scalp as we get some out at the 50, then at VWAP, then underneath. But when we push it to the bottom, you got to get something out here at that low, which is right here. Something out at these lows, which is right here. Again, right? This bottom low right there. Then something out at the very low of the day. All right. And then on the break up, we get out. Now, the question is right here, that's nice. What have you done for me lately?
What have you?
Well, by the way, my wife is making this some sort of a meatball soup that she read from Maddie Matheson. And I am, oh boy, ready to go. We're not even home until 8 o'clock tonight because my daughter again has baseball. Like, what's going on? Sorry, not baseball, hockey. And then I have a baseball meeting at 8 p.m. tonight. So that doesn't stop, man.
Season.
Yeah, no, well, we're running winter camps. So yeah.
Oh, have you already selected?
All the kids sign up. We don't select our rep teams till the spring.
Oh, okay. Okay, because I know some teams.
Yeah, it's very.
Yeah, some teams are doing
it's happening
like,
now. It's like we're like one of the only ones that don't do it.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know why we do
I was just
that.
talking with one of my buddies who's also a rep coach.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, they're right in the thick of the selection season. What's jokes is two of the guys I played ball with, one plays at like a higher tier, and so it's like when he cuts guys, the other guy is saying, he gets like, yo, this guy's good. Yeah, send him down to me.
Right.
At the next tier down. But it's always busy around here. We have a fun event to go to tomorrow, but I have to. Like I said, when we got to this level, this is the decision point. There has not been, since that reversal candle on Intel, like there hasn't been a red candle. So the decision would be to not reload into this kind of a bounce, right? So if we break 2330 back, the flat top break or flat bottom break, just going to get out. If we do a consolidation under, then I think it looks a little bit better for reversal. This is not the kind of afternoon. Well, I mean, no afternoon is where you want to give it back, but it's It gets post Powell. Like we just had the typical, like what do we usually see with Powell? We go one direction, he finishes talking, we go the other direction. And generally speaking, you don't want to necessarily fight too hard that other direction. So if it makes that bounce and continues, I want to make sure that this is still resistance at 2330 before reloading it. Rivian kind of just, I don't know, it bounces off VWAP, tries to get to 40, stalls at 38 there. I'm sitting in front of the offer 42. The high is 47. Feel like Palantir, like here's the difference between two VWAP bounces. Both trending up. There's one, and then there's the other. So obviously, just a little bit stronger is Palantir, and it's already green, and Rivian's down 2%. We're like a little bit of a muted bounce on Rivian. It's not like it's bad, but I feel like this might be better in the afternoon. I don't really know a particular story as to why Palantir was up anyways relative to the other rest of the market, but a good day for them. And I do want to keep eyes, well, we'll see. I want to keep my eyes on Mara as it's also trying to bounce. Didn't get anywhere near VWAP on the last little bounce or resistance at that 16.5 level. That chart's kind of annoying, but VWAP's not going to be right on that chart because it's missing some data. But I think the level is still that 16.5. It just feels like it wants to consolidate off the bottom. We'll let this one play out. If it starts to roll over, I might short this one off of 16.3, but the market looking at least a little bit strong here. I've got to find a way to get into that Palantir. Yeah, I agree. Sebastian saying in the chat, and it could just be Palantir bounced because it was at a technical level. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Palantir has had support from about 36.40 to 36.50. All it did today was liquidity grab that off of the open. Like there's your, or wick that off the open. There's your rejection. There's the higher low, and then it just kind of broke it out. So a lot of times you only really need a key level to be held, and that's your reason for the trade. But well, I like the continuation on Palantir. If we take out the top, I like Palantir taking out the top too.
Yeah, agreed on all of that. I mean, I think we want to continue the, continue the rhetoric of trading strong names into strong markets. I mean, if we think this market is strong, I don't, but it's a nice recovery there. So I'm going to give you a trade idea here that I'm about to put on that is going to be a little bit risky for sure, but this is going to be a play that, again, remember, feeling bearish, that's done. Like our day is made right now. We stop trading and be completely happy with it, but that's not how we operate. We're looking for more opportunities. So now that we've sort of bounced off there and 20,200 is coming back in, I would think this is another area to think about reloading into the short. So if you want to look at the TQQs here, I think you have a little bit of room to go. I wouldn't want to do anything until we get back to this level. That's, again, when we start, it's 2 o'clock, when we started getting Powell and started to hear the talk and brought it all the way back down into the downside. Of course, we were short there, thinking 1 o'clock was when Powell was coming. So we were short at 12:30, did not come through. We just exited it out and then boom. We just had that little sense that potentially when Powell came, we were going to get negative Nancy, and that's exactly what happened. Nice downside move and then out right there. So, all right, that's the TQs. Now, the trade that I'm looking to do right here, and bear with me, it's going to be Google. Let me explain to you what we're thinking about right now. So, all right, look at this run off the open, right? Just an absolute monster move. Why in the world did we go up $2? All right, I'll tell you why. Why I think. I think that there was just too much pressure on a name that's been so beat up that has a forward PE of 19. We've talked about this. If the market wants to rally, I feel like money's going to come into Google. I've said that over and over again. I think they've pushed up Amazon. Now they'll let Amazon come back. They're letting NVIDIA do its own damn thing now. Micron, we looked at that already. ARM's going. Microsoft's to the downside. They've let Meta go up. I think Google could be the next one. So I don't know if they're going to be buying it up on all the dips, but look at this. I think a 165 break, that would get us above VWAP, above the 50, above the 200. So, you might be thinking about a short now, but look, Google's up right now, 0.4. If the market continues to go and takes out VWAP and then takes out and holds 20,200, you're going to look back and be like, wow, Google's at 166, and why are we not long 165? So I'm going to take that break on Google if it goes through 165. Now we only have about an hour left until the imbalances come through. That will obviously affect this. If this trade does not break 165, then we can leave it alone. But for right now, I like that kind of a look there on a strong name. Trying to find a name that is up today. We're going to be down on Apple, but this is another name that's really strong, and you might want to do the same thing. So we just tried to buy Apple up here. So we already tried this play on Apple. The exact play that I'm giving to you guys on Google, I've already lost on. Ding. And that was on Apple. We thought it was going higher here. It kept on running, same way. Bounced off VWAP, held the 50 period, held everything, the 200 held. I was like, all right, let's take out day's high. It came up there and completely spat in my face and went the other way. So it's not a huge hit, but this is an L on a very similar play there to Google. So let's wait to see. Apple is stronger, so maybe it's already gone. Apple's at 52-week high. Its 52-week high is 237 and change. So you're right there right now. I like the Google trade. I'm going to just sort of plant my flag on that and see if that comes through. Just a little bit of a push in the market. But again, if you like the short, can't hate on trying to go short right now against VWAP and everything. I just don't have the conviction.
I'm just trying to find something that's at VWAP. I want something at a level that I liked
for a rollover.
The
futures right there.
Oh, yeah. That's sort of the thing. Oh, of course, now Intel. I said, let's not reload it on the front side. But see, right there's that 23.30 level. So I'm like, on the front side, maybe not. But on the other side of the trade, wow. As I was about to say, look, Intel broke that 30 and it was right back underneath. I pull up the stock, instantly someone bought it right back above that key level. So if the key level was 23.30, you had one breakdown into it, essentially clean. And then since that reversal candle at the bottom, and it's not just like a wick and then a reversal like that, it's also a big volume candle. You want that to happen on volume, and it's just a bigger sign. Yeah, we could be headed back into VWAP. If 23.30 is not going to hold, then it's 23.5. So you just got to be patient. I'm still in the camp of short Intel at this point. So I'll let it get, if it's not here, it's going to be that 23.50. Palantir might end up breaking that top after all without a chance to dip by it. Rivian, and it's bouncing off VWAP. It's not really going all that fast. GameStop had stopped moving. Didn't really mean that pun at all. And so if we're looking for some longs, I want things above VWAP and trending higher. That's why we're looking at Palantir to take out these tops. Bit of a sideways action since it made the high. Could always just pull right back into VWAP too, give us that entry. I have no issues with trying that one off of VWAP with its relative strength. Fluffy Hippo, why don't you have bids put in? So I can have...
What?
Well, I'm assuming you mean Palantir. Okay, well, so look, it's consolidating up 37. It's going to have to drop 0.5% to even get to VWAP. If it's really tight to VWAP and it's already there, I'd probably have a bid in, but it needs to make a move to get there, so I'm not just going to sit with it. I could have a stop order for the breakout set right now. Usually I want it to break the consolidation, move into it, and then I'd set the order. But like it would look something like this. Like if I have a stop order through the high, like you'll be able to see it. Like I can put it in now and show you. Like it's going to look something like that, right? Like if it breaks the high, I'm crossing the 21s, 22s. It's just diddling in the middle. And what I don't want to have happen is it does absolutely nothing. I forget about the stop order, and it's not imminently breaking, and next thing you know, I forget it, and it gets triggered late. It happens every now and then. No, it's just there's not at a level that I want to be bidding the stock yet. So I'm not going to do it, but I do like this intel. Now it's back underneath the 30. I want this underneath 23.30. That's the key price, and it's right back underneath at that 28 level. Fluffy Hippo, what about next resistance?
Fluffy Hippo.
I know you mean on Palantir. I'm on the offer of intel. You obviously mean what about the next resistance for PLTR up top?
Have a look.
I think there is resistance up here, but it's at like 37.40, 37.50. On Palantir, you could break that local high. That's almost 1%. Like the stock's up 0.5% today. That's a good move. So I don't mind it. If this level here, that double top, was at 25 and not 50, then I probably don't like the long. But it's not. It's a good ways away, a good 1% move from that high of the day break.
All right, so we'll just hit this. You can probably see it at the bottom if you're following. We do have a new position. It's not the futures. Sorry, I almost said the futures. It's NVIDIA. So I don't know. We're underneath VWAP right here. We just could have taken a little bit out there at 90s. We did not do it. We should have maybe just for a dime. I put some more there. I want to give this, I don't really want to reload it till 20s. I want to give this one a little bit of room. So again, we're just going to do the same kind of thing that we did before. Use a little bit less shares, wait for this thing to come through. If we're able to watch out for this at the 200 period, we'll give this a little bit of love up to 50 for it to break. So we got to start taking bigger position as we get closer. So that level, the 200 period right there, is at 35. So we're going to go short here at 20, just a little bit more, watching out for that top side break. If we can break up there, then we're going to get out. Look at what's happening here on the 20-minute chart. 50 period moving average, sloping down. So let's just wait to see if NVIDIA wants to break. It's definitely at a decision point. It is my number one stock, yes. So it's still ahead of the futures right now. And here it comes. So we get another short. So now we're short at 120.08. It is right here. So we're going to give this up to, we're going to take a little bit more into the 30s, and then that's it. And then stop that. And again, be comfortable with the position that we have. I mean, we do not have very many shares. Again, we have about a third to 25% of what we would have had in the morning. And we're at the highest spot we've been at all day for NVIDIA, thanks to this little short. We probably should have waited for the 200 period to come through on the 1 minute chart. It's definitely a level that we normally play with. But for right now, we don't have that level. So we'll wait for it. Here we go. Did we get some more short? Not yet. We should be getting some right now at 35s. We just got missed upside there at 35. So boo-hoo on that one. But let's wait to see if we get a little bit more short. And then we're stopped out if this breaks 50. So one last try here as the futures are trying to go for a run as well, right? They're trying to get up to VWAP. So, we'll give it a shot. I'm going to try some 31s here and cancel some 35s because I don't want to miss it. There it is. Now we get it. Now we'll probably get 35s. And we sit on our hands here and see what happens. We're going to take roughly a 30-cent worth of hit here against that trade for NVIDIA. So we'll find it out. So right there, we're short at 120.20. Good. We're pretty happy with that. Now let's see where we go. NVIDIA looking to take out the top, unfortunately.
Well, not everything. A lot of things are bouncing. I shouldn't say everything because I've looked at a few stocks that are still relatively weak. DJT is about to take out the highs
here we go.
Right now. I'm like 99% sure. You know that when you're like, did I turn off the oven when you left the house? Mm-hmm. That's how I'm feeling about the DJT shorts this morning. It's like I'm pretty sure I paid for them, when I'm done talking in a couple of seconds, I'm going to double check. I'm like 99% sure I
just
did.
Offer and see.
That's just a fair point. Yeah. You should put a test order every single time. Okay, I paid for it. But I'm not using them here. Someone asked, are you shorting this high? No. So this is a relatively strong stock. Clearly, when the market dipped, it did in its higher lows into a flat top break there, which it's breaking the high as we speak, albeit it might have just rejected it by a penny. Yeah, it looks like it just got to the high of the day and went a half a cent, and then that was pretty much it. But it's a strong move. I think the levels that I wanted to see if it went parabolic was going to be above 17, maybe into 18, 19. So something crazy happens this afternoon. DJT has a decent chance to get there. Rivian's not going. Palantir just all of a sudden, that last push up in the market. No, it kind of didn't go.
Oh, okay.
That last push up in the market, Palantir decided not to participate, and it's just holding on to this 37 level. So no breakout into the high of the day, unfortunately. Yeah, it's kind of just going sideways in that last move. I don't know what's dragging us up overall into the futures. Like I was looking at that Google that you were mentioning. Mm-hmm. Like that's pulling back into VWAP.
Is it now?
Yeah, so that's pulling back into VWAP. Like you look over at Microsoft when that loads, and here that just lost VWAP. So you're getting some kind of pullback in some of the other NASDAQ names. So I'm not sure what's dragging us the rest of this move here. When you're losing VWAP on Softy and you're pulling back, as we just said, on Alphabet, those aren't the ones that seem to be going. Yeah, DJT just, okay, now it's through that high.
Of the day, right? Yeah.
But this is not very parabolic. It's a little bit controlled for DJT. I'm looking for some kind of a big parabolic move up more than this. I know it's up 70 cents. It looks great. It's 8%. But for this stock, I want to do something crazy squeeze-wise before even thinking about slapping a trend line on it for a reversion. And it's 3 o'clock. It might never happen. Like this is theoretically possible. It just goes Squeezeville and I don't go long. Oh well. Look at it break. Of course, when I stare at it now, it's starting to make a bit of a parabolic move. So DJT on nothing or no news that I'm aware of breaking through the highs.
All right. I'm going to take something out for flat here at 20 if we can get it on, there we go, on NVIDIA. Sorry, 21s there, 20s. Because we wound up taking some shares up there. It came to the level that we really thought, not that we didn't think we would get. I mean, we obviously thought we would get it. That's where we averaged in. We were sitting there. But we could have just been more short at the 200 period moving average. Let's not let this thing get sort of sour on us here and give back we never give back our day, but give back even anything to be wrong. The futures did have that move up. Would love to see this thing retrace just a little bit. We'll sit here in the teens. I'm also at 11s. Maybe we get a dip down, just one more move, and I think that we'll be able to clean out a little bit more of this and then be able to hold. Again, we got a little bit carried away up there at the top end of this trade. So we're just going to make sure that we can get a little bit out now, which we just did, into a little bit more of a comfortable position. Thing is, we held it all the way back to flat. So at least now we have the right amount of shares as it pulls back in. So we're now comfortable with this trade. And now we can hold it. And I heard on the midday show, what a great midday show it was again today with Joe. And I hope you guys enjoyed him. He'll be around for hopefully quite a while. But he had mentioned, he said to Sharif, when Sharif sort of got out of a losing trade that he had, and he said that was like a professional trade. And I just think that when you're sitting here, there's a difference between like retail trading and prop trading and all that. Like I have, again, like over 200 fills today. So sometimes you have the ability to change your mind on what you're reading out, right? And if something changes, there's no point in sitting there and being the last one to the party when you didn't really like it in the first place. So that's the one thing you always got to make sure that you do, sort of assess what you're doing and make sure that you are putting on as many professional trades as possible. So there it is. Nice move down. Yes. Boom. There it goes. Nice move downside right now for NVIDIA as we go clapping on that one. Oh, yeah, baby. There it is, Neil. We flush to the downside and there goes NVIDIA. So we take that trade down and there it goes, right? So again, from talking, just really calm down and everything is all fine, to it finally breaking back down in there, and then we get to pay for those Blue Jay tickets of ours. So nice move to the downside here as we continue to try to break through 120. We just got some 120 fills. We talk about professional trades. Feel like that might have been one right there. So good call so far. Let's see what happens with the futures now.
Yeah, the future's rolling over that level. We got back into Intel. It just tagged the 20s, but this is a higher low for Intel. And you have to respect the fact that there was that bottoming tail candle and reversal. So when it rolls back in, the short off at 23.3 down into the twos, look at the immediate bounce off of 20s. Like there's the dip down that you just heard Sean talking about, and it's right back up most of the move. I am still in Rivian, so it's holding on to VWAP. That last down move, wicked VWAP, and then bounced again. I wish I could tell you Palantir is doing something. It's doing absolutely nothing. DJT doesn't care about the markets. But if all we do is wick that bottom and that flush, and we're right back into the resistance level, I don't know, we could be headed a leg higher. So I'm not going to reload Intel. I'm just going to stop it out above that local high. Palantir, which we wanted for a long trade, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's just now not doing anything. Like, it's just so weird because it was so strong off of VWAP, and then now the market's starting to go, and it's going sideways. But I still like the breakout. It's just becoming less and less likely that it wants to make it. If it breaks it, I guess we'll have it. That might have been the chance to short DJT. I thought it was going to make a breakout above 16 and do something. Going 8 cents above $16 even is not enough for me to try the short. I thought it was going to really squeeze some people to the upside. So really all we did is take out half of Intel back into the low of the day. If we get one more push down, I think that'll take us into the low, and then we can hold for 23 even, which I'm still pretty convinced the stock is headed for eventually. Previous support, the 50 period sits at like 22.5, would be logical to retest that if this is another fail at that 24 level on INTC. So got to be patient with Palantir. I mean, just because it looks strong and I like it doesn't mean it's actually going to give you a long trade.
Oh, wow. Yeah, good coverage there on Palantir. Whew. That was fun. That was a lot of fun there on NVIDIA. So we just got some more outs there at 20. Wow, when that cracked lower there, those were some good fills, man. We had to get rifling on the keys. And again, we want to say thank you to our sponsor, Real Trading, again, man, because without this platform, like, there's no way. Bang, 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 like those kind of outs. We had a whole bunch down there. 03, O's, 04s. That might have been our best, might have been 04. I don't know how low we got. It looks like we might have got 95s, maybe on a little bit of a break there. So right now, man, we have like 20% left of this trade right now on NVDA. So wow, yeah, man, put it up. Now NVIDIA is the #1 stock. Well, it's always been the #1 stock, but now it's by far pretty clear there. So is this the first time? Well, so again, the Powell speech, I think a lot of things have changed now. We've talked about that, and this is just an answer to Tomas there in the chat. Was this the first time the market's gone down since Powell talked or on a Powell speech? No, I mean, it doesn't really, again, it's a lot of it is just like the heat of the market, right? Like if the market is kind of flat and then he comes out and says something, that will create some kind of an actionable spot, right? I mean, this is when Powell started, that prepared speech hit, was right here at 2 o'clock, right? So at 2 o'clock, the market was basically flat, right? I mean, here's where the market opened and here's where we were. So just a little bit of a talk there. And I don't know, a lot of the words that I heard were relatively positive. So again, just volatility needs sometimes reasons to spike. And that's why you got to sit there in these names. And that's why that's not why I'm here. Well, hopefully that's part of the reason why I'm here is to give some of these ideas and some of these trades. But at the end of the day, we just sort of trade the market that's in front of us, man. And we've been feeling pretty, the word blessed always gets religious, obviously, for obvious reasons. But just feel
there's nothing wrong with the
happy
word blessed.
or just like, okay. Yeah, but just fortunate is the word. Fortunate to have had the opinion there that the market was going to go southbound. And we found some names, and we hit it, and it worked out. So this is the same thing, like I said, as Satya and Obi there, is just sometimes you got to have the right way. And if you can have the right way, then that's half the battle. And after that, you just find the direction. If that works, then you should have a positive day. You just got to make sure you hit the right levels and the right names. And that's why I've drifted a lot over to the futures, because then I can still play names on catalysts, but if I have the right direction, then I should be rewarded with the futures, right? And so that's the big thing for me, and that's one of the changes that's helped me at least pick up on a few things. So yeah.
Great monologue. It was so good I wanted to get the popcorn out, but I was kind of hungry.
Got the banana though?
I got the banana out there, which of course
is that
maybe
from Randy this morning, or
yeah, it's the one this morning. It's a little hungry, but.
It's a little hard though, no?
It's a little bit,
right.
But I just wanted something. I don't know, I've got the aftermarket show, and then I got physio, so I just wanted a little something extra.
Yeah, man.
Oh, but Fabian, of course, taking the time to make sure that it was on the buddy shot, even though you were talking the second I opened it up. So the whole time while you're talking, rightfully so, it was on you. And then literally the second I peel it, go to take a bite, like there it goes. So I said I was not going to reload Rivian unless I saw some strength off of it.
Banana, it's no
but it
problem.
just lost. No, it's not a big deal. I love the fact that they're jumping on the spot. Usually it's Ramin that gets me with
good.
that.
He's pretty good.
But Fabian, he caught me as well. No, but Rivian, no reload. And it's the same reason the first time through I didn't reload Intel. Because you don't necessarily, like, I'd rather be buying it, and it'd be kind of like a flattish trade because it kind of worked and then it didn't get to the high. But like at the end of the day, like I want to see it strong before buying it again, as opposed to just sitting on the bid. Like ultimately, the first look has been short. I don't mind going long a strong stock, but then the other thing was I'd identified saying, hey, Palantir just kind of looked better as a stronger name. If we're going to make a move down, this is going to possibly give you VWAP as well. Do not need to fight this as it's losing VWAP. I can only imagine Tesla after all of this. Oh no, never mind. Okay, Tesla did hold on to the 258 level. I was expecting to flip the Tesla and see this move having caused it to be under 58, but Tesla catching a little bit of a bid here. That's actually not bad at all. Rohit, please advise how to pick a stock for day trade, high volume stock versus news-based stock. Depends on your strategy. Like if you're going to be, let's say, like you're trading like the small cap gappers, those types. Oftentimes, like you don't necessarily need it to be the highest volume. If it's got a good enough catalyst and its relative volume is good, and it's, maybe it's got like a short flow and all that kind of good stuff, and it's breaking good levels, that can be just as good as if it was the volume leader. I can't tell you how many times you look at those gappers and like the stock that was doing the most volume at, say, 845 of the small cappers, but it's not trading at a good level and it's not trending and its catalyst was kind of weak. Well, it doesn't matter that it was doing a bunch of volume pre-market. That was just a bunch of people getting trapped. I want to see the one that's got that really good catalyst, maybe the smaller float or the bigger short float. So I think you've got to worry about your trading style. Like, was there a catalyst on Tesla today? Not really, but Tesla bounced off a good level, right? So Tesla in play because it's Tesla always does pretty good volume, relatively speaking. No, it just bounced off a good level and broke out a good one and then gave you another trade off of a good level. If there was no catalyst, was there a catalyst on Intel? Not really. It traded off of good levels and has been doing good volume on a consistent basis since, since that. Like since this on Intel, volume has been great, and then especially since that Samsung story. NVIDIA, you're going to get volume every single day. But I feel like it depends on it depends on your trading style. If you're a support and resistance trader, is it doing good relative volume lately when it's trading at the level? Sometimes that's all you really need. If you are a low float, or if you're trying to trade those small cappers, sometimes it's more about does it have the right catalyst and then the continuation pattern setting up your technical trade than just saying, well, I want the gapper that's done the most volume at 9 o'clock in the morning. I actually think that's zero correlation with success on those small cappers because it could just be churning volume and then it's a bit of a pump and dump and you're just trapping people.
Yeah, again, good answer there. You always want to look for different reasons. It's not every day is going to be different, right? It's like, some days, again, the catalysts are so great. You have to pick like which stock you want. And then other days, you look down and you say, okay, maybe this is a day where I use less share size or put on less risk due to the way it's profiling out. You might have just heard me under my breath there. I said, don't do that again. And what I meant was saying myself is, please, Sean, stop bidding and getting out. So we're short NVIDIA right now. See, now I'm down to like about 20% left. Again, down here. And I look at this and I'm like, all right, it's 310. Happy, obviously, with the day, like very, very happy with the day. Oh, and by the way, very, very good point there by everybody in the chat. And I apologize because people have been talking about it this whole time. Yeah, it's quarter end, right? It's month end today. So it could be a little bit of window dressing coming through. We talked about all the major markets up this month. Again, when this is seasonality, the first time in 5 years, you're going to get that happening. So what was a disastrous first of the month, and it was my worst day in months the very first day of this month, turned out to be a great recovery now for the NASDAQ to the point where even stocks like NVIDIA that were all the way down here. This was the beginning of the month in NVIDIA, 106, 107, and we dipped down into 101, 102 before recovering basically 25% and now dripping back, but that's still up 20%, right? So a lot of these names could get, again, little bit more, little bit less at the end of the day. I'm not sure there's going to be any dramatic moves here into close. I think no matter which your positioning is on these names, you're pretty happy with the performance this so far here in September, with historically it being a negative month. So it's been good so far. Options will be will be expiring today as well. So just get that tongue twister out of there. But yeah, so after all of that, just be careful with everything that you're doing, especially here in the last 40 minutes. We do have the imbalances coming out, and we can have a quick look now at them.
So
whoa!
About that,
Did you do some
I knew this
research
was
on this?
I knew this was going to happen when you saw this BBWI.
Yeah.
It's going from the It's going from the S&P 500.
Okay.
To, I don't know the name of the company. I have no idea. But going from the S&P 500 to the S&P 600 small. So it's expected to be a 4.5 million net share
How
sell.
expensive is this stock?
Yeah,
$31.
well, that could be something.
So it's a deletion.
No, it's moving from the 500 to the 600. So it's not like a true deletion.
Probably
It's-
add more shares, probably.
Yeah, well, it's saying a net share sell.
Oh, moving from the 500 to the 600. Yeah, 600 would be weaker.
Yeah, weaker. So it's a 4.5 million sell expected. It's already coming out at 5.2 million. So that could be something. Because it's at least the right direction, right? Like if it had been a buy and you're expecting a sell, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. But this BBWI makes me think of the Baseball Writers Association for some reason. But let's go to Adara.
BBW.
Watch out for DJT here. This is Trump Media and Technology Group. This one getting a little bit of a volume increase here, especially around that candle at 257 on the 3-minute chart. As we kind of head into the close, going from upside volume to downside volume, we had our presidential nominee here, Donald Trump, who is, of course, the major shareholder of DJT, discussing hurricane relief efforts with regards to Hurricane Helene in Georgia. So Donald Trump making comments. This started at 2 p.m. This is going on for over an hour, but just be aware, seems like those comments could be moving DJT as it gets a bit of a volume increase as we enjoy Power Hour here, guys.
Like it's not that this matters at all. I got one more bid before the low of the day on Intel, and then we'll hold for the low. But why would the Baseball Writers Association of America need to be of America? At the time that it would have been founded, there wouldn't have even been Canadian teams, I don't think. Like it was founded in like 1908. It was.
Even if it was founded today, they wouldn't probably.
But like where else?
I mean, it would still be BBWAIO.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
No, but BBWI has absolutely nothing to do with that. I just, it's actually Bath and Body Works, which I guess makes that that down weight make a heck of a lot more sense. It's Bath and Body Works. Doesn't matter what the short float is, but you can imagine the stock gets moving from the S&P 500 to the S&P 600. The chart looks on the weekly pretty much exactly what you would expect it to look like. There's no point me showing it to you. It's not pretty. Triple bottom, I guess if you bought that, you were good for like 3 days or three bars to the upside, but that's nasty. That was an $80 stock a couple of years ago, now down at 31. So last bid before the low of the day there on Intel, 23.15s. It's trying to bounce again off of the top, but this one's still looking relatively weak. I think we have a chance to get to the low of the day before we get the imbalances coming out. But if we bounce higher low and it's 333, well, if it's like 340 right before the imbalances, I don't know that I want to reload this at the same price right before that 350 imbalance number. It's going to have to make some kind of an entry point before that. Palantir is running out of time to do anything at this point, but you know what? You're not forced to trade it. And maybe it's even better. It might be better if Palantir, it already held once, hold a higher low, consolidate here, give the breakout tomorrow morning. I like breakout trades in the morning better anyway. So, if it doesn't take out that high, going sideways or even dipping into the higher low and holding that can set up a break for tomorrow on PLTR. But as you can see, it was at 37 when I brought it up. It's at 37.04 right now. It's been as low as 36.94. It was just hanging out 5 cents above 37, 5 cents below 37 and doing nothing. But you're not forced to trade it here at all. Hey, that's a great name. You almost got me to say that and trigger everyone's devices there. With pending strikes in eastern ports, any suggestions which shipping companies to play? You know what? Sometimes the right answer is I don't know. I don't really know. I'm not a repository on good shipping companies, but I feel like when you're reacting to news like that, yeah, sometimes looking for that relative weakness makes sense. In the chat, there's been some discussion about looking at infrastructure plays with Helene obviously disrupting and causing a lot of damage down south and up the coast. So I think those are the kinds of things that make sense. And I think with rates going down, and it being election year, some of those infrastructure plays might end up being good in a general sense anyways. But I don't really know the shippers to play for that. I just think your heart's probably in the right place. But yeah, sometimes the answer is I don't know. And we have a great community that I'm pretty sure is going to name some in there. And Neil Shaw just said Zim. Yeah, I know Zim. Zim's a good squeeze name. Usually when the other ones start going, that's a good place to play Zim for squeezes. But I don't know anything. Fundamentally, I'm not going to sit there and recommend the stock when I've only ever looked at it as a squeeze.
Adara?
BWI, you get a bit of a volume increase on this the most recent, the last two, I guess, 3-minute candles here. I am not seeing any specific news with regards to that switch out, that move from the S&P 500. I saw one tweet about it from 8 hours ago. Still looking to confirm this story, but just to note right now, not seeing much, if anything, with regards to BBWI and its place in the S&P 500, guys.
Yeah, it's just in our research notes.
So it was the 600. It's not the S&P. That's why I think it's Russell 600. You said, or is it S&P 600?
Well, I have it. Hold on, let me go back to it.
It's the S&P 500 going down to the 600s. We think so. Anyways,
yeah, SPX.
Well, Adara's on it. We'll figure it out. But that's going to be an imbalanced play for sure. There, we can see if there's any sort of reaction to it. So I don't know, man. Whoever had made up that diamond hands thing was not probably trading Nvidia or trading these markets. I don't know, man. I feel like every single short, we talk about this over and over again. Every time you're in a short, you're fighting the Fed, and yeah, I know we've been short today. I know we've made good money short, but right now, I mean, the market just wants to go up. I mean, we only have, like I said, about 15% left of this trade. I'm actually going to clear it if it takes this 120.30. I'll give a little bit back on what unrealized, but I'm not going to turn this around. So I'm just going to start to cancel. Our first stop was at 50. Now let's put it in right here, 120.36. Get out of everything, and then we'll end this trade, which has been a great trade. We topped it up. We got super excited when it came down here. We had about 20% left. We got out of another piece there. Now we have 15%. So we'll give this back. Again, you can't win if you don't take any shots. So we're taking a shot right now at this stock, and we thought it could go lower. It didn't, so fine. We talked about reloading the queues. We didn't do that, but we did get out. That could have been something there as well. No earnings tonight, which kind of, it doesn't suck. I mean, there's really never earnings on a Monday. So we'll have Michael Noss, I think, should be a good one for you.
Well, it turns out we don't need earnings to have fun in the aftermarket show.
Those are the best ones are without earnings, but when we have crazy earnings,
that's
when you want to be here because
like NVIDIA.
You hold it. Yeah, we'll bring up live again, either live level 2s or live charting for all the stocks that are bumping and grinding in the after hours. And
I don't see nothing wrong with that.
No, exactly. You don't see nothing wrong. I also don't see nothing wrong with Intel. Remember that day that they had that news with Amazon and then they were breaking out? There was the Oracle news. There was all that. There was news after hours. So you
every now and then,
yeah, every now and then we fall apart. And then so does stocks. And today they're not really falling apart. They're hanging around. Oh, there it is. All right, so we are now out of that one. So we'll just go back. Good day for us on NVIDIA. We give back, it sucks to give back something there, but that trade does not turn red. Nice move now. We'll wait to see what happens with NVIDIA on the reload. We're now out of that and pretty happy with it. It's 3:20, just a couple more minutes to go. But what we'll do right now is we would like to thank our sponsor, Trade the Pool. You can scan the QR code right now on your screen. Get updated from Trade the Pool. Right now, it's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool built a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourself and provide you with the company funds to trade with. It's real shares, and you no longer need to worry about the PDT rule. But that is not all. I have some this is very exciting news for all of you today. Trade the Pool has introduced a new tier with $20,000 in buying power, making it much easier to pass the evaluation and speeding up the process of getting funded. That's right, it is that simple, and it works. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Scan the QR code, as I said, on your screen, or click the link in description for more information. We would like to thank Trade the Pool. So, yeah, a couple opportunities there. If you're located, worldwide, scan that, see your eligibility as well with Trade the Pool. And of course, then Real Trading located here in Canada and outside of the US as well. That's the platform that we're on right now is through Real Trading and P Pro. So that's what we're doing right now. We also have the campus program available. So lots of opportunities to check out. Click on all of those links in our description. Also, Michael Noss's link with trade ideas there, 20% off.
And we use it every single day. That's the thing. When we talk about Benzinga, we use it every day. We use trade ideas every single day, and that's what's the best thing about it. For everybody, there's a tool for every job, and you want to make sure you have the right ones. Whether it's your platform, your charting. For us, I want to have good stop orders, reliable executions. I have to look. Intel's looking okay. I'm gonna get there in a second because that last bump up in the market, Intel decided not to participate. So I think we can hold this one to the close, but. Zim was actually breaking out. And again, when talking about the shipping names, I just know Zim because this is the one. I'm pretty sure this is the one that went the most squeezy, if that's even like a term, just a couple of years ago. But yeah, this one, I remember this one was going absolutely parabolic. Let me zoom it out there. You can see going parabolic. This does look like a pretty decent technical break on Zim. On a weekly chart, this is your 200 period moving average that is just now breaking above. Now keep in mind, you just had the only close on a weekly above the 200 period moving average since August of 2022. It's actually been 2 years since this stock has closed above the 200 period on the weekly, and it just happened, and then it proceeded to now take out the top today. So, yeah, this is actually a very good-looking, I suppose, technical break. I promised I'd go back into Intel or back over Intel. As with that last bump up in the market, this is what Intel did. Not much of anything, so still hanging out the lows. I'm not bidding at the low of the day anymore. I feel like if it breaks that, we're headed to 23 even, as this just continues to be it's not good. You were in the midst of a breakout. I think a lot of people, myself included, would have thought, okay, this move where it broke this consolidation would have been stronger. So when it broke out 23.30, I wasn't expecting this to get to $30 or anything. I would have said that a few times. You're not filling in the gap here because I think there's going to be a lot of people that want to look for the exits when there's a good opportunity to do so. But at least holding this 23.3 and maybe getting to $25, is that too much to ask? Apparently the answer is yes. The good news for anybody in Intel is the 50 period should provide potential theoretical support at $22.50, but it's still relatively weak. There was that. I want to double check. This is just for me. Just checking to see if that Capri is taking out the top. No, not really. Capri's still going. There was just an update on the Capri deal. It's not really blowing out the tops and doing anything parabolic. I want to see if volume could have come back into this, but as you can tell, what you want for a speak for myself. When you have a news continuation play, if I'm looking for something that's spiked on news and I want to take higher lows or a breakout on it, well, what I don't want to have happen is when it looks like an entry, for it to be doing absolutely no volume at 324. So generally speaking, you're not going to do the same as you get the volume spike on news. That's just not how it works. But you could at least be doing twice as much as it is somewhere in this range. Would indicate that there's at least some interest in the stock when it's going back into the highs and trending higher. You're getting the opposite of that. Volume dying down here. I don't think there's going to be a trade in Capri. And then Bob Curran asking about CAPR. It's an interesting coincidence.
Is that the same stock? What is it?
No, it's just Capri's one I was looking at because it was a buyout with the news, and then all of a sudden, we'll call it Caper. I don't know what the name of the stock actually is. Capricor Therapeutics.
Okay.
Is also trading off of the highs, at the highs, shouldn't say off the highs. They report, nice, November 7th.
Ooh. What?
It's my mom's
far away.
Oh, well, it's my mom's birthday on the 7th.
Nice.
You know what? You know who else's
November?
birthday it was?
What?
That was Valeria's birthday.
November 7th.
Yeah, she shared her birthday with my mom. So they report a while from now, but it's a 25% short float, up 55%. I'm going to make the strong assumption that the midday was probably at least looking at this, but wow. wow, that's not the chart I'm expecting to see usually when I'm talking about a name with 25% short float. Like, I expect to pull this up, see your nice little downward slope and then a breakout. Instead, the question I'm asking myself is, why not long? Like, when this broke $8, why were we not looking at this? Probably you guys were yelling at us about it, I'm guessing, and we were trading some bigger cap tech names. But yeah, this last week, like here, that looked interesting on volume, dipping back into 8 because 8 was a big level on that daily, and then a continuation after that. Then it does the lull you into a sense of it's doing nothing anymore on a pullback, and then does a technical break. You can never, when a stock like this starts going, a squeeze name, and it's a strong move like this, when it pulls back and then just very, very quietly holds the prior highs and just doesn't give it back, you gotta, when the volume picks up, you want to be on moves like this, because a lot of people here are like, it's not doing anything anymore, and the interest is gone. Then it just starts squeezing, and too late once it's already starting to go. But great look on this CAPR, I should say. I just don't see a trade up here. I'm not chasing this. It's 330. Maybe it's something you could look at later, but that's already, like, what are you going to do? You're not going to chase this all the way up at the top. Like, that's insane. It's a $5 stock last week. Triple already.
Yeah, crazy there. I mean, that can get going easily. Some of these names, I don't even know if you looked at the short float.
25%.
25, okay, yeah. So
huge.
Wow, okay, so days to cover probably quite nice as well there. All right, so there's NVIDIA. We talked about it. We only hold that 15% back. We get stopped out, but it looks like that stop out was the high. So hopefully, you guys learned there that can happen. And when you have those ticks, sometimes they're great for you when you have the bottom like that, and other times not great there. But still, even us getting out there was still a winner. It was 3 or 4 cents. But at the end of the day, we did throw away probably, realistically, we could have got out right there at like 96. That would have been 30 cents. So we did a little bit poor of a move there. So we will not be at our highest spot. But NVIDIA still is number one as we go. So that was a good one soon with NVIDIA. So far, so good. Neil talked about, I believe, this stock earlier today because we were looking at it, or maybe it was the midday show, but Disney, again, up to $96. I mean, that was quite a move. Like, it kind of caught me by surprise. I didn't notice that we were just on this kind of a march there, and we sort of didn't do much at the beginning of last week, and all of a sudden we broke 94, and then this morning, like, is that right? Were we up to 97-ish this morning? Yes, we were. So, wow. So that first opening run there, we got to 97 change there, 97.50. Like, that is a monster move for Disney, really on nothing. I don't think they're winning any streaming wars or anything like that. But hey, Disney, man, nice move upside. As on what? I don't really know, but we did have Nelson Peltz and we did have some board members in there. They've been talking about year of efficiency as well as they were cutting jobs and trying to clean up that theme park sort of business a little bit. The business is great, but a lot of expenses over there associated with that business. So as they try to clean that up, you could see Disney, nice move up. And then we had Carnival today, which was another good name for Adair sort of did here. And I like what she was doing in the middle of the day. They're going over some earnings plays that maybe we missed or people are interested in. Carnival, nice move up to 19.20 and then all the way down to 17.50 right there. So quite a violent move, man. It's like 15% up and down, only to say, you know what, we're not even going to do anything today. Down 1.65% as CCL. I look at this and I don't know, man. I think it already hit this top. We talked about this last week. Remember, we looked at RCL, CCL, and we looked at is there a Carnival cruise, or not a Carnival cruise, but like a cruise line ETF? I don't think there is, but there's a travel and leisure one. 19, and then we also looked at Jets ETF. I thought it was getting a little top heavy today. Maybe that report confirms it. So let's see if CCL can get under its own sail there, because right now it is making lower lows, trying to get 18. Watch out if we break that 18 and hold underneath. Could be something there for tomorrow for sure. So yeah, man, that's Carnival right there. And
we got a super chat in here.
Disney had an upgrade.
There was an upgrade on Disney. I was just looking. Someone in the chat was just like Futu's moving. So that was me. Pulling up Futu. Although, man, this stock really gave it up too. Like, there's so many things that were, things that were running strong in the morning and that looked like crap after that. Like, look at this at VWAP on Futu. Like, this is why we talk about VWAP all the time. You break trend, there's your support, there's your support. If the same level on a stock that trended up in the morning, that support twice, if that same level ends up being VWAP in the other direction, that's usually a great looking short opportunity because it's support into resistance and it's VWAP on top of that. But I wanted to get to the super chat. That was the point of this. It was David in here, asked about the moving numbers and colors, meaning hashtag sad. Meta again going to drop by close. Zuck said you can borrow his yacht too. I'm pretty sure he's not actually going to let us borrow the yacht. And then we Rohit as well. Thank you for the super chat as well, Rohit. Thanks. I've learned more from this channel than the 2 books I read earlier in the year. Biggest takeaway, focus on price actions, not bulls or bears. Price doesn't lie. At the end of the day, that's all the market is. It's a bunch of people making decisions at prices, and you want to make the decisions on the right stock at the right price and then go from there. That's all you can ever do there, Rohit. And shout out to you, David. I guess you don't want Meta to go to the downside.
What?
None of us actually want Meta to go down. Just in the moments that you're in shorts, you can be happy for it. Don't know if... Okay, we are ready for it, Dare. Let's go over to the screen.
We're going to look at this sector board for the final time during the trading session. Definitely more red than it was the last 2 times we took a look. And we're going to take a look last time today at some of these larger S&P 500 movers to the upside and the downside. Starting off with a downside move here in FCX. This is Freeport-McMoRan delaying its copper production at its Myanmar smelter plant here due to some water and steam leakage concerns. We also have a downgrade for the stock from Scotiabank with a sector perform rating and a $52 price target. So FCX, not 1 but 2 negative catalysts, setting this one down about 3%. We also have here BEN. This is Franklin Resources getting a sell rating here from Goldman Sachs, the $21.25 price target. So price target decrease, maintain sell for BEN. Last but not least, we have Baxter, BAX, this company impacted here by the situation with Hurricane Helene in North Carolina, where they have one of their facilities. So BAX reacting here, and as of yesterday, updating with regards to its operations, trading lower today as a result of that, guys.
Okay, so now I understand what David meant in his super chat. With regards to first of all, I don't think I saw a single green, like it was a bunch of gray stocks for flat on that sector board. I don't think I saw anything that was actually green on it, which is weird. There was a lot of gray in there. So if it was up a little bit. But yeah, when you got the China stimulus, there were a lot of names that were going with like basically anything that was, like where's the green name? There you go. No,
Google might be.
Like there's gray, which means that you're close enough to.
There's green names, man. Google's up right now.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm like, what? Yeah, there's plenty of stuff that's up. That's what was confusing me about that.
Yeah.
I guess you have to zoom in a little bit. Yeah,
Apple's up, Palantir's up, Google's up, Shopify's up, Oracle, Meta's up.
I'm assuming the gray just means that you're underneath a certain percentage. Maybe it's like 2% or 3%. I have no idea. Anyway, so on Freeport, pullbacks, so everything China pulling back. Well, all the resource names that were up on the China stimulus also going to be pulling back alongside with it, right? So this makes perfect sense. These broke out last week. I know a lot of people were pretty excited about it. Look at that 46 break on Freeport. You want to see if this can start holding some of those higher lows for another leg up. But I think let's just call it reasonable dips after what was a parabolic move in many of these. All right. Either you break the low or there's nowhere else to go. So this is now the low again. This is exactly where Intel bounced before, $23.11. If it bounces off this here, I'm getting out probably at the 15s. It's 3:35. We're getting a bit late in the day. Realize I have a stop on Mara, which I'll go ahead and cancel because we're not actually trading Mara right now, and we don't want to get caught with that. So if we break the low, I'm holding to the even dollar. If we bounce off this low, then I'm giving it back to the mid-teens. Just said Alibaba. Yeah, we'll look at it. I'll look at anything you guys are interested in right now. I'm in one trade. I don't really see an entry. We're at that time of the day that I don't want the Palantir break at the high.
Yeah, really whatever these guys want.
Like, look at this. It's like, look at it slowly grind higher. Not a lot of volume into that break, so I'm going to sit that one out. But Alibaba, as I was just pointing out with Freeport, those Chinese ADRs all to the downside. Baba did go red today. Actually didn't even notice that. But it was trending down pretty much all morning long. I mean, I have $104 marked off from last week. It's a really good level because it was resistance to support. Maybe that's a good one tomorrow. You know, like we have these levels on the way up so that they come back and get retested. If it can find a bid off that 104, I think it looks pretty solid, at least to me. Miss Lucia and Vader Trader.
Vader Trader. Okay.
Asking about Micron. Ooh. Yeah, the force is not strong with this one. Micron, 5 points. Wow, that's a lot worse than the other chip names. Why is Micron so much worse? Here's what happens when you only look at Intel down 3 points. You assume that that's the worst one today. It's not. Assumptions make a you-know-what out of you and me. Micron down 5%.
There goes NVIDIA.
This probably should have been, I don't know. But we liked Intel more. It is what it is. Micron is taking it on the chin today. Already at the low of the day and breaking. Not a great look for it. When you pull up the daily chart, goes right into resistance and reverses, doesn't find a bid at the 200 period. The 50 period moving average will be about $98, which is prior resistance. That looks like a nice little bounce spot. 98 to 100 for Micron. A little bit better about this one and the up move that it had over Intel, but you still got to make a higher low on this pullback. Otherwise, it's all for naught.
Oh boy.
Red flag is TSLA.
Yeah, look at this, guys. I just wanted to indicate this. We had a good call here on NVIDIA. Now it's breaking lower. So we actually got out right there at the top. Now it's breaking lower. And we also had a pretty good call here as well on Google. Look what Google's doing. We said that we would take this 165 break potentially. It was the exact top there, 165. So if this is a name, again, that you were looking at to trade here, maybe you just made something there. So let me know if you were able to go short there at all and if it worked out for you there on Google. I still don't mind the break long. I've canceled it. I'll watch it now just to see if the thesis works out for us. Again, it's been a name that I've wanted to take on the break long, but now I just look at it. The reason why I say let's see if the thesis works out is that we have the imbalances coming, and we talked about it being month end and quarter end, so on and so forth. So when these imbalances hit, the stocks will go flying one way or the other, and I just don't want to be the wrong way. What if Google looks great on the chart, all of a sudden there's a huge sell imbalance, and I'm stuck long? Well, then I can't get out of it, right? And so we'll have to wait to see as these will all populate. There's a lot of action on these, man. These are all of 531. Look at this, millions of shares. TD Bank, Bank of Nova Scotia, right? 2 Canadian banks there. So there might be some Canadian imbalances tonight. CNQ, another Canadian name. BBWI right there as well. BCE, what? So is Canada doing something today or whatever? Because there are quite a lot of rebalance opportunities, or not rebalance, I shouldn't say that, imbalance opportunities right now on the New York books for Canadian banks. So let me just have a quick look just to see if anything's happening with TD there. Again, no. So, it's not
What
moving.
the heck?
Nothing. I don't know.
Oh, that's
Probably
not that
all the
big of a
banks are doing that. I don't know. There's a little dip down. That's when Powell came and stuff. So, so we'll just wait to see. So there's BNS as well. So all these banks kind of just holding fort. We did see BCE again, this Bell Canada. Again, like AT&T, you guys might have heard of them, obviously there in the United States as well. Probably some kind of businesses being operated there. Nice move downside there as well. So as a lot of these names come through, we had Rahim Alani talk to us about TELUS. It's not T. I can't remember what it is there. In New York. But anyways, that was another name that he had brought up. But Rogers is another one. RCI would be Rogers. But there's Bell downside as well. So, yeah.
Oh, it's TU.
Oh, TU. Yeah. That's right. Duh.
What is this?
I should have known that. But anyways, Bell, the downside. We can look at TU. It was over an 8% or so dividend at the time. And I think it's even gotten worse. The stock's gone worse maybe. So, okay. Well, yeah, I guess he was up here with 17 breaking out. Still in that same area here.
Oh, just one note, because now all of a sudden it's not this BBWI here. If you just showed the locator, right? I'm assuming SWN, Southwestern Energy, is now the big one at 11 million to sell. They have that deal closing with Chesapeake. So, and it's a share deal. So it's like you get Chesapeake shares. So it's an exchange of shares. That makes those very tricky. So the 11 million, BBWI is still the right direction. You're expecting it to be the downside, but this one I think could get a little bit tricky. SWN here for 11 million. And I know for a fact, PWSC, this is a cash buyout that is closing tonight. So this one, if it prints a couple cents, that's, if it moves a couple cents, that's pretty much all you're expecting. It's a straight cash buyout for PWSC. This one's a share deal for, I just said it, Chesapeake. And Intel just trailed out. So I guess it's still catching a bid at the exact same bottom. Somebody likes buying $23 and 10 cents on Intel. So we're now out of that one. I don't think we'll get a reload up at the 30s again, but that was it. It was like a flat bottom break. And the good thing about it, whatever. Like sometimes you like the levels of confluence here, like the double bottom at 23, and then the shorts this afternoon at 23.30, and the shorts at 23.30. The only other way to trade this would have been to early on be going long off 23.30. But if you do that, then you're also probably long it here when it loses a bit, or you're getting trapped going into a long when it regains the bit. I find if you like a direction on the stock, just you can get out at a support level, look for a better place to get back in, or get in when it breaks the support. If you try to get cute about reversing everything, then you go from short to long the stock. It gives you VWAP a couple times, but then when it's a bad long, you're stuck in it, and it's like, oh, you should have just stuck with the short trade. So only about 9 minutes to go or 8 minutes to go till we get those imbalances for real. DJT's apparently not going to do anything parabolic. It is still at $16.10. So since we last looked at it breaking the high, it went down 15 pennies. It went up 15 pennies from the break, which for DJT, it is 1%, but up 9%. I'd call that a nothing burger afternoon for them, unfortunately.
All right, let's go Sirens up right now. Was it? Look, you could have. If you like wings, someone in the chat said, "Did we watch the Bills game?" Unfortunately, yeah, that's why I have a headache. Thankfully, I was facing James Cook, who had another horrendous. Well, not another. He's been actually really good, but had a horrendous game. So did this guy right here, Josh Allen. But again, it's game script. It's not like
you got like 8 fantasy points for me.
Yeah, 9 I think it was actually at the end of the day. There, at least he was in my other pool. He had 9. So here's Josh Allen and company. Tonight we got Tennessee. So I have on the bench, I have Will Levis and Calvin Ridley. They both might just stay on the bench for the rest of the year. And then we have Tajay Spears going, which is very important. And we have Devin Achane.
You know who your team name should be? I have Achane in my other league.
Yeah.
My team name is Django Achane.
Well, but I you see my name now. My name right here is Brocky Balboa.
I like that because you have Brock Bowers.
So I think Italian, Rocky Balboa. You got to try to stay with that. But I like that one too. Django A-Chained. Yeah, that's a good one for sure. I didn't even think.
That's the entire point. Well, it's like fantasy's for fun, but if you don't have a creative fantasy team name, to me, it's like a violation of league spirit.
And it's now 2 Monday night games.
The other one's Detroit, Seattle.
That's right. So that's Metcalf and Amon-Ra and all those guys coming through. And I'll be cheering for Seattle because of the NFC North, but at the same time, Detroit's a great team. So
I need K9, Kenneth Walker,
he's back
boy.
now.
He's back. I need Jameson Williams. I need Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, Jameson Williams.
And then I'm going up against Metcalf. We're playing the same guy. Metcalf and
Miami D.
Yeah, and the Miami D. So he has those 2 guys in 18 points.
The good thing about it is if Metcalf scores, then Miami D takes a little bit of a hit.
Well, that's the thing.
He kind of gets screwed. He gets
some now Pasha. He's a smart guy, but in fantasy.
Yeah, but I do that all the time. If you got
to play your best guy.
Starting that, you're not.
You got to play your best guy. I probably will fall asleep halfway through the games because Monday night, like the early one, fine, but the second one, like 8:30.
Yeah, I think it's 7:30 and 8:15 or something, but I have a meeting at 8, so I'll be there watching them anyways. But it should be.
Oh, we got another couple super chats in here. Thank you. Want to appreciate you. We have 5 minutes till the imbalances drop. But David, again, you keep playing Intel. I'm an investor, not a trader, but holding it since dip buy. Hedge fund bud thinks it's a loss I should eat. 50-day prediction. That's an interesting one. I think it's always going to be an if, because if they lose that bottom, the temporary bottom I think has been a really good one on Intel. And if it's able to hold on to that, I think this can at least test the 30 at some point. Like if you can hold on to this low, continue this trend of higher lows here, I think it's got to at least try to fill the gap. I just think it's a sell at 30. Just sort of think that's a big obvious resistance level. And then we got a second one here, Joe Bolton. Love you guys. Would you mind checking out TAL? Joe? I just got Sotal. So Chinese education.
Isn't that Chinese education? Yeah, I don't like that stock, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we'll look at the technicals here, but this was like a squeeze name, the Chinese educational name. You just bought some calls. Good luck to you on that. I'm going to hit the like on that. The good news is going up with everything else in the space. Like all the Chinese names are running, so that's where you want to get some sympathy on the squeezes. I don't know what the short float or the float size is here on TL. 6% short. That's a big float, 500 million, bigger than I would have thought. It's actually not bad if you look at where it managed to hold today on that daily chart. So it essentially just held on. Like, look at last week's high. So there's your spike. There's your prior resistance. It holds that on a dime. I don't love the, like, I would, see, here's the thing. I like the quality fundamental Chinese names to continue and withhold this drop. I don't necessarily know enough about this, except for the fact that it went squeezy, to be able to make that call. Like, I can tell you I like Alibaba, and I have no issues with Alibaba. It can dip a little bit, and I still think it's good. I like the trend back up here. I think it's made a bottom. This is a little bit more play it like a parabolic mover. So when it makes that high, if it loses the prior low off of that, I'd usually want out of the move. So that's about like 10, 15 or so. If you're in it from like the 50 period of when this all started, then technically you'd still be in the money. I don't know what you paid. Oh, you just got the calls on Friday. Okay, so you just
Friday. That's great then.
Oh, you just got in.
Get out. No, I was gonna say I don't like the stock, but for calls, I mean.
Well, that's the thing. You got defined risk in there. I'm just more cautious with these as opposed to the Babas of the world. I think you're a little bit safer in those. Mm-hmm. I feel like a TAL could come back and this would be under $9 in one and a half days.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Like tomorrow at some point. Whereas with Alibaba, it's just not going to happen. I think it's a much better, and it's a better looking breakout. It's obviously making good money fundamentally and all that good stuff. Like even with this dip, like technically this still looks pretty darn good up there. So 3 minutes to go to the imbalances. I don't think anything new is going to happen.
Wow, look at this. Damn.
Yeah, the market's actually bouncing pretty decently here. I was going to double check Palantir and that breakout of the high. This is why you don't necessarily take these late. So it broke the high, 37.15. It went to 37.20 and is right back to 37.15. So if you got it perfectly, you could have made 3.5 cents, maybe 4, and now it's not doing anything. So strong stock off VWAP. I guess you just had to buy 37 when it was all said and done.
Okay, guys, let's just honestly just trust thyself and we do that here. So it's all good, but look what's happening to Google. I said let's not take it. We're too close to 350. It's a 30-cent hit rate, a runner right now. Could be a great take to end the day. It's too bad because even if I hit this with a couple hundred shares, it's still nice topping at the end of the day right here, up to 165.35. I mean, we would have got some out probably for 20 or so cents. But there it is, man. What a I'm going to spin this. Is anybody that took this, congratulations. And I mean, we talked about liking it. There's the break right there, 165. Wow. Wow, Sean. I'll slap a big fail right there on myself for not taking this trade. I mean, we talked about it. We had it. We did not have it. We had it on our radar. I liked the trade. Even when it was up here, remember it was in the 80s and I was like, all right, I'm not going to take it because there wasn't enough time left in the day. Well, there was a lot of time left in the day and there still is a minute and a half to go before these imbalances. Darn it. There goes Google. Nicely done there. And again, at least we were staying away from the short. We got nothing short. We haven't made a trade in a minute here. So there's that NVIDIA. We cleared out of that a little while ago. So that turns out to be a great one, a great out. The TQs, I mean, come on, right down there after this short. We left it alone, but I just feel like we've had some great reads, and now we're just minutes away from seeing what goes into this close. Apple, we already tried to take out that top there, and again, that cow came through, but not for that trade there today. It tried to come out. We had to support. At the end of the day, it was a failed break. It did not break that 32.50. We'll see if that can come in tomorrow. But right now it is Google that continues to go. So, wow. Okay, now I'm getting a little more and more upset. But there it goes right now. Oh, no.
Oh, come on.
Come on, Boeing. Possible safety risks on something again.
This is after they let go like 20.
With one of them. One of them.
Already took it on.
I'm going to go short right now just to see if that story has any legs. 152.52 right now on a possible error on some Boeing planes. We're going to wait to hear more about that. Maybe also nothing at all. So we'll go short there. Risk 50 cents. Right, the imbalances are coming out.
So imbalances just hit. Now we're expecting a couple of like these deals that'll be huge. So SWN and PWSC are both big deals that are closing. BBWI comes out the wrong direction. Intel buy 3.5 million. Nvidia buy 3.5 million.
Boy.
Apple buy 3 million. This is going to be a huge buy number. Walmart's in here for a buy of 1.4. Amazon's a sell. So Nvidia, big buy. Apple, big buy. Amazon is a sell. But those are big numbers.
buys.
The market overall is at 2.7 million to the buy side, with the NASDAQ being 1.3. And the Mag 7 overall 800 million. But Nvidia, there's the buy imbalance on Nvidia. Let's go to Adara.
I have this story here on Boeing BA. Basically, we have the National Transportation Safety Board saying that there's some foreign operators, apparently at least 40, according to what they had to say here, that might be using Boeing 737 planes with rudder control parts that could pose safety risks, according to a letter from the National Transportation Safety Board. So the NTS board flagging some potential concerns for some foreign Boeing vehicles that are used in other countries here. We had a bit of a volume spike on that initial news, but not too much going since that announcement a couple minutes ago here, guys.
Okay, yeah, we're just talking about.
So I just wanted to.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
I just want to point this out for anyone that might be looking at these. So this PWSC, like this thing, it's a deal that's closing for cash. I don't know why. It's saying auction price 85. It's trading 85. The deal is for $22.80. For the life of me, I have no idea how it can be a 7 million sell, be a deal closing for $22.80 cash, and be trading higher than that, which it is. By the way, NVIDIA went to the upside. So I have no idea why it's up here and not down at 80. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole because I always say if it doesn't make sense to me, then I just assume that, I tend to assume that I have something wrong or I don't know something. And not just say, oh, well, then I should just be shorting it up there because it shouldn't be up there. So we got out of Intel. That was a 3.5 million buy. It goes right up. I'm not shorting this when it's a buy imbalance. The NASDAQ went to the upside on that. Well, I guess on NVIDIA's imbalance, but Apple was also a buy imbalance, and that just came right back in. So this just pulled right back into VWAP. But big buy imbalances here late in the day. Angry Bear just says, BOA doesn't like flying. You can say that again. The only good news for Boeing today, not like there is much, is it held the 52-week low. So it broke the 52-week low and then kind of regained it here at 151. So the good news is, with the bad news, it hasn't retaken the low and continued this nasty trend to the downside, which stock has been a short till it's not, but it's in a consolidative phase. Like the short's actually in the high 150s, and then you get like $5 down to there, another 2.5%. At some point, this is going to lose that bid, though.
This Google is 60 cents up. I mean, we just touched out to 80s right there. So I feel a little silly not taking the trade, but we talked about it and why we didn't want to do it. And there's always, and again, like Joe on the midday show, even me just sitting here, like I'm learning more and more things. I'm just listening to everything and probably getting smarter on this kind of stuff. And it's just like, there'll always be another trade, you know. Joe's demeanor is just like, he's just so chilled out all the time. And it's just like, you know what, don't worry about it, there'll be another trade. And I think he's right. And so he is right, because we'll be back tomorrow. But there's Google right now, 165.70. So all we've really learned is like to trust what it is. There's the break right there on, I mean, here's the line right here. We talked about 165. We drew it out. We talked about why we liked it. We talked about this early run there. And then I think that this is the next one to get going, that there's going to be some buyers if and when the market goes up. The market goes up, and then the buyers came literally just crashing into this party. As soon as we broke 165, one of my friends must have come in there and just start buying up the name. Now, maybe too much value for you there, Kathy, but nice move to the upside right there for Google. Again, one of the, I'm anointing it the next one to get back up to 52-week highs from where it is current levels right now. I think Meta is my favorite long-term holding there in the space, but I think Google and Apple will continue to be very important parts. Okay. 355 right now, coming in just 20 seconds. We could get a little bit of a flip up on this. So right now, this is $7.12. This is SWN. It does have a sell imbalance, so it goes from 716 basically down to 711. And in just a matter of seconds, we will get a flip up on this one, and we'll be able to see where it wants to go. But there it is, 3, 2, and potentially 1. And there we go. It gets bigger there, so you may want to join the party.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Join the party on that one to the south side. So Yeah, nice movement happening right here in the market as we continue to watch out for more downside pressures on SWN and that PWSC and BBWI. Some rebalancing happening today.
Yeah, and there's a question, someone just asking, is there an imbalance on coin? If there's an imbalance on Coinbase, it is less than 500,000. I could sort it. I mean, I can do this. Like, I'm not in any positions. I have to get up to the desk. Maybe the last thing I do is just check for you this way. If there's not a significant imbalance, whoops, I went the wrong direction. Neil, always before P.
Look at the NASDAQ.
Coin. There's so many names out here. It's probably nothing. There you go. 36,000 sell imbalance. See, here's it's not just that it's a small imbalance. The open interest is a 1 million shares, and there's only 36 of it that's to sell. So absolutely not is the answer there. So technically speaking, there is one, but it is completely insignificant and not worth looking at. I'm going to mosey on up to the desk. I mean, if anyone's going to be in,
oh my God,
like that SWN just actually bounced a little bit here. That is a share deal, so I'd be a little bit cautious with that one for the big sell imbalance. But you know what? We're going to have some fun in the aftermarket show. We're going to have our good friend, the NOS boss, in there. We'll take your Q&A. We probably might, I guess we're not going to be doing any gags, but the next time we have an opportunity to do those, we'll be right back at it. Maybe make it a Friday thing where we have some fun in the aftermarket show where you guys challenge us to ridiculous stuff. But we'll be living in the now this time up there with the NOS boss. Lion Trade just said full position now in SoFi.
Sorry about that.
I have not looked at SoFi today, but I'm going to make the assumption that it's not doing anything because I feel like it hasn't been doing anything in a while. But I'm going to make it on up to the desk. And before I do that, because you just said it, I'm going to look at SoFi.
Yeah.
And SoFi is under $8. I, for one, am incredibly shocked that it is under $8 because this has been resistance at $8.50 for a while. I don't even need this to load up because I could tell you that the 850 did not break, and therefore the stock is, I mean, it's actually a good upward trend, but it needs to break out the 850, which we were waiting for a while back, and when it failed 850, you pull right back in the 200 period. Hey, but it's got higher lows since making a fresh 52-week low. There's nothing wrong with higher lows and higher highs since that, so there's your trend line. If it can break out the top, I think it looks good, but I'm not. I'm already in that stock, and it hasn't done anything for me. It's been a while.
Over there, then.
I'm going to get up to the desk and let's get it. No, I got the boot back on, so I'm good.
Okay. It still kind of looks like hobbling. All right, so here we go. All right, so we got in. No, just joking. We got in and out of Boeing there for flat. We actually wound up making a small little bit there as it ticks up and ticks down. Once that move did not happen, we got out of it. If you're going to ever play a news-related name and it doesn't move, you just get out. I mean, that's the best way to trade that because you're the wrong way, right? If it doesn't move, give it a couple minutes, especially with those imbalances. We gone on that one. Wowzers, what a day it was for the TQs. Look at the NASDAQ, man, ending the day at its highs. And we flipped over, man. We talked about being bearish early, which we cashed in on, and now we are flat. We did not take any hits whatsoever. They're going short now into the end of the day. What a move up for NVIDIA, though. 121.50. What a move up for Google at the end of the day as well. 166, giving us $1 on that play that I should have had, but I didn't. Nice move up there for Google to end the day. What about Alibaba and some of the Chinese names? Kind of left those. All right, so they're pulling back actually pretty good. I think Bubba was 109, wasn't it today? Yes, it was. If not, even more than that. Wow, yeah, 112 off open there. So 109 was a level that, right, that's where VWAP was. Okay, so was looking at 109, never got back up to there with only 1 minute to go. Now we'll be ringing that bell. I got to get on the right page. I'm never on the right page. There it is right there, countdown. Okay, Alibaba moving around. Apple was the strongest. Yeah, I'm on the right page. I got it. Apple was the... Whoa, big size there, alert. 300,000 shares right there, Apple, 223. That ain't going to matter at all. That's 1% of the day, 36 million. Watch this. You want to see 300,000? Do that math. Right here, my chart is off. Do the math on how many shares that is right now going through on AAPL. All right, 233. There it is, man. 52-week highs for Apple. Let me give that to you in just a second. 52-week high for Apple, 237.25 right now. It is the countdown. The countdown is now on. Apple turns around from that level. This is brought to you by Firefly, revolutionizing brain health. 3, 2, 1. There we go. We are now closed. Thank you. Thank you, Adara. Yeah, you did great there. That was a good one. Thank you so much for that. As we go back up to the upside, what an afternoon there to close out the month. Nice rally back up to the front. Remember, about an hour ago, I said window dressing possible. It looks like whether or not you like dressing on your salad, looks like they put it on the market there at the end of the day. What a great opportunity it was there at the end to see some of these closes. Yeah, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. SWN, where does that go at the end of the day? Doesn't look like that print is even out yet, or maybe it is. So that finishes there. SWN, wrong chart. SWN right there, printing pretty flat. PWSC was another one on everybody's mind. A lot of volume going through, so that might be one of those flat trades as well. All right, so here we go, man. To end the day, it is the triple Qs. We can quickly look at a monthly chart on this. Let me just go over here, grab a monthly chart for you on the T triple Qs, and just figure out where we ended up. No, it's only one triple Q. We don't need the T on here. So there it is, ending the month. Not bad, 487. What did we have here? So the beginning of the month, this is a daily chart, so we'll try to grab that 090 right into here. So right here, beginning of the month, 475. So adding about $10 there into that at the end is the Qs. The diamonds now. Diamonds, it's an all-time high alert right now for the Dow Jones. As that gets close enough to Dow Jones 30, obviously we have a wick high there as well. And then the SPY ahead of bank earnings, closing at or near record highs as well. What a great September it was. Thank you so much for staying late with us. It's about to get even later as we go over to the market recap show. It's Neil. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Adara, Joe, Sharif, Fabian, everybody, Adrian, everybody today. Thank you so much for helping, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Ciao.
Thank you very much there, Sean. The market recap starts about now, and the end of a fantastic September. Who cares about the old notion that September is not supposed to be any good? Now, obviously, it wasn't a monster day today for the overall markets as you guys are following along, but overall, fantastic September comes to an end. We did have Fed Chair Powell's comments during the middle of the day here, I guess a little bit later on in the afternoon. They're indicating he favored a couple cuts. Pointing to, that's still Sean's chart, a couple of cuts totaling 50 basis points by the end of 2024. Bostic and Goolsby, a little more dovish in their remarks. But look, you had the overall NASDAQ looking very well in the month of September. It was a good month for crypto. Its best month, which is crazy. Its best September since inception. Like, that's a crazy stat. Like, I didn't actually realize that would be true. Best September since 2009 for Bitcoin. Although a lot of that pulled back in here today. I think we saw a lot of this. There were some movers in the middle of the day, and I'm a little disappointed in one of them, to be honest with you, because you had a story, and I guess part of this is it was already known. They had a story in the middle of the day. You had the Democratic support of the cannabis lobby for legalization. But the truth is, I suppose everybody was already expecting that. So the long-awaited breakout here on MSOS is still going to have to wait temporarily. As you zoom way in, it's broken the trend line that I have. It's held the 50 period. It's kind of like the reservation in Seinfeld. It's like you can hold the reservation, you can't keep it. You can hold the trend line, you just can't break out the top, which is what you're supposed to do next over there. So I'm interested when Michael Nas comes through, like what did break out and give the fills, what didn't. MSOS was an example he was looking at that didn't. I'm imagining pretty much every single Chinese ADR that you looked at recently that had a breakout level probably did. So I know a couple of the ones that he was in, probably imagining they're having to look pretty good. When you look across the board here, I mean, obviously you have some green on the board. And the interesting ones, the regional banks to lead today, and we're going to get the big banks reporting. But we never really, I should say I never really look at these. But looking at where this actually bounced today, you have a couple of things going on here, which is frustrating that I wasn't looking at this. When this made a trend break on the daily chart, the KRE, right in here, look where this thing dipped to. We talk about confluence a lot when it comes to trading. Now, I'm not a swing trader. We day trade every single day. But here is your clean trend line. There is your break right here. When it goes back to the level at which it held the trend line break at 50 and change, that's also the 50 period where it bounces off of cleanly to then make a retest of the highs. That's what we mean by confluence. When you look at one reason for liking a level, then you get another reason it holding here perfectly. Then you get another reason because it's a 50 period moving average on the daily, and then it's an upward trend. So another higher low, it's got a trend line that I could draw this way. There's almost no point doing it. So KRE looking relatively strong. I just noticed that when I pulled it up. It just so happens that it led these sectors, and I'm like, oh goodness, we were looking at that trend line before. Sometimes you got to leave those in there. And when we talk about like big trend lines and massive ones that get respected, when they break, have a look on the way back in for some of those in the other direction. They can be awfully good. And that's going to lead me right over to energy. Because when you look at the XLE, much like that MSOS trend line, this is about as clear as you're ever going to see. Lower highs and lower lows. And once again, this is the top of the line is more of a line of best fit, which sometimes you do that. This is not meant to say if it goes above that line, it's breaking out, because you guys can see. All I've done is do a line of best fit. The lows have been a lot more distinct. You're not really closing often beneath those lows. But yeah, not a great look. What I want to see happen here is not just that you break out back above these trends down on XLE, but look at the 50 and the 200 period moving averages here. You're not regaining the 50 period with any gusto. The next time it breaks that trend, you have a chance to break out the 50 and the 200. So if it can do that, close above, I think that's going to signal an opportunity for some buying. You do, of course, have the concerns with every single pullback in China is probably going to be bad for energy and materials, because the idea of them pumping is that you're supposed to have them back their economy, do a bunch of printing, and then that'll keep demand higher. If people think that's a bad idea or not going to work, then you're not going to get the breakout that you want in energy and materials, or at least not what you're expecting. Now, obviously, this is one where you wait for the trend to actually confirm. Like, this is a very strong trend line down. Like, this is going all the way to April on XLE. So you want some confirmation with this as far as I'm concerned. Overall, we did see what happened with the SPY once again. You can't complain. Like Sean said, the Dow at the high, but we're not doing anything off the high. All we're doing is kind of going sideways, rejecting those tops, and we're getting a little bit more of that as we speak. So the SPY, I don't have any reason to change. I think we've come it's consolidative after this breakout of the top, which means when it gets to the high, you're looking for shorts. That's part of the reason why I came in with more bearish ideas than anything else, because it just felt like you made the pull off the top and you're looking for that rejection. One that's worth pointing out here, the XBI. Now, any guesses as to what might be dragging this down today? It's actually flat. Yeah, Eli Lilly didn't have a very good day. And this is on the most recent trend line. And this is the concerning part about XBI. It's been in a great upward trend. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Call it 5 times the quintuple top up here just above the 103 level on the XBI. So the biotech ETF here, still in an upward trend with higher lows, and I like that. But what I don't like is, since this double top test, the test of the 50 period underneath, you made this bottom, another bottom underneath the 50, another bottom underneath that 50 period, and now look what's happening at the 50 period moving average. It's rejecting breakouts above. So the 50 period on the daily is 99 on XBI, and it's essentially just failing these levels above it. Don't necessarily love that. I think when you see this, if we lose the bottom of this consolidation, you're on basically you have a date with the 200 period at 93. That looks like it's about to give you the dip buy if you're interested into it. Sometimes this is what happens. You get up to those highs. I know it's a great entry, and Michael talks about this all the time. We're going to have him in just a few minutes when he's ready. It's better to buy things going into highs, just into those highs, than try to pick things that are falling knives. However, I want to see this back above the 50 and breaking back out to say, hey, if it can break 100, then you have 100 long with a stop down here, as opposed to praying that it just holds on to this level. Because if it breaks that, you might as well just buy it back at the 93. I see CompuCare teams in the house. What up there? I just saw you in the chat. We love all of you guys. On the other side of the train, well, we know SMH didn't have a very good day. You saw NVIDIA, you saw all the chip names. I didn't necessarily want to rehash that. The one that I wanted to go over was GDX and GLD. So GDX, your failure is now complete. Okay, it's not a failure when you're up this high, but that last breakout of the top over 40.20, yeah, we've just broken that. So on Friday, we had pulled back into it. Now we've broken it. So again, this is going to be testing that trend in about a couple of dollars or so on GDX, whereas GLD still much stronger, right? Like the miners, gold miners, maybe not as strong here as the gold trust itself, but in the midst of a pullback, I'd be a little bit more concerned with that GDX. I think here the 50 period's been respected, and you still got a ways to go. So there's a lot to be looking at in the overall market. It's a pretty strong day here, but I've been waiting for this because this morning we had Michael on this morning, and I know everyone's been like, "Oh, China this, China that." It's not the only thing moving around here, and he had some different names to give us this morning. We're going to catch up with Michael with a little bit of trader talk, but I'm going to still ask him if he believes in some of these China breakouts now that they're giving you the dip. Welcome, Michael. Michael Noss, our good friend from Trade Ideas. And you see what I did there in the intro? Because you didn't want to talk about, and actually, look, it's fine. China did such a big run, and like every single day last week, every trader was like, China's the strongest thing, China's the strongest thing. And it felt like we're beating a dead horse. But I did want to ask you about it in the midst of the pullback here today. And I want to make sure we got into that because that's the thing, my favorite thing, and I think maybe you've said this before, anybody that's technical traders probably said this, when breakouts pull back into prior resistance levels, we kind of like those. So when you have a move like what we've seen in whether it's KWeb, Alibaba, Neo, just pick one, or any of the names, the smaller names that maybe you were looking at, when you pull back, you're going to get some prior resistance to potentially pull back into. So I'm just curious if there's anything, we'll get into some of the other things you've talked about, but is there anything in China that is interesting you? I know we've just started the pullback, so maybe not yet.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty much the case. Is not really yet. The reason I didn't want to talk about China is I don't want to feel like bragging, because I think it was on here with you a couple weeks ago on that initial kind of volume thrust that I was very interested in. I talked about names like I've got FXI on my screen, but I talked about how I was buying JD, and I actually have some JD from way down here in the 20s. BABA, names like these. I think you keep the big quality names on watch because those little lower flow junkier names, I think are going to get hit a little bit harder. However, we still have a long way to go before this pullback could even be considered a pullback. You know, if you're looking from a close to close basis, if you ignore the gap up this morning, these didn't really move that much, right? If we go back to FXI, really not that big of a deal. We notice it because we are, you know, looking at the gap in the morning, and then we look at the intraday chart that is fading all day. But if you're someone who had a bunch of China in your portfolio and you went to work and you came back, it wasn't really that big of a deal. So ideally, we don't pull back at all. Ideally, we chop around here sideways for a long period of time, and then maybe I can add to those positions. But yeah, I'm going to be watching on a pullback. I don't think this is the end for China. The government seems to be full. You know, we're going to prop up our markets come hell or high water. And just like I talked about that, I don't own companies like AMC where they're diluting or selling their shares. I want to own companies like Apple that's buying back shares. It's the same thing with economies. I don't want to own necessarily something like the US when they were just upping rates over and over and over again. But as soon as they stopped upping rates, that's when we had the rally. And now that we're lowering rates, that could be the opposite. So I don't think this is over. I think the kind of government made it clear that it's not going to be. I think it's all about timing our entry from now on.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, like I was sort of leaning in there. I knew it's not much of a pullback, but it's got to be in the mind. And like, I know you resisted talking about those names because you didn't want to brag, but one of the things that we often do get from our viewers, because as you know, I mean, Sean and I are day trading, and I've said very openly, like, I'm in Alibaba. The first few times I swung Alibaba, I lost. And then this time I found a good entry. I'm like, you know what? It's a pretty decent fundamental company in terms of like blah, 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 looking at normal valuations. So this time when I got the entries in the 70s, I'm like, no, I'm just holding this one and we're going to let it ride. So I'm not trading it. But a lot of our viewers are always asking, now what do I do with it? Like, what's the look technically when you made this big of a move? Are you trimming some? And I think that's the reason I wanted to ask, just to get your thoughts on where it's going. And there was, to the point that you just said, the riskier ones, the squeezier ones, like, we got a question about TAL, the education companies, and all I could do was throw my hands up on TAL. And look, all of these Chinese names are going to look strong after the stimulus of last week. But I do believe you can sometimes look to the history of the stock, the fact that it's a squeeze play. Certainly, those can be good. I just think when it's a fundamental type move, like stimulus, I want companies that are that you can trust to actually make money off of it. And if you're not sure about that, sometimes you can step away. Okay, so all that out of the way, Michael. What else do you have your eyes on in here? Because I feel like we were talking about some potential bottoms being formed, and I got geared up when we heard that MSOS or the cannabis news that maybe MSOS was going to make that breakout. It didn't. Did anything trigger for you today that was coming off of the bottoms? That was the one that caught my eye. I thought there'd be like one or two catalysts to get it going. It didn't really go. Did you get into anything since we talked to you this morning?
Nothing really. A little bit of a pullback play on HYLN, which is just a battery manufacturer, I believe. I think a big thing to point out, though, and kind of the theme for today is I love, and I know that you have the same kind of look there that we have at Trade Ideas, where we have these heat maps for the sectors that are up and down. And sometimes it's a mixed bag and there's not really much theme to look at. And then there's sometimes I look at the screen and I see a very obvious theme. And I think it ties into what I was talking to this morning about maybe looking to invest or looking to trade a little bit outside the US. All the names here, other than MSOS, which there was news, we have regional banks, we have corn, we have energy, right? Berkshire Hathaway, we have wheat, a lot of these names. And then down, we have Bitcoin and Bitcoin miners. And then, like you were talking about, we have semiconductors, all of these different names. So it seems to be a very bifurcated market, which is the thing that was working, which was the AI trade, semiconductors, that kind of big cap tech, the risky assets. That doesn't seem to be what's carrying us right now. What's carrying us right now is the boring stuff in quotation marks. So corn and wheat and banks and things like this, it's really what's carrying us forward. So for me, that's the main thing I think I took notice today is that, okay, it's more of this direction. So when I came on this morning, I said, if you take the US out of the world and you use the All Country World Index, which is ACWX, as a proxy, last week it was relatively strong to the markets. And I don't think that that's a US versus the rest of the world story. I think that's a big tech or tech-related things that we know is US dominant to more industrial and, again, boring type names. So that theme seems to be continuing. So that's where I'm going to spend a lot of my time and energy is, again, boring companies, but things, they make real things and not AI chatbots.
Not that there's anything wrong with those, but yeah, when the rotation is there, you do want to make sure you're looking at it. Look, I think I see Thomas in the chat just saying, are banks boring? And just to answer that question, well, I think the difference would be, you know what, banks are kind of boring lately. It used to be, like, not to lump KRE in there, but like you see the things that were leading, and KRE being the small regional banks in there. There was a time when the banks wouldn't have been considered boring. I know obviously in the financial crisis they weren't boring back in the day when we would have started trading. They were not boring stocks at all. But with the exception of maybe JPM every once in a while, yeah, I would put them into that box. And as you said, we've been in a market, like it or not, that's in this last upward move has been all about AI and all about chips. Yep. And it's an oversimplification to say that almost everything else is boring. And can be put into that bucket because they haven't been the things that have been strong for us. I was specifically when it comes to KRE here, the one this is what's interesting me about this, and you can tell me what your thoughts are on this because I don't know if you've ever if you've ever been into this kind of a thing. Now, I'll admit that I remember putting a trend line in on KRE. So I remember doing this, and when it happened, it was probably pretty obvious because it made this top and then there. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's a pretty big move off the lows for the regionals. It then happened to hold this. But I'm kicking myself because, and I'm glad Trade Ideas leaves this in here forever if you don't get rid of it to remind me that this happened. When this broke the trend line, it broke at this price at about 51. And you can see what happened after that. And then you look at this dip. Now, we have a term called, we say something like confluence a lot on the show, right? Like it's great if you have one reason to buy something. It's nice if you have two reasons. It's fantastic if you have three. Is there something, like I know you use, oftentimes you're using the cloud feature for those buy zones with the moving averages. What's your go-to? We like support and resistance. We like trend lines. What's your go-to for like a third area of confluence? Because I find lately, I'm looking at these trend lines and breaks of trend lines and consolidations off trend lines have been absolutely gold in everything I'm looking at here. But what is your go-to in terms of looking for multiple things of confluence in the trade? If I can put you on the spot there, because I looked at this and said, man, that trend line, it came back into it in the same level that it broke out from was an absolute gorgeous long. And I can't tell you how many times I've been seeing that. Just let me know. I know you like those clouds. It'd be a great chance to maybe plug those moving average clouds. But what are your go-to maybe three things that you look for in a trading setup?
Well, I think support and resistance, you nailed it. You have to have that. I think that's everything. I take, it's funny, when I brought this up, I had this trend line here as well, and I don't even think we spoke about this. But I would take horizontal support and resistance over trend lines any day of the week, just because I think more of the market participants, price has memory and value has memories. If I bought KRE at $50, then that is my anchor point for memory on, hey, yeah, $50 is going to be important every time it gets there because my P&L is going to reflect the fact that I bought there. It's going to go from positive to negative, things like that. So horizontal support resistance, I think, is key, and you can't ever defeat it. I do like these moving average clouds that we have at Trade Ideas. We call it Trade Wave. Very soon, there's going to be a scan for this. I actually have the teaser version over here that I've been building out throughout the week, where it's going to tell you when these buy and sells occur based off of moving average crossovers and price action. We have a little combination there and does a good job of keeping you in trends. And then lastly, I think is Anchored View app. As someone who's a friend of Brian Shannon's, and I speak to him all the time, I think Anchored View app is key. And for your example, right, when we had this pullback, you can see it lined up with this prior high right here, which was perfect. And then I just drew an Anchored View app from the major swing low. And when it got there, it spent 2 weeks or so just chopping around that area and then broke out. And then when it's come back and retested it, that's broken out again. So really, I think if you line up a strong area of support and resistance with an Anchored View app level, then those two things alone should get you interested. Then after that, it's basic candlestick patterns. And I don't look at the very textbook, this is a harami and a bullish belt hold and all of the weird ones. There's hundreds you can go through, but bottoming tails and topping tails, as someone who trades off the daily chart, I don't need to look at the intraday action. If I see a bottoming tail, or better yet, a series of bottoming tails around that support resistance area, that just tells me that during the day, sellers tried to pull the market under that resistance point, and then it popped back up. And I think that's a really good thing that you can trade off of.
Yeah, great look there. And it's one of those things where I know I can put you on the spot there, and being a trader, you're going to be able to give me those two. It's just something that came to my mind there, and I feel like it's really good value just to get an idea of the areas of confluence. I love trend lines too. Like I want to make a point there. I actually do like support and resistance more than trend lines. I just find that the fact that it dipped at that 50, which also happened to be the other side of the trend line, that's just a good reason to be in it. So tomorrow, SMCI is going to be reverse splitting. I mean, in fact, actually, technically, reverse split is effective tonight, and then tomorrow you get traded at the split value. It hasn't been a good run. I can tell you right now, I've been trading a while. Maybe you can tell me if you remember a stock that's been added to the S&P 500 and doing a reverse split and looked as bearish as it is at the moment after those things have happened. for the life of me in 20 years, I've never seen anything look quite like it. Then you have the delay of their, like fundamentally speaking, it's not good. You had the delay of their annual report. You had the DOJ looking into them. You had whistleblowers. It's just accounting for, like there's so much going on here. I know you tweeted about this one recently. It's going to be unavoidable tomorrow because a lot of traders are going to look at it. Do you have any thoughts on SMCI other than it's just been an obvious downtrend?
Yeah, I think so. Probably the tweet, and I'm just putting on the 50-day moving average here. But I think the tweet that you were referencing is I actually did a whole video about this as well on my Twitter. And the idea was that you want to stay with the strongest, and there's so much evidence in this in the literature. If you want to go through and read, there's so many academic studies about relative strength and relative weakness and buying new highs versus buying new lows. There's not many things we know for sure in the market, but we do know that trends, generally speaking, persist. And it's been kind of interesting and a bit funny to watch the news cycle when it comes to SMCI, where you're right, it seems like bad news story after bad news story after bad news story. But this thing already had kind of broken down before that had taken place. So the reason I brought up the 50-day moving average is if you look at SMCI and it's sloping down and it's pointing down, and then you just pick, the darling of the sectors with NVIDIA, at least it's above that. So for me, I think you can do a pretty simple thing with your trading and say, I want to be in the ones, if there's two things that I can choose from, I can either own SMCI or I could own something like NVIDIA. I'm going to look for the ones that it's above a key moving average, like the 50-day, and that's pointing higher because that keeps me in an uptrend. This actually reminds me, SMCI reminds me of Boeing. Well, right. Too, but Boeing, when you remember we had this initial gap down when the plane started to fall apart, and I've heard so many people say, I'm going to buy the dip, right? This is oversold, so on and so forth. And this thing just continues lower. And it seems like bad news after bad news follows it. But the trend started before the bad news. And one thing that I always like to say when we were talking about banks earlier, and KRE, we had all these regional banks go bankrupt. None of them were in uptrends, right? You don't generally have companies that report bad news after bad news like this when they're in uptrends. So long story short, with something like SMCI, I look at this and I say, hey, this is in a broken trend. It's got to do a lot of repair before I'd be even interested in buying this at all. And that's kind of the way I look at it. I'd rather go to the best of breeds, which are going to be your AMD, your NVIDIA, even MU, I think, woke up the other day and got above its 50-day moving average. I just think that there's a lot of places to go in the space that are going to give you a better, if you're right and chips are going to move higher, I think you're going to get better bang for your buck there. And if you're wrong and chips move lower, I think you'll lose a little bit less money with these best of breed guys.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. And you know what? I'm trying to remember, there's people smarter than myself have said, when you're trying to make a point like the one there with SMCI and relative weakness, or you went to Boeing, using the most extreme example possible is the best way to hammer a point. Because if you pull up, like when you're trying to figure out, okay, what's relatively weak and what does that look like, remind yourself of what it really, really looks like, because that's the one that you really, really don't want to get wrapped up in because there's something extreme about it. And I think you're right to point out Boeing. Boeing was a perfect example of that. As somebody who, like, I didn't buy any dips on Boeing or anything like that, but I certainly am guilty of not really selling as much as I should have in my long-term account because I've had Boeing for a very, very long time. And it's an oligopoly, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day if it's trending to the downside. Michael, again, thank you. I want to make sure before we get you out of here, if there's anything else that you didn't get a chance to talk about there, and shout out to you on X. I know you do some great videos, and that's a good one on SMCI. But just any final thoughts for the viewers before we get you out of here?
I just think the rotation, right? I kind of implore people. I always try to speak to the newer trader because the older trader's probably sick of me. But there's going to be this group of trader that is got into the market and hopefully made a lot of money, or at least did well trading the theme, which was AI. And it became very, very easy to do that, and it became easy to make money in the AI theme. I did it as well, where every day it seemed like NVIDIA and semiconductors and all this stuff was moving higher, and that's fantastic. But the role of a trader, if you're going to be in it for a long run, is to keep that money that you made when it was easy and look for potentially where the next easy money is in quotation marks. And it could AI come back and we have another lag higher? Absolutely. But it's just not what we're seeing right now in the charts. We're seeing more of this banks and boring type names. So, make sure you don't create an identity of someone who just trades big cap or just trades ship names or something like that. Use something like Trade Ideas with code TraderTV20 to look around and find potentially what that next theme is. And then the quote I always use for this, and I love, it's Jim Rogers, who's one of the first hedge fund managers ever. His quote was always, "I wait for a $20 bill to be lying on the ground. I go down and pick it up." I think that's what trading themes should feel like. And when it no longer feels like that, and you're really trying to nitpick entries and you're fighting to get into NVIDIA in a certain way, it might be time to move on to a different theme.
I love that. What's interesting is when I first started as a trader, and when I was a penny stock trader, that same quote is a famous one. And then the penny stock version of it was, "Hey, if it's raining nickels, are you going to go outside and catch them?" Because some people are like, "Well, only trade the big caps." Well, if you finding that it was much easier for me starting out trading some of those small ones post the .com boom, it's like it was raining nickels. That's just as good if there's enough of them as picking up that 20 on the ground. Thank you so much, Michael. More words of wisdom. There are some questions in there, and maybe you can address them on X, your thoughts on Tesla. But we're gonna get you out of here. Can't wait to talk to you on Friday again in the morning. But don't hesitate to brag. It's not bragging. It's just going over the good. What to do with some of those wins in the Chinese names and what to look for next, right? Like it's always about what's next. So we can always be celebrating our wins. Thank you so much, Michael Noss, good friend of the show. Check out Trade Ideas and get that Trader TV 20. Good luck the rest of the week.
Thanks very much for having me. Talk to you on Friday.
Talk to you then. All right, you know what time it is. We're going to get some roll call in there. I got to make sure we get through this in a good amount of time because you know what? There's a lot of traffic on the way to my physio place, and I don't want to be late for my appointment. No, that's just, it is what it is, but it's important. But you know what we have to do when we start off here? We have a great time here at Trader TV Live. We thank our entire team. Obviously, Fabian, Ramin, Andre on the ones and twos, Sean, Brennan, and Darren out full-time on the desk, giving you more segments. On the midday, we had Joe with Sharif. Joe doing a great job, Sataya coming through. But it all begins with Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. Thank you for all you do. Always making the chat a welcoming place for everybody in our fantastic community. And speaking of that, I wanted to make sure you know what to do next. When we do roll call around here, you got to type in the chat, have your name come on through, and oh, wow. As we started off, the low-key life. Bears versus Bulls. It was fun having you as a mob, but I stopped trading, so have a wonderful life. Hey, it's all good. You can always come back to the game. We appreciate you. Member for 12 months. So congratulations to you. Thank you for joining in, and thank you for having some fun with us. Jeremy Newman in the chat. There's Eli7721. Fluffy Hippo, always have fun saying that. For Profit, we got Jimmy Joe Smith, Highland Park Dance, Bora Hout. We got Thomas Deason in the chat. Easy peasy, what up? David, thank you for the super chats there, David, today. We appreciate you. CompuCare team in the house. Sebastian, Mr. Misunderstood as well. We got, again, Melendez, and a couple of repeats. The Piper, the Low-Key Life. We got Luis, we got CPDB, we got Breaking VWAP. I love the name. We love some VWAP around here, as you know. Vedicastrologer. Vidicastrologer. Not sure how to pronounce that one. Spark Shop, you are back and you are not broke. And Spark Shop, you were a heck of a lot of fun. You're a great sport, and you were a man of your word there. Thank you for the super chats. We had a lot of fun on Friday. We love that. Hey, Google. We also got Francisco Guzman, Jay Haas, For Profit, Team PJCT, Smooth 1J, Viva Jurgen in the chat, Jay Alvarez, A Bet on 82, Baseball Card Will, We've got Diggity Risk, I should say. 1320 Wolf, Mo, Jorge Ramirez in the chat. Palm Trees and Good Vibes. What up to you? Love that name. Oliver Catasaurus. We got Simon Stock Trader, Rob Jenkins, Angry Bear, and Yassine J. Haas in the chat as well. Shout out to all of you. If we didn't get anybody, then I apologize. I am not perfect at it, but you guys are all so amazing. The best thing about everything, we get to do it tomorrow. And don't forget, tomorrow, SMCI is going to be a $4 stock. So a lot of us that have been waiting to trade it more actively are going to get a chance to do so. And it all starts bright and early, 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll see you back then. But for now, have a great night, and we'll see you first thing in the morning, 8:30. Bye, guys. There he is.